The girl barely opens her eyes and feels a burning pain. She looks back and sees the snake beastman with a pair of guns. Suddenly, you realize what you are experiencing. She cries inconsolably. She struggles to get up, but all in vain. On her first day in the beast world, she was already forced by the snake beastman to lose her self-control. When the girl wakes up again, your mind has some memories of the original body. This body is also called Qianxia. He currently lives in the Lion King's tribe. However, because her body is too weak, no male looks at her with interest. It can only survive with the daily help of the tribe in an outdoor gathering activity. Due to years of hunger and previous illnesses, she faints and falls outside. The sad thing is that one was missing from the group, but no one noticed. That poor beast died like this, outside. And then Qianxia occupied her body. She was then picked up by the beastman, who had 2 pistols. Later, Qianxia took advantage of the fact that the snake beastman was not there and sneaked out. Following the route he remembered, he ran back to the house of his original body. When she got home, Qianxia was stunned. Where was his home? It was just a shattered cave. Looking at this house, Qianxia's tears could stop flowing. I cried for this body. This body was so miserable. She couldn't find a beast husband because of how weak he was. And she couldn't join the tribe for good care. Without food, how could I get fat? She was fighting with all her might to survive. Otherwise, he would not drag his weak body to go out with the tribe to gather. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. He couldn't take it anymore. Thinking of this, Qianxia put her hand on her heart and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I will live well for both of you." In the blink of an eye, Qianxia survived in this world for 22 days, thanks to her modern knowledge. He has survived in this world for 22 days. This empty home has now become cozy. The cave he lives in is at the tribe's end. It is a secluded and quiet place. She has no neighbors. She is quite comfortable living alone like a beast. Qianxia often escapes from the tribe by small paths. However, he only dares to look for some food in the surroundings of the tribe. He doesn't dare go far because he's so weak. Her only goal now is to support herself. In her past life, at least she was a beautiful, brilliant woman, but she doesn't know how. In recent days, his appetite has been especially great. Before, a fish lasted her a day, but that day he caught 2 fish. He ate them in a single day, but she can't catch fish every day. Qianxia feels sadder and sadder at the thought. She has accepted the fact that she has traveled to another world. He has also accepted the fact that he lives in the beast world. But now, she can barely support herself. She can't even find a husband to take care of her. Thinking and thinking, she couldn't help crying again. This is too difficult. Seeing them eat meat makes me want to eat too. Smith returned home crying. Meanwhile, the snake beastman Ting Xuanya has been in the southern continent for more than a month. As usual, he hunted, filled up, and went back to the cave to sleep. I was just closing my eyes to sleep. In the next second, he opened his eyes in amazement. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Surprisingly, he could feel the power of the bloodline. That's right, it's their bloodline. He suddenly remembered what happened a month ago. The ridiculous encounter, that was, in this cave. That day, after hunting and filling up, he returned to the cave to rest and digest. Because there was a female in the cave, so he was resting in human form. As he slept, his body began to feel inexplicably hot. The female sleeping next to him attracted him inexplicably. In the end, he couldn't control himself. I still remembered that extremely thin one. The female lowered him as she cried, as she begged. Suwani had a strange expression. He never thought it would only be this time. She became pregnant with his bloodline. Suwani closed her eyes. He began to feel the power of blood in detail. This surprised him again. He had just sensed 3 bloodline powers. That is, that weak female was pregnant with 3 snake eggs. My God, what a miracle this is. The Wanwang snake tribe has extremely difficult time raising their offspring. It had never been heard of a female being able to conceive 3 eggs. It has always been 1 egg for each offspring. But she, surprisingly, has 3. In the beast world, after 30 days of pregnancy, the beast male can feel the bloodline. As for why your anculi is so anxious, it's because it's afraid that its young will die in the womb. The Suan Guan snake clan is powerful. The pregnant mother's body needs a great deal of nourishment, lots of nutrients to feed the fetus. But thinking of that extremely thin body, Suan Kui really feels confused for a moment. With such a weak body. And yet, she got pregnant with my bloodline, and 3 at once. I really don't know what to say, Suan Kui muttered to himself. I can't help but say. Now he feels very anxious. Today is the 30th day of pregnancy. Is she eating enough? Never mind. How can you think of such a silly question? If I could eat enough, could I still be so thin? Thinking and thinking. Suankui decided to hunt a couple more beasts to make up for it. And elsewhere, Inseo was thinking of going to a place where there was water, to see if there were shrimp or something like that. He also planned to take a look at the beastmen that guarded the tribe, to go where to use water, to bathe and stuff. Perhaps, Inchea's house was really too far away. The further Inchea went, the more he heard. Voices of joy and shouts, celebrating something. When he arrived at the front, he only saw that the center of the tribe was full of people. The males showed expressions of excitement and enthusiasm. Females, on the other hand, had looks of admiration and love. Insi followed the direction of his admiring glances. In the center of this clearing, there was a handsome male. This male was approximately 1.90 meters tall, with a muscular body and 8 sit-ups. Short golden hair, elegant and attractive. Chiankexia looked at her side. He slapped the female who looked more familiar. Hello, sorry, what's going on here? What good news has happened? Sanu was frightened by the unexpected tap on the shoulder. He looked at the person who arrived. She was frightened again. How is it that there is such a thin female in the tribe? Who are you? Why had I never seen you? Sanu looked at her with some pity. Qianxia felt embarrassed by his gaze. He scratched his head and said timidly, My name is Insea. I live at the end of the tribe. I don't normally go out. I'm not in good health. I can't walk very far. It's normal that you haven't seen me. Sorry for bothering you. After this gesture from Chiankexia, Sanu's heart felt ache. She knew who the skinny female in front of her was. The female who was picked up and brought to the tribe was assigned to live in the cave furthest from the tribe. Only I didn't expect this female to live so badly. She was as thin as a puppy. This is what everyone is celebrating. A 7th level warrior has just been born in the tribe. In nearby tribes, currently, only our lion tribe has produced a 7th level warrior. So the chief of the tribe ordered everyone to celebrate. Samwanu explained with red eyes. Hearing the words of the beast in front of her, Chiangxia pondered in her mind. Then he remembered a little fragment about beasts. On the hierarchy of power of males in the world of beasts. Most beastmen are born with a hierarchy of power, and are usually 1st or 2nd tier. Those who are of the 3rd level may be regarded as the children of heaven. Then, as they grow, through the house, absorbing energy and other things can increase their power. Each hierarchy is like an abyss. The higher the level, the more terrifying the strength. At such a young age, he has already reached the 7th level. Really impressive. Chiangxia nodded at this time. Then, immediately, he headed towards the serious matter among beasts. What should I call you? I would like to ask you, where are you going to bathe? As he uttered these words, Sanu felt even more sorry for her. He doesn't even know where he can bathe. My name is Sanu. Are you going to the water's edge? I'm just heading there too. Let's go then. Hearing her answer, Chiangxianche's eyes lit up. But the next second, they heard Sanu shout, Quiz! Come quickly, let's go to the water! Then Qianxia saw a tall, handsome man approaching them as he approached Sanu. Suddenly he transformed into a huge lion with golden mane. Qianxia was stunned. Then, did Qianxia hitchhike with him? During the journey, Sanu looked at her with eyes full of compassion. She felt a little uncomfortable seeing him, but in her heart it felt warm. I have hardly seen you in the tribe. You should go out more often. And if a beast is attracted to you, heal, he said softly. Qianxia found words at that moment. He only lowered his head. After a while, she said softly, I'm too thin. No beast could please someone like me. Sanu was stunned for a moment. It was a little awkward. Then, she raised a smile again and said to Chiangxia, So let's get fat first. I have 5 beast husbands. They are all very strong. I ask them to catch an extra during the house. Then, they will take it to your home. Hearing her words, Chiangxia raised her head abruptly and looked at her. Perhaps he had suppressed his emotions for too long. Tears fell immediately. She had been living alone in this beast world for 20 or 30 days, without friends or partner, without enough food or warm clothes each day, every day. When I open my eyes, I only worry about food. Now a beastman I just met says his mate get me a prey. She is simply an angel. You don't cry, please. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm not accompanying you, that's it. don't cry. Just by saying, I don't accompany you, Chiang stopped crying. Ha. Friend, what do you say? Seeing Chiang Sanu immediately stopped crying. She quickly said, don't cry, I don't accompany you anymore. Qianxia's mouth twitched slightly. However, Qianxia didn't actually plan to depend on someone else's husband. What kind of thing is that? How shameful. Soon we arrived at the destination. Qianxia looked at the huge waterfall not far away. With his mouth trembling, he looked at Sanu and said, you call this welcome water. This is simply the water's edge. The surrounding tribes use the water from here. Let's go quickly, let's wash up. Sanu asked her partner to pick her up later. Then, he took the hand of the person and led her forward. They were walking to a place where the terrain was flatter. Looking at the crystal clear water, Chiang couldn't help but comment. Indeed, this beast world has not been contaminated. It's not just the air that's fresh. The water is clear and clean. The plants grow lush and produce. The fruits are truly exceptional. Chiang sighed as she washed her mind. Today you won't be able to catch shrimp. I didn't expect that next to this water there would be a large waterfall. From its current position, it was not far from the waterfall. What shrimp are here? After cleaning herself, Chiang climbed to the shore naked and hung up the beast skin. He hung it to dry in a nearby bush. There were no other beasts around. It was just her and Sanu. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Sanu looked at his figure. He covered his mouth, and his eyes sparkled. She, who cannot remove her beast-skin clothes, has the bones of her back clearly visible. Sanu spoke. Her voice trembled slightly. It was the first time I had seen a beast like that. Chiangxia, come to my house for dinner tonight. My beast husband married a big cow beast. Neither I nor some of my beast husbands will be able to finish it. Come, let's eat together. Chiang eyes flashed with excitement. This relationship is good. Tonight we don't need to worry about that. I agree. Thank you, Sanu. Another day I'll bring you something good to eat. Chiang said, smiling. What she didn't notice was, after saying this, Sanu turned around immediately. Her body trembled slightly. At that moment, Sanu, his eyes couldn't help but start crying. She had just said that she would bring him something good to eat. She herself was so thin. The beast skin was also old and broken. She herself was not going through a good time. She even said that it would bring her good things. She's really good-natured, right? Gua. At that time, Chiangxia still didn't know. He did nothing, but he conquered a kind heart. Chiangxia drooled while observing if there were any good slabs. She wants to make a slab pan. Yesterday, he found that on the back hill there were starting to be fish again. She set the trap. He doesn't know if he will be able to catch them. If you find a slab, then it could be fished on the grill with slab. Unfortunately, until, in the afternoon, Sanub's companion came to carry them back, and the old man saw no suitable slab. Perhaps this is the time when they usually return from hunting. In addition, everyone was still celebrating. At that time, there were still many beastmen in the center of the tribe. When they entered the tribe, who? He nodded a lot of looks. Sanu, what's wrong with you? How did you allow another female to climb on your beast husband's back? A female with voluptuous black skin had an expression. Look at Chiangxia, I replied, or say. Sanu responds coldly and unpolitely. It's none of your business. My partner doesn't bother either. You, an external beast, do you mind? It's really funny. Unfortunately, that black-skinned female continues to insist. Who's she? How come I've never seen her? So thin. Horribly ugly. Where is your husband, beast? Wait, I remembered. That's not the beast that lives at the end of the tribe, the one that doesn't want any macho. Sanu, at least you're one of the best in the tribe. How a beautiful female comes together with something so ugly, Queen says to Sanu with disdain. At that moment, Sanu became angry on Leon's back. She slapped Leon's body to signal him to let her go. Chiang also jumped out of Leon's body. But what Chiang didn't expect was that Sanu, on her way down, walked straight towards Makas. That female just slapped him. He then kicked her and threw her, riding on her to hit her. Things happened too quickly. Kaina's partner immediately stepped forward to push SHN. Huis moved quickly and blocked him. His eyes were filled with ferocity. In the beast world, females can fight. But males can't intervene when females fight. Whenever the other party intends to fight, the male on the other side will immediately come forward to fight them. Females fighting each other. What do you care, macho? Mushin, what are you doing? Are you just gonna stand there and watch me get beaten? Kumnina screamed, and his partner, named Mu Shn at the time. He was being held back by Kuize and couldn't move. Makoro sat on Kiana, holding both hands with one hand. With the other hand, he was also punching her from side to side. I told you to be jealous of me. Sometimes it's okay. I'm not gonna argue with you. You really think I'm afraid of you. Normally I don't mess with you. Now you think you're very important, right? Let's see if I hit you today or not. It's okay for you to talk about me. And you still dare to talk about Chiangxia? You're driving me crazy. Sanu was hitting and cursing at the same time. It was really her off. At that moment, Sasanu looked like a mother beast protecting her calf. Protecting Kianxia, her little girl. Chiangxia was completely stunned by what was happening. Sanu looked so soft and delicate. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. There were more and more beastmen watching. Chiangxia hurriedly grabbed Sanu's arm. He said aloud, "Shanghu? Stop hitting, that's enough. Oh my god, get up, get up!" Sanu was lifted up that way. She stopped because she was afraid of hurting Qilanxia. She stood up and looked coldly at the crowd, hurling harsh words. "From today on, Chiangxia, I will protect you. If I come to know Chiangxia dares to disturb her, no matter if she is male or female, I won't let her escape." At this time, Chiangxia was about to cry. This is too impressive. What a little charm this is, to do this for her even though I just met her. Listening to the words of his partner, I wanted to look at Chiangxia bluishly, frowning. Sanu stood up. Kugina's companions rushed towards her, hugging her with concern. His face was completely swollen. I just didn't expect. Kugina, in fact, slapped her two companions. Useless. They can't even protect their own partner. The two beasts were stunned. His eyes were filled with pain. They never imagined that Queen would act like this with them. Coral looked and was about to approach again. Chiangxia quickly grabbed her. She was really furious. This bad female. And no, are you sick? What rule do you not understand? Why blame your partner? Clearly it was you who spoke badly first. Would he hit you for no reason? Or do you want to be beaten up one more time? Coral stared at her and said firmly, Inacia frightened with his gaze. With a snort, he turned and left. The two companions followed her in silence. After this, Chiangxia no longer felt well to continue asking for food. It didn't matter how warm Coral's invitation was. Still, she rejected it. Today I was already very happy. Returning home, Chiangxia first went to the stream on the back mountain to see the situation. Fortunately, there was a fish in the wicker basket. So tonight's dinner was also assured. Chiangxia quickly prepared the fish. He took him back home. He began to make fire with sticks. He prepared to grill the fish. And at this moment, the males outside the Lion King's tribe felt a pressure coming from a high rank of beastmen. The chief of the tribe, who was eating next to his son, Anchuan, who was the 7th level warrior. They immediately stopped what they were doing. Just as they were about to leave, they came across a beastman who was carrying a message. Chief, there's a beastman at the entrance of the tribe who says he wants to see you. Cezanne and Ankoan hurried to walk towards the tribe's entrance. At this moment, Cezanne's heart was very nervous. Considering the intensity of this pressure, the other's level was higher than his son's. Only how could such a fort reach his tribe? The tense atmosphere at the entrance. Chiangxia had no idea about this. She was carefully grilling her fish. The fish was ready. Qianxia was crouched on the floor, carefully eating the grilled fish. Just eating, a series of footsteps were suddenly heard. They were getting closer and closer. Chiangxia was enjoying her fish, but with that interruption she looked up to see who was coming. At that moment the fish almost fell to the ground in fright. The one who arrived was the snake beastman, Tian Xuan. Tian Xuan never imagined that seeing Chiangxia again, she looked so helpless. She, thin and emaciated, was crouched on the floor. He had in his hand a roasted fish called Thorny Beast. She shredded it little by little to eat. In this world, the fish is called Thorny Beast. They are those beasts that cannot hunt prey or cannot afford food would eat this thing. It is the lowest food option in the beast world. In an instant, his heart, surprisingly, ached a little. SHSHN, behind him, was stunned. He had clearly had meat brought to him. How is it that this female is still so thin? He has even fallen so low as to eat thorny beasts to fill his stomach. Ting Xuan had really gotten angry. In an instant, he released a powerful pressure. Is this how they treat females in your tribe? She is still a pregnant female. Do they let her eat thorny beasts? This pressure caused Shshn and the one who followed him, An Chun. They couldn't move and bent over. The chief of the tribe, Shshn, was very surprised. This beastman turns out to be a 9th-level beastman. An Chun was stunned to see Inkexia for the first time. How can there be such a weak female in the tribo? He is so tragic that he must eat thorny beasts to survive. And besides, she's pregnant, he thought. I needed to do a good review of the tribe. Because lately he's been busy with his promotion. He has not been able to patrol the tribe well, which has led to a female living in such miserable conditions. Suan Cu. And like a beast who has lived alone and wandering, he has never thought about mating up and having children, so when that happened, when he returned from the house and did not see her, he had no thoughts about it. But now, seeing her like this, he actually regrets not having sought her out at that moment. You, how did you come? Chiangxia saw herself stuttering when speaking. What are you doing here? Why does it seem like he wants to cause you trouble? Hearing his words, Sun Kui suppressed his pressure. He walked quickly to her and hugged her tightly. Then, he put his hand on his abdomen and slowly injected energy. Chiangxiata immediately felt very comfortable. The feeling of hunger decreased considerably. Then Suan Kui pulled something half-giant out of space. The beast meat went to the chief of the tribe. Give me a good place. A large cave. Get everything ready for me. And may the shaman of your tribe come at once. Shshn looked at the huge beast meat with stunned eyes. This is the flesh of the great beast of the Mistwood Forest. It's beast meat with energy. But Shshn did not accept the flesh. It had its own ideas. Now this female is pregnant. She will surely want to be by the side of the female, so she will stay in the tribe. If the tribe has a 9th-level beastman in command, then the Lion King tribe can be said to be the most powerful tribe in this forest. And I was confused from start to finish. Why is this beastman here? Why did he hug himself when he arrived? Why does the chief of the tribe still show respect? She listened to what they said while eating fish. The pregnant female. Chiangxia stared at her abdomen. What? Pregnant? Did she ask with a little trembling? What did you say? I'm pregnant. Tianzhuang felt her body trembling and hugged her a little tighter, replied. I'm waiting. Hearing this, Chiangxia fainted immediately. Before he fainted, there was only one sentence in his head. Rabbits. When Chiangxia woke up, in front of her, there was an old female who was taking her pulse. The healer was somewhat surprised. This female is extremely thin. Surprisingly, it had a very high reproduction capacity. Inside, she was gestating 3 lives. Seeing Chiangxia waking up, the healer turned to her. With a gentle smile, he then said, You have taken very good care of your children. They are very healthy. You've been drinking for 4 days in a row. You are very good to yourself and to the little one. Chiangxia was a little depressed. She said she was always hungry so fast, ate so much, and doesn't seem to have gained weight, so it was all consumed by that part of meat in his stomach. The next second, this old healer said to them with a smile, Do you want me to make a seal for you? Can I stamp them, Before Chiangxia could ask what the seal was, Suwani stepped forward and said, Seal. So in her confusion, Chiangxia made herself the seal. On the seal, a snake mark appeared on his chest. On Suwani's chest, a rabbit mark appeared. Chiangxia, in her confusion, became a beast with a partner. And besides, her husband has great power. However, when Insea learned that she was pregnant with 3 small snakes, she was so frightened that she fainted. When Chiangxia woke up again, I was already in a strange cave. She was lying in a nest of soft, fragrant grass. His tools were neatly placed to the side. In the cave there was also a large flat stone table. On top of it was a pile of fruit. Among them, there were green apples and white pears that he knew. At that moment, Sanu's voice could be heard from the entrance of the cave. Chiangxia? Chiangxia? You've woken up. Chiangxia walked out of the cave. Seeing someone coming out, Sanu came over happily and took his hand, saying, Do you like to stay in this cave? I prepared it for you. I heard An Chun say that he was going to prepare the cave for you, so I volunteered to take care of it. Thanks to you, I am very comfortable here. I like it a lot, Chiangxia said, smiling. Suddenly, Sanu came over, and with a mischievous air he said, Okay, Chiangxia, you found such an amazing beast husband. From now on, no one will dare to bully you. So it is said, You can walk freely through this forest. You could even walk around the southern continent without problems, Sanu said seriously. Hearing this, Chiangxia thought, is there really anyone so impressive? Sanu suddenly led her towards a nearby cave, while saying, you must be hungry, right? Your beast husband told us, today you are going to have dinner with me. We are going to eat without restrictions. Your beast husband gave me a big piece of beast meat. He said he would come back to get some things. He asked me to take care of you, heal your neighbor. Everything is very good. Upon arriving at Sanu's house, 4 males were cooking and organizing. When they saw that they had arrived, the beast husband, Quisis, whom she had seen that day, immediately commented, healthy can start serving food. Sanu quickly led her to sit down excitedly. Then the other 5 beast husbands were sitting next to them while eating. The atmosphere changed. The beast husbands tended to Sanu while he ate, and Sanu took care of Chiangxia while she ate. This left her a little perplexed. Tonight they ate roasted beast meat. It was still like it was at the beginning. The beast flesh had no taste whatsoever. In fact, it was quite strong. Chiangxia plucked up the courage and ate it. Chiangxia looked at things in Sanu's house. It seemed that everything was roasted. They still didn't know what cooking was. The next second, Chiangxia spoke seriously. I'll teach them a new way of eating, but first we need a stone pot. With the stone pot we can cook. We can make soup to drink. Drinking soup in the cold season can warm up the body. It couldn't be better. As he said this, all of the beasts present flashed with excitement. Warm up the body in the cold season. This is great. Chiangxia, what is a stone walk? Sanula's question left a little unsure what to answer. Hearing this, Chiangxia smiled slightly. You'll soon find out. So, at Chiangxia's suggestion, she took Sanhu and his companion beast to the edge of the waterfall, where they bathed the last time. Sanu directed his fellow beast to carry the 2 large goose stones that Chiangxia had pointed to the shore. Chiangxia then began to direct. Ajin come to cut and do the walk standing. So 2 stone boxes of excellent quality were completed. During the making, Chiangxia was also around, and he discovered chili peppers and ginger. Those chiles from this beast world are really big. A chili pepper is the size of 3 of your fingers, and ginger, not to mention. Intense ginger flavor. One of them is the size of a watermelon. At this moment, Chiangxia was feeling incredibly excited. Now that you have hair, then you will be able to eat meat without a fishy flavor. Chiangxia introduced these 2 plants to Sanu and her beast husbands. They all presented them to him. Then a group carried the stone pot they made, and the chiles and ginger quickly back home. With Chiangxia's actions, the delicious meat soup in the stone pot is now ready. Chiangxia served a bowl of meat soup to each of the beastmen. Everyone expressed that it was very interesting. Everyone tasted some of the soup. Then, his eyes widened. This meat doesn't have any fishy taste at all. In addition, it is very fresh. Chiangxia, you are amazing. You're so wise. Sanu, while drinking the meat soup, looked at her with admiration and said, afterwards, Chiangxia also taught them how to make oil. How can cooking without oil be tasty? Even when frying meat, it sticks to the blade. The oil is fried in the fattiest part of the beast meat. This just fried. This oil appeals to beasts. In the end, Chiangxia went back to using the freshly fried beast oil. I fried a piece of tender meat. I added the only salt and chili I had for seasoning. The group of beasts ate until they were completely satisfied. I didn't expect this meat to taste so good. That's how rudimentary my life was before. Chiangxia, you are amazing. Sanu ate until she was completely full. It was the first time I had tasted such delicious food. The meat didn't have a strong smell either. She was tender and fragrant. Chiangxia is truly impressive. Chiangxia looked at Sanu and smiled at him in response. If you like it, eat a little more. Chiangxia then turned to Sanu's beast husbands. As Sanu likes to eat so much, you must learn well. Several males nodded repeatedly. After a busy day, Chiangxia was also very tired. After eating and drinking well, he began to feel sleepy, so he returned home. Pregnant people indeed fall asleep as soon as they touch bed. Chiangxia, in the middle of the night, felt confused that someone next to her was hugging her, his hand gently caressing her belly, but she was really too tired. And suddenly she went back to sleep. Waking up early, Chiangxia exclaimed that she had rarely had a good sleep. He sat down in his nest and stretched, but suddenly realized that what he was wearing was not yesterday's beast skin. Now she was wearing something that was a bra style and short skirt, only this material was like Gauze, white gauze. This was much more comfortable than beast skin, and also cool. Qiangxia suddenly stopped. Could it be that that beast changed it? He is my husband. It's all right. Qiangxia consoles herself. Then he picked up the bed and went out. At that moment, Sanu and her husband Beast were sitting outside the cave. And her husband Beast was also learning from them. Learning what? Learning to take care of your partner. Keelan Suan came back last night. When she came back, Qianxia was already half asleep. At that moment, Qianxia realized that her husband was really handsome. The first time they met in these last 2 days, he didn't pay much attention to her. The first time they met, she had just arrived. With the scare of a present, who has time to appreciate a handsome man? The second time they saw each other was when the chief of the tribe came with him. She was eating. Suddenly, when he saw it, he was very surprised. He thought he was coming to take revenge. Revenge for sneaking away. After all, there are unwritten rules in the beast world. If a male finds a female outside, if the male is single, then the female is his mate. TSK. I can't help but say, now that you look closely, your husband really is incredibly handsome. How did he not realize it at that moment? A high bridge of the nose, waist-length black hair, sharp contours. Her whole body has beautiful muscle lines. This model-like face, this comic book figure. Qianxia suddenly looked towards a place without knowing why. If he has not been mistaken in his sensations or in his memory, there seemed to be two. Qianxia blushed silently. She, who was single for more than 20 years in the 21st century, who could imagine that in just a few weeks in this beast world would have an exceptional husband. Suddenly, something flowed into her mouth. Qianxia was about to reach out, but in an instant she was already in the man's arms. Sanu was looking at the entrance to the cave, where people had disappeared in a second. She screamed without even having had time to do so. Qianxia and the other man had disappeared. In his heart he wondered if this was the speed of a 9th-level beastman. In the blink of an eye, Suani appeared in front of the shaman with Qianxia. It was at that moment that he could see the blood on his hand. Wow, why do I look at a handsome guy and end up bleeding from my nose? Suani, holding Qianxia, urgently said to the shaman. Quick, check it out. Why did it suddenly start bleeding? At this time, Qianxia wished to find a hole in the ground to hide in shame. She pulled his arm and said in a low voice, I'm not hurt. I'm just a little excited. Excited? Why excited? Suani said blankly. His eyes were still filled with worry. At this moment, Qianxia really has a head full of doubts. The bad thing about the beast world is this. Sometimes it is very difficult to communicate. Qianxia thought for a moment. Finally, blushing, she signaled for him to lower his head. Then, he whispered in her ear. It's just that you're too handsome. In a moment of emotion. I am fine. Let's go back quickly. Suani really didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard her. It's the first time he's heard a beast hurt himself for admiring beauty. At the same time, the corner of his lips curled into an involuntary smile. The shaman observed the interaction between the two. He smiled tenderly. She was very happy to see that the young beasts had a good relationship. Since you've come, let's look a little more, the shaman said kindly. Xuanju, hearing this, obediently hugged the person and walked over. Qianxia also obediently stretched out her hand for the shaman to take her pulse. Before, he couldn't satisfy his hunger. I've lost a little. Then, in addition, I am pregnant. You know that too. The baby in my belly absorbs a lot of energy. You want to make sure she eats and drinks enough every day. The medicine I gave you should be taken every day. You can't miss a day. She is too thin because she doesn't have enough energy. Good boy, you should eat more food too. As long as you don't feel too full, that's fine. The shaman was talking to the two of them. Mother-in-law. You mean the energy and nutrition I'm eating now isn't enough? Everything that the baby absorbs. So, does that mean I'm not gaining weight? Qianxia asked. The shaman withdrew his hand. Looking at her, he said kindly, you can understand it like this. Your beast husband is from the Suan Wang snake tribe. His beast type has very strong innate abilities. Even when it's a baby, it needs to absorb a lot of energy. If absorption is not sufficient, they will begin to absorb maternal energy. But don't worry too much. Your beast husband is very powerful. You don't have to worry about the food issue. But you shouldn't hate the child for his unconscious behavior. Absorption. A child who is hated by the mother beast will probably be born deformed. When you've regained enough energy, and the child has absorbed enough, you'll start to gain weight, so you need to eat more. At the same time, the hand that Suwani was holding tightened a little tighter. At that moment, he felt very nervous and scared. After all, he had ignored this fact. They did not mate naturally. It was forced by him. Chiangkaxia felt the hand of the man who was hugging her slowly clench. He thought he was worried that she would hate the child. She put her hand on Suanju's and looked at him, saying, "You don't have to worry. I'm not going to hate the little ones. Because they are my little ones. I don't even have time to love them." Hearing her words, his Anzu filled his eyes with tears. His nose burned a little. He softly muttered she's really good. On the way back, he went on foot. He hugged her. Insia was in his arms. He always felt that he had missed something. He thought long before he knew it. She didn't even know her own husband's name. "You didn't even tell me your name." "Really, I got pregnant inexplicably. I don't even know the name of the child's father. Tell me, is this reasonable?" Insea began to throw a tantrum. Suankui listened to their complaints. A smile appeared on his mouth. So, he formally introduced himself again. "My mistake. It was my fault. My name is Suankui, 9th level beastman. The beastly form is a snake. I'm Chiangxia." "I know. How do you know?" Hearing this, Sun Kui once again couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. "Sanu calls you, Chiangxia, one at a time. What else could I not know? At the time of changing caves, she told me that she is your good friend. She came to help see what else needed to be fixed. So I let her come and help me look. Afterward, I also asked him to help you take care of you." Hearing Suani's answer, Qianxia felt that she had already been pregnant and stupid for 3 years. In fact, how could I ask such a stupid question? Suani's expression became gloomy, and she hugged the person in her arms a little tighter. Then, in a voice full of remorse, he began to speak. "I am sorry. I forced you to mate. It's my fault. But I want to explain something to you. It was not intentional at the time. I found you in the woods. At that moment, you only had a thread of life left. Females are valuable. I didn't know if you could survive, but I knew that if I left you like this in the woods, you wouldn't be able to survive. So I took you back to my cave. The day I mated with you, I went hunting. The beast had some intelligence. I fought with her for a long time. Then I followed her to an area full of red flowers. The air was filled with floral fragrance. I came from another continent. I've never seen this flower. So don't pay attention. After the hunt, I went back to the cave to sleep and digest. Then that happened. Today I went to marry Jean FNG. We passed through the sea of flowers again. I asked him, and that's how I knew. This flower is called the passion flower. Its fragrance has an aphrodisiac effect. Orcs usually pick up 1 or 2 to mate and flirt with. I spent a lot of time with its aroma. Zuan Kui began to speak more and more quietly. So, I'm sorry. Insea, don't hate babies, okay? I'm very strong. I'm able to support you and the babies, he said in a slightly broken voice. His head also sank into Sia's shoulder. Siha felt the wetness on her shoulder. She reached out and stroked his head, speaking softly. I know. Maybe I should thank you. It has also saved my life. I have said it before. I'm not going to hate the young. They are my children. What mother hates her children? Look at this meeting we had. Perhaps it is the blessing of the beast god. I was about to starve to death in the wild. You found a mountain where you could drink, eat, and then I will no longer be your offspring. Maybe this is destiny. I don't even have a partner in the tribe. Perhaps the beast god, seeing me so miserable, sent you to me. Hearing his words, Suan Kui raised his head. His eyes were red. His eyes were filled with emotions that could not be described. At this moment, he made a silent promise in her heart that he would care for and protect her for her entire life. Absolutely, I wouldn't allow him to go through suffering. She deserves it. On the way back, Ingsacia and the others received a wave of curious glances. Who would have imagined that the least popular in a tribe would be? The weaker female actually possesses a high-level legendary animal companion. In addition, she is even pregnant with triplets, which shows that she has a great capacity for reproduction. Pregnancy in the world of beasts is not easy. Females cannot get pregnant in every heat. The strength and prosperity of a tribe depend on whether the males are strong. If there are many females, the strong strength means that there is sufficient protection capacity. This will bring more people to join the tribe. If there are more, the tribe will naturally prosper. And the fact that there are many females represents that the tribe has a powerful capacity for reproduction. This will attract more males. After all, females are scarce and valuable. Males want to reproduce. A strong protective ability attracts beasts to join. Females will also attract males. The more males there are, the stronger the group will be. There will be hatchlings. The young will grow. All of this complements each other. Is that the thin female? I really underestimated her. That's right. At the coming-of-age ceremony, no classmate chose her. Who could imagine that someone so thin could get pregnant in one go? This is the 9th level mate. How beautiful, attractive, and powerful. How lucky this slender female is. If I had known that she had such a strong reproductive capacity, I would have chosen her at the coming-of-age ceremony. But now, in whispers, Inseiya returned to the entrance of his cave. But when he reached the entrance, he realized that there were many companions standing at the entrance of his cave. Inkensha was confused, wondering why all those colleagues were at her door. She walked slowly back to her house, but when she reached the door, she gave this scene to her. Inseiya opened her eyes in surprise, unable to believe it. Are those comrades really here? At that moment, the entrance to Inkesia's cave was surrounded by companions. And these animals, they actually came to ask about the information of the Spirit Stone. Sanu was on the side, explaining to them. Chiancoxia looked at a group of people who would soon fill the cave. I was a little surprised, Chiancoxia commented. Does everyone want the Spirit Stone? Yes, we all want to. We also want to learn how to cook. The animals nodded and said. Thinking of this, Inseiya thought in his heart. Well, my friend, in the previous life, he did not lack reading novels about beasts. Which protagonist taught the orcs to use tools? Make tools? Now, it's her turn to be the protagonist. Who could imagine that one day I would actually travel back in time? It is okay. Since I'm already here, I'll accept it. So Chiangexia shouted. Wait, call your colleagues. In a moment, we'll go to the water's edge. Now I have to eat. When we finish eating, we will leave. They all responded in unison. Not bad. Then, they dispersed to go home to call their companions. Inseiya was eating. Suddenly, noises were heard in the cave. Inkexia came out and looked. The entrance to the cave was full of beasts. They were those females who said they needed a spirit stone. They were also accompanied by their classmates. The entrance was filled with a lot of things. There were praise. There were beast skins. There were fruits that I didn't know the name of. And there were some things that looked like gemstones. What is this for? Inkesha asked in amazement. It is our gratitude. Please don't be modest. We can't let you teach us alone. That's right. I heard you're pregnant with triplets. You're so thin you should eat more. Look at this beast meat. It is good for recovering energy. SHNU said from the side. INSEA nodded. INSEA just agrees. It is everyone's feeling. She won't accept it either. She still has to teach them a lot of things in the future, Insed said smiling. So, thank you all. Money no. In a moment I'll let you know about the Lothai tribe. I'm still not satisfied. Farewell with everyone. I incinerate the supplies scattered on the floor, full of melancholy. At that moment, Suankui looked at her with concern. He responded with a smile. Xiaxia, are you worried about how to place these things? Yes. Our shelter also can't accommodate as much. I didn't think it was sinking the flesh. Inseiya, in fact, would worry about having too many supplies. The next moment, Suankui approached her from behind. With one hand, he hugged her waist. Then, with his other hand, he gestured. The supplies that were everywhere disappeared instantly. Inseiya looked at the scene before her with wide eyes. This is a space like the one described in the novels. And the objects entered at once. Inseiya, bright-eyed and excited, asked, Is this a space power? Suankui replied, smiling. Yes, it's a space power. I have 3 special abilities. Ice, fire, and space. At this moment, next to Sanu, Jinfeng, hearing these words, felt a commotion in his pupils. His mouth trembled. All males of the beast era awaken special abilities. This is the blessing of the beast god. It is so that they can live better. As for when they will awaken, if the special abilities they awaken will be powerful, it depends on personal talent. For a common orc, it will only awaken a special ability. An orc with dual abilities has great talent. And this man in front of me has awakened 3 special abilities. Damn yes. He is truly the darling of the beast god. 2 elemental forces plus a special advanced space ability. Really, it's as if one beast is stronger than another. After eating, Sanu led his companion to inform the others to gather by the river, and Swankui took out a full bag, a bag of spirit stones, and put it in Inxian's hand. Inxia looked at the stone that was still shining with blue light. She was confused. What is this? Which made her look lost. Suwani felt a little pain for her. She, being a female, didn't know what a spirit stone was. This is called a spirit stone. It is the currency that circulates among the beasts. When we go home normally, some animals may have these spirit stones in their bodies, Suwani explained. The beast level of the blue spirit stone is equivalent to the 3rd level of beasts. The purple spirit stone is equivalent to the 5th level of beasts. The black spirit stone is said to be equivalent to the 12th level. In the continents I have traveled, let's not even talk about the 12th level. There are only 2 9th level beasts. I am one of them. Leveling up in beasts is getting harder and harder, so on this continent, you can walk with confidence, because I'm invincible. Inxia looked at him after listening. A torrent of complex emotions surged in his heart. I don't understand what he just said. Maybe you can walk sideways. Because I'm invincible, it really is very exciting for my beastly heart. She doesn't understand what the spirit stone is, but right now, she just wants to kiss her Ankui. Lower your head a little. Suan, whose head evidently lowered, and the next second, warm lips fell on hers. His snake-like eyes narrowed suddenly. Then, he yanked it up. He deepened this kiss. When the two stopped, they both had blushing faces. It's time to decide. Otherwise, SHNU and the others will have to wait a long time. They soon reached the edge of the waterfall from the previous time. Inkaratia stood to the side and began to guide everyone to look up what kind of stone to use to make the stone pot. After everyone found suitable stones, Jean FNG began teaching cutting. Inxia explained the cutting techniques on the side. Thus, they helped each other. Each person has a soft stone pot in their hand. Inseem looked at the great trees by the water. An idea was born in his heart. The stone bowl was still a bit heavy. If it was a wooden bowl, it would be very convenient. Estimating that the huge tree in front of her would be more than enough to make everyone's bowls. Husband, cut down that tree from here. Then, cut it in half. The other animals quickly move away. Spouse? What is a husband? Although Suankui was confused, he knew that Inseal was talking, so he raised his hand slightly. A thin sheet of ice flew quickly. The huge tree fell suddenly. Then, Inseal began directing her husband to divide the tree into different sizes. At the same time, he directed Jean FNG to make wooden bowls as if they were standing. All the animals were atonic. Soon, 3 sets of utensils were finished. Each utensil is polished very smoothly. Have you all observed well? Do you know how to do it? So, go do it. You exchange ideas. Consider the size of the utensils for themselves. I can't help but say it. Suwani was surprised. I didn't think it could be done like that. Her partner is truly stunning. Seeing that everyone had finished their utensils, Chiangxia had planned to go straight back to the tribes. Suddenly it occurred to him, what do they normally do with water? What if they have midnight silk and want to drink water? Let the partner go get water. If you are thirsty during the day, come here. They can drink water and also take a bath. At night, the partner will go to fetch water if they are thirsty. The females responded in unison. Chiangxia has moved a corner of her mouth. This is very inefficient. Every time they want to drink water, they have to run to the river. Companions could die of thirst. So I'll teach you how to make water storage tools. From now on, drinking water will be easy for you. In the next moment, INSEA had GINFNG use the same technique to remove the trunk from the center. This is how a large wooden barrel appeared. Then, it was a matter of polishing. INSEA even gave them instructions to make a lid. A wooden ladle to draw water. Soon, a large water storage barrel was ready. Then, Insi explained the functions of the barrel, one by one. And then, he also showed them a demonstration. Upon seeing Insea's demonstration, the creatures in the group thought that Insea was actually very intelligent. From now on, when they need water to drink, they won't have to run to the water. They will only have to go to the water and fill it again when it runs out. And after the demonstration, Insea was already hungry. In fact, I was already hungry before, thinking that I would come back after everyone was done. But now he was a little impatient. She looked at the man next to her. I am hungry. I want to eat fried meat. Suwani immediately hugged Qianxia and led her back to the cave. At this time, Inxia was at home enjoying a delicious grilled beef steak. And once more he exclaimed, "The quality of meat in this animal world is truly incredible. The meat of that bovine they call mumu cow is really juicy and tender." In his previous life, he had eaten a lot of beef steaks. Weren't they as good as these? It seems that you really like eating the meat of this animal. Suwani turned the meat over in the pan, while looking at her and saying with a smile. She looked completely satisfied as she ate. This meat is very delicious. It's juicy and tender, so juicy and tender. Then tomorrow I'll catch more. Eat as much as you want. Looking at that handsome man in front of her while cooking for her, while saying what she considered words of love. Suddenly he felt that he was not so selfish. Having a husband is really good. Now you can eat well at every meal. Inxia continued to enjoy his food. While she didn't know it, outside, many colleagues arrived, diagonal couples. At that moment, SHNU walked in. Inxia, how are you doing with food? Have you filled up? Everyone is waiting outside. When you're done eating, I'll go out and tell you. Inxia couldn't help but laugh at the sight of SHNU. She looked like a little sun. She was always full of energy. It wasn't long. Insea's hole was full of fellow/partners. She began the organization of her cooking course. Insea's cooking class has begun. He first demonstrated how to fry meat. He then showed how to cook meat soup. At this moment, Inxia feels that she has a great talent to be a teacher. Right now, she feels like a kindergarten teacher. She herself can't help but laugh a little. Although the beasts in front of her are tall and sturdy, but they are like little children now. They don't understand anything, and each one listens attentively. The atmosphere is indescribably cheerful. Inxia has been teaching all afternoon. She is already starting to feel a little tired. He has already taught almost everything. Inxia just said that he will take a break. In the next second, she was picked up in her arms. Suwanqi picked her up and began to walk towards the cave. Then he gently placed it on the grass nest. Sleep well. If you need anything, give me a call. Inxia originally meant something else, but the next second she fell asleep. When I saw her sleeping, her Anki felt warm inside. It sent a little energy to his abdomen. When it has enough energy, the young will be calm. Then it will not absorb your energy. When Suwani returned outside, everyone had already helped pick up everything. The pots were washed to perfection. Everyone was excited and ready to go home to cook. Qianxia slept very soundly this time. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. Suwani had just returned from hunting. When he entered the cave, he saw that she had already gotten up. "Why did you wake up so early?" "Maybe because I fell asleep early yesterday. So today I woke up early too," Qianxia replied. "Have you noticed that my sleep time has lengthened? I feel that my appetite has also increased a lot." Qianxia looked at him and asked, "You're expecting babies. Sleep more. And having an increased appetite is normal. Now my appetite is not that big yet. Wait 45 days. The appetite will be even greater." So how long will it take to deliver babies? Had Qianx thought about what it would be like to be a mother before? "I just didn't expect that. She really became a mother. The babies are 3 snakes. It takes more than 2 months to get pregnant, or about 70 days. Once the babies are born, I will have to incubate the eggs. More or less, it will also take about 60 days. Suwanqi said. And after saying this, he suddenly realized that now in CS he only had one companion. Once the babies are born, he will have to incubate the eggs. Then he will not be able to take care of Inxia. Suwanqi frowned, somewhat melancholy. He had originally not thought of finding another mate for Inxia, because no one was stronger than him, and he could take care of her completely, protect his mate. But now, once she lays the snake eggs, he will have to carry out an incubation period of 2 months. It cannot move away from eggs. If it were to move away from the eggs, the small snakes inside the eggs would immediately stop growing. It directly becomes a dead egg. This is why the Zhongwang snake breed is said to have difficulty reproducing. After birth, you also have to see incubation. He noticed that Suwani's face suddenly became very serious. Qian was already surprised. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why does it suddenly look so bad?" Suwani crouched down in front of her, looked at her seriously, and said, "Qianxia? When the snake egg hatches, I will incubate it here. During these 2 months of incubation, I can't get away from the snake egg. Otherwise, we will not be able to incubate our young. That means I won't be able to take care of you, and I won't be able to go out and get married. You need to find another partner, or even more. Suwani said this very seriously. In the beast world, almost every female has at least 4 or 5 mates. Some may even have dozens. Hearing this, Chiancaxia's head buzzed. This great husband wants to get her a second husband. I can take care of myself. So just focus on incubating the eggs. Anisha consoled him. With that appearance, how are you going to take care of yourself? When I wasn't here, you've already been eating thorny beasts to satiate your hunger. I can't go hunting. Are you going to eat thorny beasts again? Suankui got a little angry. Inkinsia blushed and touched his nose. The orcs of this beastly world are so adorable. The fish is called Thorny Beast. Summer. Now it's still spring. There is no lack of food. But then will come the hot season, the rainy season, and the cold season. She may not be able to take care of you well on her own, especially in the cold season. I'll go into hibernation. If you only have one companion, I'm afraid you wouldn't survive the winter. In addition, we now have babies. So my advice is, you need to find another strong partner. Suankui meant it very seriously. Insia also took it seriously. At this moment, an unknown voice came from the entrance of the cave. Insia! Insia! You've woken up! Insia looked on in confusion. She recognized this orc. It's the one she was celebrating the day she met Shnu. He is the level 7 orc of the clan, son of the leader. Beside him, Sunkui was staring closely at An Chun. Level 7 orcs. It's quite high. Yes, that's fine, although it cannot be compared to him. But it's not bad either. An Chun smiled and looked at Injia, saying, I have come to understand a few things. That's right, I want to ask you how much meat the clan sent you before. How much meat did you receive? That phrase has left everyone confused. What does this mean? Do you want to recover the meat? Beside him, Suankui looked at him with narrowed eyes. A dangerous atmosphere flowed in the air. What does this mean? It's because now they see that I have a partner. Do they want to get back what they gave me? Int spoke nonchalantly. An Chun heard the words, he said impatiently. No, it is not that. How could that be? That's just the way it is. My father always gives you a lot of meat. For you, as a female, it's more than enough. How did you come to eat thorns to satisfy your hunger? Hearing this, Insis fell silent. He began to remember his memory on my first and second days in the tribe. The meat that the tribe sent was, in fact, a lot. It was completely enough for me alone. But later, meat began to become scarce, especially after the coming-of-age ceremony. The meat they sent was only enough for one meal. I was so hungry that I had no choice but to look for food everywhere. Insi shrugged. He said nonchalantly. An Chun, after hearing Yinxia's words, his face turned somewhat dark. That meat sent by the tribe. Actually, it was my father's food. He set aside a large chunk of his food for you. Hearing this, the corner of Inxia's mouth twitched. So where did all that meat go? Now you must be very sure that some step went wrong. This led to the meat that arrived in Insea being so little. At that moment, a slender hand held out a bowl full of meat. A melancholy voice rang out. Sia, yes, it's time to eat. Inseem looked to the A side. At that moment, he looked like a beast abandoned by his partner. His eyes were full of melancholy. Probably, she was so engrossed in that she didn't even notice when Suanki had cooked the meat. Indeed, when a person is focused, it is easy to ignore other things. Inchisha took the bowl with both hands, looking at Suanki's grumpy face. She smiled sweetly at him and said to Suanki, Thank you, my best snake. Originally, she was on the side, annoyed. Suankui. Upon hearing these words, her discontent faded, and a blush appeared on her face. She began to speak in a broken manner. No, it's nothing. This is what it should be like as a partner. This is good. After eating, there's more. At that moment, An Chun saw this scene and felt uncomfortable to stay longer. Then, he opened his mouth and said, I won't bother you anymore. I will go and investigate this matter. I will inform you when I have results. So, I'll leave first. An Chun finished speaking and got up to leave. He went so fast. Chiancaxia didn't have time to say anything. He had already disappeared from sight. She wasn't done yet. From An Chun's words, it is not difficult to know that originally the meat owed to the landlady was enough for her to eat, but in the coming-of-age ceremony she was only sent a little each day, which was not enough to satiate her hunger. So where did all that meat go? At that moment, she just feels a little sad. Hoping Ken Chan would find the answer, he pulled out the companion who had devoured flesh. She definitely won't let them go. Only she knows that the owner of this body has already died. It's because of that damn companion who devoured flesh. He starved her to death. Only she knows. As she thought, the bowl in front of her was taken by a large hand. What happened? Do you like that in Chuang? The person has just left and looks devastated. If you want him to be your mate, I'll go steal him for you. Chisk, tisk, tisk. Wow, what a great smell of jealousy. Chiangxia took the bowl, looking at it mockingly as she ate meat. Really? Can this be stolen? Chiangxia intended to tease him, she said a little provocatively. The hand of his Aunt Kui who was cooking meat suddenly stopped. Wow, dude, she's really noticed that lion. He said he would help her get it. She really wants it. Seeing his angry expression, Insees only finds it funny. Insesia stood up, walked over to his side, then bent down to look at him. Why aren't you happy? Didn't you say you'd get him as a mate? I agree. Why are you still angry? At that moment, Insea really wanted to laugh out loud. But he hasn't played enough. It has to be contained. Suan Curtin looked at his face that looked like a smile, and it wasn't. After a good while, he couldn't find a reason, so he decided to turn the other way. Yes. At that time, he didn't understand either. Earlier, he had told him that he would get him a new partner. But now, he really made it clear that she was interested in other orcs. She even agreed to let him get her back as a companion. That bothered him, just as Swanky was about to close in on himself. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged him from behind. A soft voice sounded next to his ear. I'm just kidding you. When I looked at Anne, I was just thinking, if Anshun finds the orc who ate my flesh, how will that orc be punished? Intricia leaned on his back, he said with a little sadness. Suan Kui replied coldly, if you wish, they can take it from me for you. Inkaritzia was silent. He wanted that orc who ate his flesh to pay the price. But when Sun Kui said that he could take care of that orc, she felt it too. It's not that bad. It could not simply self-destruct. He couldn't die like that. Suddenly, she felt very tired. What should I do? I won't think about it anymore. I'll see what to do later. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Angxia leaned into his embrace. He said as if he had deflated. Suan Kui, hearing this, picked her up and gently placed her in the grass nest. Sleep. I'm outside. If you need anything, give me a call, Suwani said softly. Then he covered him with a soft bee skin. Chiangxia slept a long time. Suwani looked at the darkening sky and then looked at Qianxia, who was still asleep. He felt somewhat melancholy and lost. Although it is true that being pregnant with offspring, she sleeps more. But she has been sleeping a whole day without waking up or eating. That worried him a little. When Chiangxia woke up in a confused manner, she saw Suanyi with a worried expression in front of her. What's going on? Why do you have that worried face? Seeing her wake up, Suani's heart that was in suspense finally relaxed. Yes, you have slept a long time. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Prepares it for you. Chiangxia, it seemed, was a little dazed from waking up. He was silent for a moment before answering. Anything is fine. I'm already a little hungry. You decide. Then she looked up at the dark sky outside the cave. Qianxia realized that he had really slept a lot. In the next moment, a spelt figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Behind her, there was a tall figure. Qianxia, you've finally woken up. I have missed you so much, Coral said happily. During the time Qianxia was sleeping, Coral came many times. Koro didn't expect Qianxia to actually sleep a whole day. Today I slept a lot. He even made my partner come, Chiangxia said laughing. At the time, Suani was cooking meat. Hearing Qianxia's voice, he looked up at Qianxia. You definitely scared me. I know that females who are expecting young sleep more. But you just woke up and you've already slept. A whole day. Without eating or drinking. That scares the beasts. Inxiang came over and sat across from him. He stroked her face and said, Don't worry, I've worried you. Sun Kui said something hesitantly. No. It's nothing. If someone were to pay attention, they would notice that their ears were completely red. At that moment, Shnu suddenly sat down next to him. He turned his head to look at her. Dirty. In Kisha. I've heard you ate a fuma, prickly hedgehog, before, right? The day I met you and invited you to dinner. Chiangxia nodded. Shn looked at her with concern and said, you can eat the spiny hedgehog in our tribe. No one eats spiny hedgehog. If you are not careful, it could be deadly. Clearly you have nothing to eat. I invited you. Why didn't you come to eat with me? Insea remembered that day. That day, Shnu had prepared the table for him. At that moment, her partner looked at her intensely. How dare he go to eat? Spiny hedgehog can actually be eaten, although it has many spines. Its meat is very tasty, especially for making soup. It's really delicious, Insea said, smiling. Inkaricha thinks that fish in this world of beasts is simply delicious. In addition, the spines are large. No need to worry about swallowing thorns when she roasted fish. It had a very good meat aroma. The taste was very fresh and sweet. He doesn't even dare to imagine how good this fish would be if it was used to make soup. Coral showed doubt. The spiny hedgehog is delicious. She has only heard of beastmen who died from eating spiny hedgehogs. Beasts that have tasted spiny hedgehogs also say that it doesn't taste good. It's the first time you've heard someone say that spiny hedgehogs are tasty. However, since it is Insea who says so, there must be a reason behind it. Actually, the spiny hedgehog is very delicious. You just don't know how to eat it. So, let's do this. Tomorrow we will go to catch a spiny hedgehog. When I return, I will cook for them. At that point, don't fight over eating. Just after Quinzia finished speaking, they handed him a wooden bowl full of meat. Try it fast. How about my skill today? Suanki looked at her with some expectation and said, to cook the meat well. Privately, he has practiced a lot. All the meat he didn't cook well ended up in his stomach. Today, during the day, when Quinzia was sleeping, he practiced again. Insea looked at him with those little eyes full of expectation. He took some chopsticks and began to eat a piece of meat. Wow, how sticky, how sticky. It's so delicious. Swanki, I hope your skill improves even more. Insea, while eating, exclaimed, the meat he cooked before was not bad. It's just that she likes it a little more tender. She also hasn't said she likes to eat more tender. I didn't expect Suwani to have noticed. At that moment, she felt inexplicably moved. I even felt a little like crying. At this instant, it felt as if he had traveled to a beast world. It seemed like it wasn't too bad. Here, you don't have to worry about anything. Hearing her praise, Suwani felt very happy inside, but only smiled slightly on her face. Coral said, somewhat embarrassed. She was stunned. Can I eat some too? She knew it was a little daring, but his mouth had really watered. Chiancaxia quickly passed the bowl to her. Eat, eat. My partner's skill is really good. Try a little. As he said this, Yanxia also looked discreetly, out of the corner of his eye, to Suwani. This is the meat I fried him, so he shared it. He was afraid that Suwani would get a little upset, and Sun Kui smiled as she fried the meat and said, eat. It's not enough. There's more in the pot. He saw that Insea was peeking at him. He just thought it was a little funny. She's too adorable. Of course he wouldn't mind Shnu eating the meat he had fried. On the contrary, he thanked Shnu's family for taking care of Insea. Suan Kui turned and looked at Jean Fng, who was standing on the side, smiling slightly. Help me cut the beef in the space into bite-sized pieces. Afterwards, it will be easier for me to cook for my partner. Jean Fng did not understand. You, a great 9th-level expert cutting meat into small pieces, is not a matter of moving a finger. It is not an easy task for you. Suan Kui shot him a glance and said nonchalantly, it's just that my power is too strong. With my lowest power level, the cutting flame, it will sew the flesh immediately. The ice sword can freeze meat. I have yet to thaw. It's a problem. Jean Fng looks very upset. Why do I feel like I'm being manipulated? Then he told him to throw the meat at him. So, someone threw meat. One, while the meat is still in the air, already cut it into small pieces. Then he fell on the stone table when the pile of meat was almost full. Suankuri kept the meat in space. During this time, he did not stop cooking the meat in his hand. With one hand, he throws the meat, and with the other he cooks and turns the meat. Insia and Shnu, the two beasts, were stunned. Insea, don't you feel that your partner has become more handsome? There is a surplus. Insi watched as she ate, but after saying it, she felt something wasn't right. SHNU. Didn't you feel that your Ankui became more handsome? Truth? I too suddenly feel that my partner has changed. He has to be attractive and handsome. Our thoughts are really the same. Coral is a little in love right now, but the object of her crush is only her own husband. Yanxia felt a little amused and confused upon hearing his words. She knew why Coral said that. Because men who work seriously are the most attractive. Qiangxia walked up to Coral, and then in a mischievous whisper, she told her that she likes it so much that she has a baby with Jin Feng. It is better that one who looks like him is born. This will give you a small version of Jin Feng to play with. Coral returned to Ciel to listen to Qiangxia's words. His eyes sparkled. A small version of Jim Feng looks pretty good. Then, Coral spoke directly. Jim Feng, tonight, you'll sleep with me. Jim Feng was a little surprised to hear this. Tonight it was not he who would rest with Coral. Why did she suddenly let him accompany her? Off to the side, Sun Kui watched silently. He glanced at his partner. He smiled slightly. She. Really? He already knew that Jean FNG and the other comrades, people take turns resting with their partners. At that moment, Insea did not realize that his phrase was going to make a male lose the opportunity to spend the night. At that moment, in the nearby cave, Qianse was still carefully preparing the bed for tonight, looking forward to spending the night with joy. When the meat was cut, INSEA and SHNU were also satisfied. Jean FNG helped Swankui clean up and clean everything. SHNU also said goodbye to Insisha and returned home. At that moment, in the house of SHNU, Kui looked at SHNU with a hurt expression. Originally, today it was his turn to rest with SHNU, as it was at one point to leave. When he returned, he became a companion for her to rest. Looking at Qianse, who looked wounded, SHNU felt a little embarrassed. Originally, it was Qianse's turn to accompany her to rest. She suddenly changed partners. He feels a little bad for him. Then you can both join me to rest. SHN said a little embarrassed. While the other two shone with enthusiasm, outside the cave it was pitch black. The sounds of insects and birds could be heard. If you listen carefully, vague, ambiguous sounds can also be heard. Inxia curled up in the arms of his Ankui. She gently stroked his belly. You say that when we reach 60 days, you will be able to feel if the offspring are male or if they are female. Right? But I guess they should all be macho, right? In my tribe, in this one. It seems that I have not heard of any female calves born, Swankui said softly. He put his hand on her belly. And if it turns out to be a female calf, Inxia defiantly responded. Suan thought for a while and said, if it is a female calf, then I will protect her well. I will not let any harm happen to her. My female baby of Suan Kui deserves all the best in this world. Inkexia grimaced. Suan Kui is still a slave to the daughters. And the male offspring? Are male offspring like that too? Inkexia asked mockingly. The male offspring are simply thrown outside so that they live independently. Suan Kui said it without compassion. These words frightened Insea. Suanzu, if you dare to throw my son outside to live, I won't want you as a companion, Insea said a little angrily. She has worked hard to carry out her pregnancy and give birth to the young. He really said that he would have to be thrown away if he dares to take the children. Then she will first get rid of her Ankui. Suan Kuti couldn't understand her reaction. In the world of beasts, males must already be independent. Weak males do not deserve to live. This is the strict law of the beast world. Suan Kui was silent for a moment. He sat down and looked at her saying, you don't need me as a beast. So who will take care of you if you can't let go of the child? Then you can breed it diagonal/take care of it for a while. I can keep it. Hearing this, Jianxia became even more angry. Speaking of which, what does it mean to raise it diagonally to take care of it for a while? Qianxia, why are you so angry? In my legacy, the King Serpent family is like that. Since I was born, my father kicked me out directly to live independently. Since I was little, I have struggled to survive. My level 9 power is not easily obtained. Talent is very important, but effort is also very important. So are young males of other breeds, Unani explained. Sueni's words made Qianxia suddenly calm down. She forgot that she now lives in the beast world of another world, and not in that modern 21st century. I'm sorry, I've been carried away by my emotions, Qianxia said with a somewhat weak tone. Suani looked at Qianxia, who had a discouraged expression. It hurts a little for him. At least he is a 9th-level beastman. There are not many who can be his opponents. If your partner does not want to separate from the child, she raises him by her side. Then you just have to find a way to teach him. Chiang Kexia. If she doesn't want to separate you from the child, raise him by your side. I'm very strong. There is no problem in taking care of you. The important thing is that you are happy. Hearing his words, Jansia was stunned. Then she hugged him tightly. She knew that Suwani being able to say that was already something very valuable. He considers it very important, so important that he could abandon the iron rules of the beast world for her. The two hugged each other for a long time. No one said anything, they just hugged each other tightly. After a while, Chiangxia decided to tell Suwanyi that she is a soul from another world. She, as a soul of the 21st century, lives in this beast world. It is destined to be unable to continue in the original form. The way of life of the orcs, and the things she's doing now. In fact, they cannot withstand critical examination. If anyone raises any doubts, then everyone will notice of what she has done, at least for this tribe. It's too advanced. As for Xuanzhu, he won't be able to hide it for long. Sooner or later, he will start to get suspicious. Chiang Kexia took a deep breath. I want to tell you something. This may seem a bit unbelievable, but here's the truth. If you have any ideas, you can tell me. It's rare to see Chiangxia so serious. Suwani sat up straight immediately. And then he felt it. Suwani, actually, I'm not the real Chiangxia. I'm an otherworldly soul who has crossed over. In fact, before he found me, the owner of this body had already died. I just arrived and annexed myself to this body. Can you understand it? Suwani pondered for a moment and asked, that is, the original beast of this body has already died. You crossed over and occupied this body and then resurrected, right? Chiangxia felt a little nervous at that moment. That's right, there's no doubt about it. The original Chiangxia is now dead. The one I am now is another Chiangxia. Suwantini didn't show any expressions after listening. Chiang Kexia couldn't guess what he was thinking at that moment. Only Suwantini was seen to say calmly, MM. And then, this no longer made sense. She had imagined many situations, but she had never imagined a situation like this. MMA Chiangxia is stunned? Is this all? Is that all there is? I said I came from another world. I am not the owner of this body. I'm not of this world either. Aren't you surprised? Don't you have anything to say? Suwani hugged the person in front of him. Surprised. But does that matter? In the end, you are you. With you is who I live, right? Does it matter if you're the original Chiangxia? He doesn't care if there's a crossover or not. He doesn't care who the real owner of the body is. She only knows that the person she hugs is her, and that's enough. Chiangxia never imagined that she would have such a reaction. At that moment, she only felt that her heart, which was empty before, was suddenly filled by something. Suwani suddenly felt a slight tremor from the person in her arms. Then he heard a soft sob. Xuanzhu was immediately frightened. Chiangxia, what's wrong? Have I done something wrong? Don't cry anymore, don't cry. Tell me what I have done wrong, I'll change it. Suwani comforts her with affection. I never thought that. Chiangxia started crying louder. Chiangxia raised her head. His eyes, red and swollen from crying, looked at him. Why don't you care at all? Did you hear that I came into this world through a crossing? Are you not afraid? Looking at her red and swollen eyes from crying, Suwangrani felt a pain in her heart. What do you care? Do you mind not owning the original body? Suwanheni was confused. Then he said in a very firm voice, Sia, it seems that you have always been confused about something. You say, are you someone I picked up after you crossed? From the beginning to the end, the one I know is only you. From the beginning, the one who met me is you. What could I care about? It seems that Chinatsu never realized this. Suddenly, his heart stopped. The repressed emotions in his heart were suddenly released, watching as his emotions gradually improved. Suwansu heaved a sigh of relief inside. He smiled slightly. You say, why am I not afraid? I'm a 9th-level beastman. On this continent, I believe that there are no more than 2 who can be my opponents. What can a weak female like you do to me? Why should I be afraid? Yes, you really are adorable. Chiang Kexia at that time felt that she was going to break. Is it true that 3 years of nonsense after pregnancy is real? She thought he was pretty smart. How has it become this now? Suwani stroked his head. Don't think nonsense. You are you. It's too late. Lie down and rest. Suwani finished speaking and hugged her to bed. At that moment, Yanshi felt a new surge of emotions in his heart. Suwani, think. What name will we give them after the little one is born? Suwani was silent. I hadn't really considered that question. Chiangkexia also began to ponder. Suddenly, a man appeared in her mind. Suan Yan. I came up with a name I think is super good, Suwani asked with a slight laugh. What name? Chiang Shuan. Sounds good? Chiangxia was very pleased with that name. It contains a Chiangxia character. It also has a Suanyi character. Suran and whispered it in a low voice. Who do they dream of? Who do they dream of? Suddenly he smiled. Sounds good. It's a good name. Sa Isa, you really know how to name names. In the end, Chiangxia firmly decided on the names of the 3 cubs. The eldest brother, who sounds the second brother, Sisinya, the third brother, Novai. Chiangkexia was very satisfied. He couldn't help but sigh that he really wasn't less. She was a woman who had read countless novels, Chiangkexia was thinking. A deep voice full of magnetism sounded close to his ear. Yes, I am very curious, you said before. Offer. I'm very curious. What did you mean when you called me husband before? I mean, in my old world, it's a term for couples. I see. So call me again. Let me listen. You haven't called me that in several days. The corners of Qianxia's lips rose. Is he being flirtatious? Husband, Qianxia called sweetly. She had called her husband once. It was a moment. He had not adapted to the coexistence of 2. In her past life, she didn't even have a boyfriend. In this life, suddenly, a husband came directly. At first, I wanted to call him by his name, but I felt that calling him that was too distant. Then, without knowing why, he responded naturally. Now he has gotten used to it, so he just called him by his name. Hearing her call him husband, Suwani's heart tingled. He said quietly, call again. So Chiangxia, obedient and sweet, called him again. The next second, Chiangxia was picked up and hugged. A fiery and fierce kiss fell on her. A good while. Suwani finally reluctantly let go of her. He then got up and went to the entrance of the cave. Sia, you sleep first. I'm gonna go out for a moment. Chiangxia looked at him as he reached the entrance, and also moved the bucket of water next to it. Was it as she thought? Suwani, with the bucket in her arms, took a cold shower outside. Suwani was in the water for a long time. He finally managed to suppress that desire. He sighed deeply. I had never been in contact with a female before, much less talk about mating. He still remembers those days after Chiangxiache went. He almost killed him. When Zuni returned to the cave, Qianxia was already asleep. Qianxia had planned to wait for him to return to sleep, but he waited so long that he did not see him return. Then, in the end, he got tired of waiting. Waiting, she fell asleep. That nap left Qianxia completely refreshed. When he woke up, he saw Suwani still lying next to him, and he was a little surprised, because in the previous days, every time he woke up, he could no longer see Suwani. Did he get tired last night? Chiangxia muttered softly. The next second, Suwani hugged her tightly. What are you saying? Yes. Why did you wake up? Qianxia, curious. She speaks so softly. That woke him up. I woke up when you woke up. Did I wake you up? Were you tired last night? Suwani, confused. Why would he be tired? Chiangxia said softly, blushing. Weren't you outside last night? I'm not tired. I only saw that the barrel had no water. He went out to fill a bucket of water, Swanzo said very seriously, evading. I understand. Hee. At that moment, Qianxia's heart. I don't believe you one bit. Suwani kissed him on the forehead and stood up. Are you hungry? I'm going to make you breakfast. Quickly, Suwani cooked the meat. Suwani took a piece of meat and blew it on. After he cooled down a bit, he gave it to Qianxia, just as Qianxia was enjoying his meal. From the entrance of the cave came a sound. Qianxia, have you woken up? That sound seems a little familiar to me. Chiangxia looked at Suwani. Suwani understood immediately. He got up and walked towards the entrance. It wasn't long. Then he saw Suwani enter with Ongquan. Ongquan and Suwani sat side by side facing Chiangxia. Chiangxia? As he ate meat, he asked, were you looking for me for something? At that moment, Ongquan's face was somewhat grave. I've researched everything. The meat that was originally meant for you was stolen by a beast named Uyue, stole it from him. Ongquan began to tell the story of what happened. His father, Sizan, had commissioned Uyue to send meat to Qianxia every day. For 2 days in a row, he brought meat to Qianxia. While making deliveries, he was spotted by a female named Ayana. Ayana thought, why should I give meat to this nuisance? So he messed with Uyu. She promised Uyu that she only needed to give him half the meat, so she would consider being his partner. And Uyu also had a soft character. He had never found a partner. This proposal really excited Uyu, but he had not yet accepted. Elena thought that the temptation they offered her was not enough. So she took the initiative and had relations with Uyu. Uyu, a male who rarely had contact with females, was tempted in this way. He couldn't resist it at all. After that, Ina became more intense, asking for more and more meat. In the end, the meat that was left in Qianxia's hands was only a small piece. This is the full story of what happened. I came to ask you, how do you want to handle it? And no, it's that bad female and not again. Qianxia was silent for a moment. How does the clan want to handle it? And Shan was silent. Qianxia, do you think this is okay? Kana and Yume apologize to you. Then, his family will take care of it from now on, until the day he gives health all food during this time. Anshun spoke while watching Qianxia's expression. She was afraid that Qianxia would not be satisfied with her solution. Qianxia frowned. To tell the truth, at home we don't lack food now. Food for 30 days. What kind of punishment is this? This result does not satisfy him. And if I say I'm not satisfied, Qianxia's suddenly cold attitude surprised Anchuan. His fear came true. So, Qianxia, what do you plan to do? I want Ine and Uyue to be expelled from the tribe. Qianxia spoke very calmly. Anchuan frowned. This is complicated. Inaya is a female of the Lion King tribe, and 2 of his companions are also Golden Lion Beastmen. In comparison, Qianxia still can't be considered a female of the clan. The clan's orcs tend to lean more towards Ina, even though they know that Ina is wrong. Orcs, among clans, are so. Even if they manage to drive Ina out, her beast husbands would surely follow her. After they leave the Lion King's clan, they are sure to find another clan to join. If they want revenge on the Lion King clan, based on their knowledge of the clan, it is very likely that they will join a new clan to attack the Lion King clan. At that time, the clan will be in a dire situation. Of course, this is just the worst consequence he can think of for now. There may be no solution to this. Anshun said this in a somewhat heavy tone. Then, he mentioned again what he had been considering. Just hope that Qianxia can understand. The unexpected thing is that Qianxia's reaction was very calm. She had already anticipated this outcome. So I want Inai and Uyue to come from the entrance of the tribe. Kneel on the way to my house. Kneel before me sincerely to apologize. Other than that, there will be no negotiations. The tone of Qianxia suddenly became very cold. Anshun had wanted to say something else, but he held back. He knew that Qianxia was serious. Seeing him hesitate, Qianxia added very coldly, "This is my red line. If she is not willing, I don't care if my partner finishes off with her companion." After saying this, Suan Kenny, on one side, seemingly casually, raised a cold blue flame in her palm. In an instant, the temperature in the cave dropped several degrees. Anchuan didn't know. This was a warning from Suan Yi. "I understand. I'll have Inayu and Yue come and apologize to you, so I'm leaving." After saying that, he quickly got up and walked out of the cave. After Anshun left, Qianxian didn't even feel like eating. How could I eat anything? Qianxian could not understand. Ina knew very well that the original was weak. I knew the original couldn't get food. She also knew that there were no males who loved or cared for her. She knew it very well. Still, he stole her flesh. Some people are just plain bad by nature. This beastman named Uyue is also just as disgusting. The more Qianxia thought, the angrier she became. At this moment, he really wanted to hit Igana. As I thought about this, tears suddenly began to flow. Seeing Qianxia crying, Suanzu hurriedly walked over and hugged her. "Why are you still crying? If you're not satisfied, can I go kill them? Is that okay?" Suani said, with great concern. "I'm just not satisfied. How can there be such profound beasts?" She knows very well that the original Qianxia was weak and fragile. He knows that the meat given to him by the boss is his source of survival, it is his means of living. Even so, he has to steal. Do you know how he died? She died from filling her stomach. She, bearing her weak body, went out with the collection equipment. In the end, he couldn't resist. That's how he died, in the field. And the orcs who dated her, surprisingly, None noticed that she had disappeared. Bah! Of course I'm not satisfied with this result. I even want his life to be exchanged for hers. But Chiankexia cries hard in her arms. She cries without being able to catch her breath. Suanjani is so sorry that he almost died. It's the first time she's seen Qianxia cry in such a heartbreaking way. You did well enough, Yuxia. If she could see it, she would understand you. Be obedient. Don't cry anymore. Crying a lot is not good for the little one. Suani could no longer do anything. He had to use the little boy as an excuse, just as I expected. Chiankexia, hearing that it was not good for the little guy, stopped crying to Malarace. Although she was no longer crying, her whole body was still shaking. Suani gently patted her on the back to calm her down. Yes, you did very well. At that moment, Sanu suddenly walked in. Qianxia! Qianxia! You've already woken up! Qianxia! What's wrong with you? Who made you cry? Sanu suddenly became angry. Suani briefly explained what happened. Sanu listened, and immediately his anger increased. Okay, no wonder he talked about her and Chiankexia at the entrance of the tribe at first. It turns out that he already had bad intentions before. Sanu turned and left. As he left, he shouted out loudly the names of his 5 beastmen. Everyone, come with me. Today I'm going to fight. Today. He must teach Ina a good lesson. Hearing Sarunu say that he was going to fight, Qianxia quickly rose from Suani's arms. But just as she got up, Suani pulled her back in. Sanu wants to fight to defend me. No way. I must go and watch. When Zano gets angry, she becomes impulsive. Her beast husband always does what she says. Don't make him go over the line. Sia. You don't need to stop it. Sanu is not stupid. He's not going to kill that female. Besides, it was really me who told Sanu on purpose about this. What Suryan said is that everything is quiet. What do you mean? What an old man does not understand. Didn't Anshuan say it? Ina is a native female of the Lion King tribe. If you and that female have a conflict, plainly speaking, the orcs of the tribe will still support that Imena. But Sanu is different. She is also a native female of the Lion King tribe. If she makes such a fuss, the orcs of the tribe will not favor anyone. Then everyone will see what really happened. Sanu will narrate the facts, so everyone will know this female and her partner. From then on, in this tribe, they will be despised by the other orcs. Also, for your contribution to the orcs of the tribe a while ago, everyone will be on your side. If so, think about it. How does it feel to be despised by all orcs? Is that feeling pleasant? Hearing Xuanzhu's words, Chiankexia wanted to like it, so cleverly planned. In ancient times, he would be a great emperor. But suddenly, Chiankexia felt a little guilty. He felt like he owed Sanhu an apology. It's okay. I'll talk to Jim Feng. I'll just give you another giant beast. Suani says that everything is light and calm. Sanu, on the other hand, is full of energy. And 5 beastmen appeared directly at the door. Ina, get out of here. Get out immediately. Sanu was really furious. Chiankexia might not have had to suffer so much. It's all the fault of these 2 black-hearted beasts. A while later, Ina and her companions left. Sanu, what's wrong with you? What are you doing screaming at the entrance of my cave so early? Sanu said with a cold smile. What's wrong with me? Hee, don't you know what you've done? What have I done? How do I not know? I haven't seen you these days, have I? If you're upset, why are you yelling at me? And Naba continues to resist. At that moment, Ina's fellow beast, Lindong said, Jim Feng, what do they mean? Our sleep is interrupted so early in the morning. I know you're strong. But this is really too much, isn't it? Sanu didn't hold back and reprimanded him severely. We, the females, are talking. What does it matter to you? Get lost. Linda 11 blushed with discomfort at being refuted. I didn't know what else to say. After all, in the beast world, females talk, and males can't interrupt as they please. At that moment, Jim Feng's gaze towards Ling Long was filled with coldness. I see that you have completely forgotten the rules. I think it is necessary for me to teach you well what rules are. Jin Feng's extremely cold tone made Ina's beast companions tremble, especially Lin Dongse. There was only panic in their eyes. He just wanted to win a little sympathy in front of Ina. How did it happen that things ended like this? Linden stood by Ina's side, anxious and fearful. The other beastly men looked at him with reproachful looks. They are no match for Jim Feng. If they were to fight, they would surely get hurt. It's all this stupid Ling's fault. At that moment, a female from the group of spectators asked, Sanu, what did you do and nothing? I see you so angry. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know Chiangxia. Sanu looked at Inai and asked loudly with a serious expression. Everyone began to respond as well. After all, having a 9th-level beast companion and being pregnant. The news of the 3 cubs had already spread throughout the tribe. In addition, Chiangxia taught everyone how to make tools. He taught everyone new ways to prepare food. Everyone has a good impression of Chiangxia. Chiangxia was picked up by a beast of our tribe, and Chiangxia's food was always provided by the chief, himself. For the first 2 days, Chiangxia could still get a large piece of meat. Then Chiangxia's meat was decreasing. In the end, the meat he received was only enough for 1 meal. Do you know that Qiansha ate? She would go to the water to catch thorny beasts to eat. This is how he maintained his life. When Sanu reached this point, he was already on the verge of exploding with anger. Hearing this, Inaya had begun to panic. Uyue, who was behind Ina, also showed a grave expression. I didn't expect this to have been so long. How could it come to light? Sanu turned around and looked at the crowd watching as he continued to speak. And the meat that should belong to Chiangxia was devoured by Ina and Uyue. This bad female from Ina, even for a little meat, became actively involved with Uyue. And in the end, Uyu also gave him half of the meat. Then, she asked for more and more meat. Qianxia received less and less meat. Qianxia was nearly starved to death in the tribe. The beasts were surprised. Everyone was shocked by Sanu's words. That is really excessive. Ina, how can you be so shameless? You can't keep up with so many beastmen. You're gonna steal other people's flesh. Are your beastmen so useless? They don't even have the ability to feed you. To the point that you have to exchange your body for cards. Eating thorny beasts for beasts in general. Who would eat that? You can imagine how difficult Kuxian, Shexia, and Nabalisan's life was. You really are very evil. The murmurs and accusations made Ina's face darken. It is not like that. No, I'm not like that. Don't speak without foundation. What evidence do you have to prove that I was the one who took the meat? Ina, trembling, continued to insist. Before you present any evidence, she will not admit it. And what he didn't see was that he fled after her, his face pale. At that moment, a voice emerged behind Ine from the other beastmen. Sanu, what evidence do you have to prove that it is from Ine? And what did that seizure of Qianxia meat flee? And then, the situation. The owner of the voice approached everyone. This is Ina's first beast companion, Kanza. A new 5-stage black. Actually, Kanza already knew in his heart that this was almost a fact. But as the first beast companion, although he knew that his partner was wrong, still, he had to defend Kanza. Suddenly, a charming female voice emerged from the crowd. Test! I am the evidence. That's enough? They all turned. Qianxia approached slowly, still feeling uneasy. I had to come and see. Suwani could not refuse it. In the end, he brought her with him. Only he did not expect that as soon as he arrived, he heard those words. This body is the evidence. If you want more evidence, then I'll invite the chief and Anchuan to talk nicely. Qianxia's mother took care of her for 10 days, but her body didn't gain any weight. She is still as thin as ever. At this time, Suanti, behind Chiangxia, narrowed her eyes. His eyes were filled with endless cold. Kanza felt a weight in his heart. He knew that things were not going well. He clearly felt the pressure emanating from the other person. This problem will likely be difficult to solve. Suwani glanced at Jim Fent, who was next to her. He spoke calmly. Invite the chief and Anchuan. Jim Fenton gave him an annoyed look. Then he turned around and left to invite the boss and Anchuan. The next moment, Uyu suddenly shouted, It's me! It's my selfishness. I want to pursue Inna. So I coveted the meat that the boss gave me. I gave the meat as a gift to Inna. That was my fault. At that moment, he was completely trembling. I was very afraid. But this was the best way he could think of, and Nahi is now his partner. He will do everything possible to protect it. Instead of waiting for the boss and Anchuan to reveal the truth, it is better for him to admit everything himself. Whatever the other party wants to do, let them do it. He accepts it. Uyu's scream made the scene stop for a few seconds. Ina was also stunned. Qianxia was surprised. He is clearly a person of gentle and shy character. Now, suddenly he has the courage to do it in front of everyone. Admit their despicable actions. This made Qianxia look at him with more respect. Then, Yu broke through the crowd and approached Qianxia. He knelt down directly. Keelan Xia, I'm sorry. It was I who lost my mind. It was my mistake. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with my partner. Whatever you want, I'll do anything to please you. Uloi stammered embarrassedly, his head lowered and trembling. And 2 drops fell on the ground. So, I want you to die. Qianxia spoke coldly. His judge was frightened by Qianxia's words. He raised his head, surprised, looking at her. His eyes were filled with fear. Qianxia gesticulating with her hand? Isn't your request a little excessive? Just as Kanza finished speaking, he was thrown backwards. What kind of thing are you? Do you dare to talk to my colleague like that? Qianxia turned around. He only saw Xuanzhou making a gesture. At that time, the atmosphere in the place was very tense. Originally, when Qianxia said that Hu Jume must die, everyone began to mutter. Everyone thought that Qianxia's request was excessive, but when Kanza flew away, they all made a silent pact and shut their mouths. Great 9th level figure. I don't get involved, I don't get involved. Yu was already afraid. At this moment, the fear reached its peak. Ina's beast husbands quietly came to Kanza's aid. Then, they looked at Uyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and sighed silently. Qianxia looked around at everyone present. Finally, his gaze stopped in weariness. I've gone too far. He ran away and took away what I needed to survive when he went to please Ina with food. Do you know how I've been living? I always thought it was because I didn't have any. Find a partner like the Golden Lion Beastman. That's why the tribe gave me less food. If so, I will accept it. After all, when I fainted in the field, the tribe took me in. I am very grateful to the tribe. That's why I joined the gathering group to earn some food for myself. I just didn't expect me to pass out from starvation in the field. In the end, it was my partner who saved me, lucky enough. If I had encountered a wild beast or a bad stray animal, then my life would have already gone to see the beast god. Qianxia's words made everyone present look at each other, those who thought she was excessive. At that moment, everyone lowered their heads silently. They did not think that Qianxia had such a situation. What if this had happened to them? It is possible that they would not have let the other one pass so easily either. Do you know what I did on the days when I didn't have food to eat? He was going to hunt thorny beasts to eat. He had almost married all the thorny beasts on the back mountain. What do I do if I'm still hungry? I went to get fruit to eat. I don't care if those fruits are edible or not. I just know that I am unbearably hungry. I need to fill my stomach. I almost starved to death. New? Qianxia said it intentionally and a little exaggerated. Originally, I just wanted to highlight how miserable I was back then. I couldn't stop thinking about starving, the original Qianxia in the countryside. To the point that in the end, his voice trembled. I am sorry. I am sorry. I didn't think about it. I am sorry. Oh, I kneel on the floor crying and apologizing. Anchuan and the boss had just arrived. They only heard Qianxia's somewhat muffled and trembling words. Anchuan stopped short. Little did she know that Qianxia was almost starving. There was a moment. Anchuan didn't want to defend Yina and Yue anymore. Inase was stunned by Qianxia's words. He did not imagine that things would develop like this. Looking at Uyue kneeling on the ground, then he looked at Kanza, who was wounded next to him. With tears in her eyes and trembling, she walked up to Qianxia. Then he knelt down. I'm sorry, Qianxia. I was greedy. I'll do whatever you want. But could you please forgive Ukayu? He did this because he listened to me. I beg you, can you not kill him? Ina is really afraid. At the beginning of things, she thought about how to evade responsibility, but didn't think that. Uyu actually admitted directly and took all the blame on himself. At that moment, she was stunned. Although she had several beast husbands, she also knew that they weren't really with her out of love. They only wanted a descendant. Just because the female they desired, they didn't want to mate with them. In the end, only she accepted. She just didn't expect Uloe to really treat her sincerely. He would prefer to take all the blame, even if Qianxia said he wanted his life. He never blamed her in the least. Qianxia? Can we talk about this? Although this matter is a big mistake they made. But in the end, you are still alive too. If it's about Uyue's life, it's better to leave it, Chief Sisan said to Qianxia. The chief's words surprised Qianxia. She was stunned and speechless. Xuanzhou, seeing this, stepped forward and hugged her. The boss said just what Qianxia was most afraid to hear. It was also what saddened her the most. The expression that Angsuan was unusual and Suanyi's protection made Angsuan clearly feel that something was not right. Remembering his father's words, he was very confused. Why? Suddenly, Qianxia felt very helpless. Originally, when she got to this point, she thought she was going to achieve her goal. He could get justice for his original deceased body. Actually, he didn't want Uyu's life. He just wanted to scare them a little. Let Ilya and Nalo know what they really did. What a serious mistake they made. She wants them to apologize from the heart, with sincerity and repentance. Now she has gotten the result she wanted. She should be satisfied. Enough is enough. What would I do with your life? I won't forgive them so easily. Daily food from now until you give birth. Remember to send it. At this moment, Qianxia wanted to say nothing. She looked at Suwani. Suwani immediately understood what he meant. He picked her up in his arms and turned to leave. Seeing Qianxia's unusual expression and her figure as she left, Sanu also hurriedly left. Several beastmen also rushed to follow. Boss Sison thought that he would have to make more effort to convince Qianxia with words. He hadn't even planned anymore. If Qianxia didn't agree, he would have to use the fact that he would send her food as an argument. Although the matter started because of this. But it is true that he brought him meat for so long. Withdrawing his thoughts, Boss Sison looked coldly at the two people who were still kneeling on the ground and said they should thank Qianxia for her kindness if she really wanted their lives. I couldn't stop her either. Every day, you bring food to Qianxia. If you commit another crime, all of you must leave the tribe. This matter came to an end. Sanu returned home right behind Qianxia, and after Qianxia returned to the cave, he went to sleep. Now she doesn't want to think about anything, she just wants to be alone. Suwani left the mountain after confirming that Qianxia was asleep. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask Sanu to take care of Qianxia. Alright, go do your thing. Qianxia is here with me, go do your thing. Qianxia is safe with me here. Sanu was so happy, she can take care of Qianxia again. Maybe it was because of the first impression. She really likes to take care of Qianxia. It's like taking care of a puppy. After concluding the conversation with Sanu, Suwani did not rush out. Thinking that Qian has given birth in 30 days. After the cubs hatch, he will have to start incubating the eggs. At that point, you won't be able to care for it. So he needs to find her a beast companion before Qianxia from Alophilus. She needs to find him a beast husband, and her choice for this second beast husband in her heart is… At that moment, Anshun looked at Suwani at the entrance of the cave and asked, "Did you come to find me? Is there anything to talk about?" Suwani said this as she leaned against the entrance of the cave. There's something. Anchuan looked at him stunnedly, waiting for his next sentence. However, this animal didn't say anything for a long time. Anchuan felt silent inside. Why don't you say what it is? Didn't you come to me just so that I can release your charm, right? Hearing this, Suwanshani showed a gloomy expression. I hear you haven't formed a couple yet. Suwanshani pretended to be carefree as she said this. At that moment, Anchuan had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. Did you come to look for me? Aren't you going to tell me that you want me to be Qianxia's second animal husband? Suwani raised her head to look at him. He said very seriously, yes, you're not wrong. I want you to be Qianxia's second animal husband. Anchuan had a large questioning expression on his face. This guy is serious. Then he began to feel lost. No, that's not it. What does this mean? Hey, Qianxia is about to give birth. Once the snake eggs hatch, I will have to incubate the eggs immediately. And in addition, the incubation time needs 60 days. During those 60 days, I can't get away from snake eggs. In this way, I won't be able to take care of Qianxia. That's why I want to find a partner to… It's obvious. You're the beast I've chosen. Sueni spoke sincerely. Hearing this, Anshan asked hesitantly. This, not right? Qianxia agreed? As he said this, Suani looked up and shot him a look. His green snake pupils were filled with mockery. Is there something here? Is there something wrong? Do you, Anquan, have a female you like? I couldn't believe it. If Anquan had a female that he liked, he would have already formed a mate and had offspring. Chan was silent upon hearing this. How? Do you really have a female you like? Anshan's attitude made Suani feel a little insecure. No, I don't have a female that I like. Anshuan replied suddenly. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me if you're willing to be Chinatsu's second beast husband. Suani no longer wanted to argue. Also, he has to go to the cloud forest to hunt. Anshun fell silent again. He couldn't express his feelings towards Qianxia, but Suanyi said that it should be Qianxia's. He is not resistant. Inexplicable. The image of Qiangxia appeared in his mind. I saw her teaching the orcs of the tribe how to cook. He saw her talking to him. And also the image of today, when she suddenly felt dejected in the crowd. Suddenly, he thought about that. Anshuang asked his doubt. I want to ask, today, after my father finished speaking, Qiangxia suddenly changed? She suddenly changed completely. You rushed to protect her too. Why is this? He thought and thought. What his father said had no problem. Then, Suani gave him a meaningful look and said, after you become Qiangxia's partner, you'll know. At the time, Swan didn't want to say anything else here either. He stood up, turned around, and left. Let's talk as we walk. Do you want to be Qiangxia's male partner? Think about this. Give me the answer tomorrow. I'll leave first. To be honest, Suan-Hang wasn't worried that he wouldn't accept. I had an intuition. Anshuang will definitely accept. After Suani left, Anshuang didn't feel like doing anything. Then he just lay down. In these years, he had focused on improving his strength. I didn't have any thoughts about a couple. Thinking and thinking, suddenly his thoughts reminisced about his first time, and he saw. When he saw Qiangxia, Anshuang didn't know how long he had been thinking. When he finally had an idea, it was already completely dark. He got up quickly. After organizing himself a bit, he quickly headed towards. Go to the cave where the boss lives. Inside the cave, Chief Sisan and his companion Kanglan were preparing to eat. As they were about to start, they saw their son enter. His son rushed in. Suddenly, Anshuang said directly, Father, Mother, I want to form a couple. Anshuang's words fell like a stone on a calm lake. Kanlan was so surprised that he dropped his chopsticks on the floor. And the boss, Sisan, was also speechless. They couldn't have heard wrong. His son said he wanted to form a couple. This boy, at last, has a female that he likes. Son, speak to me well. Which female have you fallen in love with, and does the female agree? At that moment, Kanlan was very curious. The gossiping heart was eager to move. This offspring of his. Every time I mentioned the subject of forming a couple, he would quickly leave with different excuses. Kanglan came to doubt whether the females did not like his calf. That is why he was sad for several days. Anshun smiled and said, I want to form a couple with Qiangxia. 2 short sentences, as if they were 2 bombs. The lion and mother are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. What? The couple spoke in unison. Father, Mother, you have not heard wrong. I want to form a couple with Qiangxia. Anshun repeated calmly. Believe, you say to the mother. Why do you suddenly want to form a couple with Qiangxia? Did Qiangxia notice you? Kanglin hid his surprised expression and continued to gossip. No. Qiangxia's animal companion came up to me and said he was waiting. I can become Qiangxia's second partner. After some thought, I agreed. Anshan's words were light as wind and clouds. After a while of silence, Cezanne asked, when will you be a couple? Your mother and I will bring you some things. And Kanlan always felt that something wasn't right, after thinking about it a lot. That's not right. You say that Qiangxia's companion told you this. And what did Qiangxia say? Did she agree? You say that a couple is formed, then it is formed? Don't ask Qiangxia? Anshun was confused. Do we really have to ask that? If Chinatsu doesn't agree, how could Sun come and tell her? Now, immediately, go find Qiangxia. His partner says that's what he said. You're gonna live with Qiangxia or his partner. It really is like that. Get out, get out. Go and ask him quickly. Kanlan was extremely speechless. Hurry up and make them leave. How could she give birth to a child with a wooden head? Anshun was kicked out of the cave by his parents. At that moment, he was standing at the entrance of the cave, completely lost. Should I really go find Qiangxia? Suddenly, he was a little afraid to find Qiangxia. In the end, after standing in the dark for quite a while, Han Chong finally mustered up the courage. He made the decision. He wants to find a room with Chinatsu, but when he arrived at Qiangxia Cave, he met Zanu, who was leaving. Zanu told him that Qiangxia had gone to bed. Again, he felt lost. Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. At this time, the cloud forest. The beasts howl. The flames light up the sky. Suwani was practically mad, killing in the forest. His head was full of thought about how to catch more prey. Return home early. Afterwards, he killed from night until dawn. He only stopped doing it when there was no longer enough space. Dreams of Qiangxia are becoming more and more frequent. Today, when he woke up, he realized that he was healthy. He had already gotten up a while ago. Only Sosiani has not yet returned. Sanu. To take care of Qilinxia. She especially waited for Qilinxia to wake up to cook at home. All to make it more convenient for Qilinxia. Qiangxia? Confused. Last night, Angsuan came to get you. But at that moment, you had just fallen asleep. So I told him straight away that you had slept, Sanu said as he ate meat soup. Did he look for you? Qiangxia was confused. Before Sanu could answer, a familiar voice sounded again at the entrance of the cave. This time, Qiangxia recognized him. Ethra. Qiangxia woke up. You can enter, he shouted loudly in a loud voice. When An Chuan walked in, he saw Qiangxia eating, but he didn't see Suan Yi. He frowned. And Suan Qi? He said he would give him an answer tomorrow. And the others? Meanwhile, his Anquis was outside the cloud forest, washing my body in a pool of water and fighting with wild beasts. The bloodstains that remained. Were you looking for me for something? Qiangxia asked in a very usual tone. It was a completely normal tone, but in Anshun's ears, it sounded distant. Her breast, which was originally slightly puckered, was now intensely wrinkled. What does this mean? Is it that he doesn't like me? Why is he so distant from me? If he doesn't like me, why do you let Sanqi ask me if I'm willing to be his second animal companion? And Chuan didn't realize at all that his emotional state had already completely changed. Only he hadn't thought about what to ask her if she wanted to be Qiangxia's second animal companion. Suani's personal thoughts. Suanani had planned that if Anshuan agreed to be the second animal companion, she would go talk to Qiangxia. He came to talk to Qiangxia, but he didn't expect Anshuan, this lovely big guy, to come on his own. I have a few things I want to tell you, Anshun said with some doubt. Qiangxia took a sip of meat soup. He looked at me and nodded. Tell me. Anshun was about to say something, but he remembered that Coral was still there. Coral, can you go out for a moment? I want to talk to Qiangxia alone. Sanu shot him an annoyed look, and then took his bowl and walked out. Qiangxia was confused. What is he trying to do? Sia, didn't you like it? Anshan is a little embarrassed. Some questions about injuries. His comment left Qiangxia totally confused. What does this have to do with that? What do you mean? Why don't I understand it? Yesterday, Su and Fiki asked me if I wanted to be your second animal male companion. I thought about it all night. I agreed. Qiangxia was stunned. What's going on here? Qianxia's reaction made Anchuan feel even sadder. What does this mean, Qianxia? Qianxia had just calmed down. She looked at the other person, but saw Anchuan with a melancholy expression. Who already had a head full of thoughts? You blew yourself up. At that moment, Qianxia was frustrated inside. I always felt that something was wrong, but I didn't know where the problem was coming from. Anshuan looked at Qiangxia with a melancholy expression and said, Qiangxia, you don't like me. If you don't like me, why did you let Suanyi come? To ask me if I want to be your second male animal companion? Now I agreed. Why do you treat me like this again? Hearing this, Qianxia was completely paralyzed. When did this happen to you? Stop. Wait a minute, Anchuan. I'm more curious about, why did you accept? I don't care about the rest for now. What intrigues Qianxia the most is this. She's still very thin now. Her beauty has not yet returned, so he is very curious about why Anchuan agreed to be his second animal partner. Chinatsu knows. Suwani went to talk to Anshun and did it for her. But Suwanzu didn't discuss this with her beforehand. This is making her very uncomfortable now. I don't know, let's let it flow. When Suwani told me about this, I realized that I don't resist. I also realized that lately I'm always paying attention to you for no reason, thinking about the game all night. I agree to be your second husband. Anshun expressed his thoughts very directly. Anshuan's words quite surprised Qianxia. He would really care about her. Don't you dislike that I'm weak? You, Anchuan, are the first warrior of the Lion King's tribe. There are many females who look up to you. They are much better than me. Why did you choose me? Why would you dislike being weak? You're thin just because you don't eat enough. I became your partner. How could I leave you without food? Although I'm not as powerful as Suwani, but at least I'm the only level 7 warrior on this continent. From the only level 7 warrior. The females of the tribe are good. But what does that matter to me? If there was a female I liked, I would have mated by now. I wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing this, Jianxia already understood. Anshan may really like it a little, but he doesn't realize it himself. Qianxian never thought that, with this body she is in now, she could bring the attention of a male. She and Shuangqi might say that they got married before they fell in love, But Angshuan is different. Qianxia became serious. She also knows her current situation. The day of production is not far away. When that time comes, Sankin will coat the eggs. She is in her quarantine. Then, no one will be able to take care of your diet and well-being. Have you thought about it? Does he really want to be my animal male partner? Qianxia looked at him and asked very seriously. Anchong could see the seriousness in his eyes. Then, he also looked her in the eye very seriously and said, yes. I have thought it through. I want to be your partner. Qianxia smiled tenderly. When Susin returns, we will be discussing the marriage proposal. This kind of thing. It should definitely be the great husband who directs this. Not bad. So I'm gonna go back and get ready. Anshun finished speaking and left quickly. Qianxia didn't have time to say what she had in mind. His shadow could no longer be seen. This. Qianxia was confused. What should be collected? At that moment, Anchuan's thoughts. Of course, I will pack my things and move soon to live with my wife. After Anshun left, Sanu walked in holding a bowl. Qianxia smiled slightly. What did Anshun want from you? Why do I feel like he seems to be very excited? Qianxia smiled slightly, opened her mouth with some joy. It's nothing. Only he wants to form a couple with me. Perhaps he is happy. Hearing this, Sanu was excited. All the dishes were overturned. Animal gods. What did you just hear? Anshun is going to form a couple with Qianxia. What is happening? Why so suddenly? Why does Anchuan suddenly want to form a couple with you? No wonder Sanjuno is so surprised. How many females in the tribe have feelings for Anquan? But Anquan didn't reject everything. After all, Anchuan is the first warrior of the tribe. Everyone can understand that he has high expectations. But afterwards, he avoided those females. This made everyone doubt for a while. Is it possible that you don't like females? But in the world of beasts, people don't give so much importance to this, that one male likes another male is not a problem. Everyone regrets that a warrior as exceptional as Wang Chuan does not have offspring that inherit his excellent genes. If An Chan knew that people thought this way about him, he would probably be in for a big scare. He would simply say, why does everyone look at me like that during that time, with a look of pity for him? Even the females who courted him. The only advantage is that there were fewer females chasing him. That way he could be a little calmer. It won't be long before she gives birth. After giving birth, Suwani will have to incubate the eggs. He won't be able to take care of me. So he decided to find me a partner. Then he went to find Anshuan. Qianxia explained, your partner Suwani is so awesome. Go straight to find someone to be your partner. What surprised me was that Qianxia accepted. I can't help but say that, Qianxia. You are the most amazing female I've ever seen. Trisk, Trisk. The news that Anchuan wants to pair up with you is going to spread. The clan is going to go crazy. Sanu had an expression that she was enjoying the show. Qianxia does not disappoint, as always. Not only had he gotten a 9th level orc as a mate, now the tribe's first warrior is about to be captured by her. Impressive. Sanu was already beginning to anticipate what the clan's stew would look like. When Suwani returned to the entrance of the cave, she found Anquan who was moving things. The two looked at each other confused. Suwani frowned and asked, what are you doing? On the other side, Anshun also frowned and said, shouldn't you look at what you're saying? Of course I moved to live together. It's not Suwani. I went to get married one night. What happened here? Have we been robbed? Chinatsu and Coral are heard in the cave. It seemed that there was some dispute at the entrance of the cave, so the two people got up to investigate. When the two of them arrived at the entrance, they saw Yanchuan looked at each other, surprised. Anchuan was still carrying several things in his hands. Qianxia was full of confusion. What does this mean to move? Meanwhile, Sanu's eyes were bright. Interesting. The end result is, the four of them sat down to clear things up. Technically, it should only be 3 people. Coral is here to eat melons. So you, boy, came directly to find Qianxia. You've already brought your things, Suwani muttered. Oh. Although he is looking for a partner for Qianxia, but what he organized and what the other party took the initiative, can nature be the same? Didn't you say that you wanted me to be Qianxia's partner? What do you mean now? Anshin also responded bluntly. Suwani looked him up himself and asked him if he wanted to be the second male partner. He accepted. Qianxia also agreed. What's the problem if he brings his stuff? Qianxia? I have a big headache, what do I do? Sanu, that's exciting. Lastly, speaking of which, Anshan also moved away. Qianxia? You and Enchuan, we're gonna put it later. Then I went to find the shaman for the brand. God knows, when Suwani said this, how bitter he felt inside. Jianxia was stunned. Ah. This, no matter that she is expecting young. Suwani looked at Anshuang with a somewhat cold look. I just felt it. The puppies are in very good condition. Xiaxia. Truth be told, that Anxia doesn't want to have sex with Aung Suxian so soon. After all, he hasn't had much contact with Aung Suxian. She originally thought that, when Anchuan arrived, she could get acquainted first. Little by little we will cultivate our feelings, or something like that. But now, suddenly, it is said that it must be carried out immediately. Anshui noticed that Qianxia was a little reluctant. His face, which was originally filled with joy, instantly turned to disappointment and sadness. Suwani also noticed Qianxia's resistance, so she explained to Qianxia as if she was petting a puppy. Xiaxia, having one more beast mark means more nutrition, although Anshun's strength is a little worse than mine. At least he is a 7th level beast. With his beast mark, you will be able to gain weight faster. And he is also good for puppies. He knows that now what Qianxia wants most is to gain weight. The words left Qianxia silent. I picked up Qianxia and told the other 2 beasts. It is okay. What has to come will come. What does the order of time matter? She has already forgotten that the mark of the beast feeds. Qianxia, her cheeks flushed, said to Anchuan. So Anshan, prepare yourself a little. Hearing this, Sanu was excited. He picked up Qianxia and then told the other 2 animals. Repair yourself. First I will take Chinatso to my cave. When they are ready, go back for Qianxia. The first thing he did healthy upon returning to his cave with Qianxia was to gather the 5 companions. Guess what? Who is Qianxia's new companion? Zainu said mischievously. Several colleagues looked at each other, only surprising each other's eyes. Qianxia put her hand to her forehead and said, speechlessly. Jim Fain looked at Qianxia. There is a doubt in my heart. It can't be Anchuan, right? In the past few days, I only saw Anchuan coming, but isn't it Anchuan who doesn't like the female? It's an Ashuan. Ha ha ha. Were you surprised? At that moment, Coral was very excited. Quee! 4 beasts said in unison. The other beast was to be expected, but it was also quite surprised. Jim Flynn looked next to Qianxia. In her heart, she gave Qianxia a thumbs up. She's so amazing. Not only did he defeat Suwani, but now he also got Anquan, a level 9, this forest. Oh no. On this continent, she can walk with confidence. On the other side, Anshun and Swanki stared at each other in the cave. Anshun looked at the position of the grass nest, as if he had thought of something. How will you arrange to sleep with Shaxia at night in the future? Swanki said through gritted teeth. They haven't even become partners yet. This is not yet formed as a couple. Even if there is noise. Of course I'm the one who sleeps with Shaxia. Anshan had a questioning expression. Want to see what you're saying? Are you a macho? Am I not a macho? I disagree. Suwani said coldly. I am the first male animal companion. Anshan, I just don't agree. If CX were here right now, seeing how they're fighting, he'd probably laugh himself to death. They're like 2 elementary school students fighting. There may be noise. To make noise is to make noise. Suwani still helped Anshun prepare the cave. Anshan looked at the prepared grass nest. After looking around, he thought for a while and said, I remember there was a cave next to it. This cave is smaller than the other caves. That is why it has never been inhabited by animals, now that I've arrived. Later, Xiaxia had her offspring. Now this cave won't be enough for everyone. The large polished stones are in place. Thus, when the time comes, Xiaxia will be able to give birth there. You can hatch eggs there too. Suwani didn't say anything, just gave him an appreciative look. Then he nodded in agreement. The 2 said they would, and got to work. He began to use his supernatural powers to dig holes. Ready? Then he began to end his powers. Anshan again uses his wind powers to go inside the cave. Debris and other things were removed from the cave, even dust. Everything was completely clean. Suwani and Anquan made the new cave clean and beautiful, with Anquan's wind powers. Irregular areas on the cave wall were left smooth and uniform. New location of the cave bed. Anshan also, considerately, used pieces of stone. The large, polished stone slabs are well placed. Then he put fresh, soft, clean hay on top. Finally, he put on a clean and warm beast skin. Tonight, this will be the place where he and Qianxia will sleep. The days of forming a couple. Of course you have to prepare with Esmero. Suwani was doing this while looking at Anchuan, who had a joyful expression on his face. His heart felt a little bitter. He has looked for a slash-bar partner for his own partner. She feels very sad. Originally, Yanxia only belonged to him. Now he has to share it with another beast. Anshan seemed to sense Suwani's sadness. I know you're not feeling well right now. I'm not here to steal Qianxia from you. I am here to join you. The most important thing is that the three beasts live well together. After listening to Suwani, she was speechless. If Qianxia were here right now, Qianxia could laugh until she rolled. How familiar this sounds. After the two beasts completely decorated the cave, they then went to the house next door to find Qianxia. Anquan entered Sun Hu's house. Following Suanyi, she received a flurry of admiring glances from Coral's partner. Shaxia, we have come to take you back home, Anquan said. At that moment, Qinzi got a feeling of being about to get married. Coral, excited and enthusiastic, took Qianxia and helped her up. He then pushed Qianxia along with Anshuan. Anshun carefully lifted Qianxia horizontally and then turned to walk away from the punishment. The moment he lifted Qianxia, Anshun felt heartbroken. Qianxia was really very light. Suwani did not continue. He only silently looked at the figure of him and Qianxia walking away. Xinfeng walked over and put an arm around his shoulder. He patted it twice. Just get used to it. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable at first. I felt that way at first too. As someone who has been through this, I can tell you that this life is actually not bad. We, as the first comrades, must be more understanding. Xin Sheng thought that Suanyi would thank him for comforting him. I didn't expect that. Suanyi looked at him with contempt and left. Suanyi thought, is this guy okay? When Kanchan led Chinatsu back to the cave, Qianxia was totally surprised. The large cave is the one we originally inhabited, but both sides have been leveled. Now the cave is much larger. The further into the cave you walked, Qianxia became more surprised. He even saw the ground. Anquan returned to the cave carrying Qianxia. How did you come up with the idea of using these stones? Cut them into plates and then place them on the ground. At that moment, Anquan had already reached the grass nest. He gently placed it on the grass nest. We opened the cave next door, and some large stones fell. Then, Suwani suddenly suggested that those stones be processed. It was cut to cover the ground, and then the grass nests were placed. This way it will be much cleaner. When I finished, I found that the result was quite good, and Choan said it very sweetly. This floor really is amazing. At this moment, Qianxia really wanted to shout for Suwani. Her great husband is really fantastic. The first floor in the world of beasts. Anshuan knew that Qianxia was very excited now, but she had to interrupt her. Qianxia, we'll talk about the ground later. Now we have more important things to do. Qianxia raised his head and was about to say something. A warm lip pressed against her. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. The cave is filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The gasps and sighs intertwine. Suwani was with her back to the cave entrance, listening to the extremely suggestive sounds coming from the cave. He smiled bitterly and turned to leave. I don't know how much time has passed. The matter in the cave is over. Qianxia is also so tired that she has fallen asleep. She is pregnant. Angshushian is very careful. She is already very hesitant. Angshushian's caution is driving her crazy. It's comfortable, that's true. But I always feel that it is not entirely satisfactory. There is a feeling of being neither up nor down. Qianxia has fallen fast asleep. Anquan was wiping it with especially soft beast skin, touching its skinny and bony body. Anquan's eyes are a little moist. Chinatsu is a beast with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Don't be fooled by his insistence on getting others to kneel, demanding the lives of other animals. In reality, he is just scaring others. He knows it. She just wants a sincere apology, that's all. There are still days as difficult as before. He clearly can't take it anymore. He could have started paying attention to her much earlier. He was just quietly struggling to find food to fill his stomach. The knowledge and skills she possessed, she also generously taught to everyone, and did not ask for any reward in return. What a fool. Good thing Sanyue is cunning. Anshuan looked at Qianxia, who was sleeping soundly, and commented on it tenderly. Suddenly, Anshuan remembered the first time he went to visit her formally. At that moment, Qianxia was engrossed in the conversation with him. He completely forgot Suanji, who was next to him. Suwani was a little unhappy at the time. And when Qianxia accepted the roast meat that Suwani offered her, she said to Suwani, "Thank you, my best snake." He still remembers how he felt when he heard those words. He felt especially uncomfortable inside. Come to think of it, he may have started paying attention to it earlier. After Anchuan covered Qianxia with animal skins, he went out. I entered the cave and headed towards Coral's house. He's got to go into the water a moment. Suwani wasn't at home, she went to prepare food. I could only ask her to take care of Qianxia a little. The Suwani and Hengua were fixing the cave before. At that time, they were filled with quite a bit of dirt. The two animals used a lot of water to wash themselves. Just now, he also used water to cleanse Qianxia. Now the water in the bucket is almost empty. He, who had just finished his tasks, was covered in sweat, so he thought it would be good to go to the water's edge to take a good swim. The third is to replenish water at home. Facing An Chuan's request, Seinu looked at him with a smile that seemed to be a mockery. "Oh, go, I'll go there and stay right now. You go about your business. Don't worry about home. Qianxia is with me. I will be able to take care of you, Qianxia, again." Coral greetings. After giving the instructions, Anshun changed into his animal form. "I'm ready to take the big barrel to the water." An awkward scene appeared. His animal partner. "You can't carry this big barrel. He is a great golden lion." His hands and feet began to move. "You can't carry this barrel. Also, he has no space abilities." Anquan looks at the big barrel. After a good while, he just turned around and left. "Okay, when Sanki comes back, I'll tell her to bring water." When Qianxia woke up, she found Sangu. She was cooking food at home. "Hey, Jianxia, you've already woken up. Are you hungry? I originally thought about waiting for your companions to come back to make you food, but they haven't been back in a long time. I was afraid you'd wake up if you were hungry, so I cooked something first." Sangu saw that Qianxia had woken up. He hurriedly poured a bowl of meat soup and took it away. Jianxia, who had been tired for so long, received him. And then he began to drink it in large volumes. Looking at Qianxia, who was eating well, Sanu's feeling of satisfaction was overwhelming. "Jianxia, your animal male partner is really smart. He came up with the idea of using stones cut into sheets for the floor. That way they will dirty our feet." When Zano arrived at Qianxia's new house, she was truly impressed by the ground. These words suddenly reminded him of Chigexia. She looked at the dirty feet of Healthy. Then, he had a new idea. He could have covered the entire cave with stone floors. That way, it would look clean and beautiful. Healthy. I decided to put soil in the cave. That way, it will be clean and beautiful. Then you can let Yen Chuan learn how to make the floor. And you put it too. It is okay. At that moment, Sereno's eyes were shining. Since he arrived, he fell in love with this floor. Before he could ask her, Qianxia had already told him. He also made him call his animal partner to learn. Qianxia is undoubtedly the best friend. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave. It was Susuyan and Yangquan. They are back. When the two animals entered the house, they struck Qianxia, who had already begun to eat, while Sinu was sitting next to her. Swanky and Enchuan exchanged a glance. They were both thinking, "Damn yes, why didn't I come back sooner? I didn't get to cook for Al on the first day as a couple." He couldn't believe that he hadn't cooked for his partner. My God, they are back. "I love this floor. Suan Kue, you're too smart. How did you come up with it?" And Chuan's cutting skill is impressive. Each stone is cut so evenly, and it is polished so smoothly. It's really incredible. Qianxialo praised him from the heart. At this moment, the two beasts looked at each other again. Qianxia, clearly this is a very small thing. It can be said that it is part of their responsibilities as colleagues, but Qianxia praised and approved of them. Qianxia is undoubtedly the best female. "Hello. There is no water at home. I'm gonna fetch water." Suwani, her face slightly red, turned and walked off the mountain. That. "I'll go and get the grandmother healer. Once it is recorded, it will have the animal mark. If it is recorded, they will have formed a successful couple." After speaking, Anchuan turned around and was about to go. Qianxia called out to him, "Wait, Anchuan, let's go together. The grandmother healer is very old. I won't bother her to go there." "Thank you, Healthy. You took care of me once again. Later, I'll have Suwani bring you something from home. Consider this a thank you gift." "Shinatsu, between you and me, there is no need to be so polite. They are good friends. Good friends take care of each other. You are welcome. Anchuan walked over and picked up Qianxia. Thank you, Coral, for taking care of Qianxia. We leave first. Angxuan and Qianxia had already gone out. It was in the afternoon, close to night. This was the most active time for the orcs in the tribe. Everyone saw Angxuan leading Qianxia towards the healer's cave. The other orcs began to gossip again. How is Anshun carrying Qianxia? Qianxia doesn't feel well again. That's not right. Isn't Anshuan supposed to dislike contact with females? He is really carrying Qianxia. They seem to be heading towards the sorcerer's cave. The orcs were arguing among themselves. They even followed him to the healer's cave. In the cave, the healer saw Anshun arrive carrying Qianxia. I thought there was something wrong with Qianxia's body. Qianxia doesn't feel well? Truth be told, the old healer saw Anshuan hugging Qianxia like that. She didn't think these two animals were related. After all, Anshuan doesn't like females. How deep is the heart of animals? Grandma, we come to make the print, Ankoan said with some discontent. Anshuan's words made the old healer hesitate. What? Do I not hear wrong? Little one, can you repeat it? What did you come to do? Anshun held his breath. As he was about to say it again, Qianxiablo? Grandma, you are not wrong. Anshun and I have come to record our bond as partners. Hearing the answer, the old healer was stunned for a long time. Well. Come. Feel good, everyone. I'll record it for you. Grandma Shaman has a little wet eyes right now. She was a little excited. How good. Who was it that said you don't like females? That made me feel sad for a long time, Grandma. How good. Qianxia is weak. You must take good care of Qianxia very soon. The news of Anshun and Qianxia forming a couple spread throughout the Lion King's tribe. All of the beastmen were very surprised. What surprised the males was that Anshun doesn't really like females. And then what surprised him is that his companion is Qianxia. It's still the same. At this time, Qianxia really doesn't look pretty. Those females who had pursued Anquan, they have mixed feelings. At first, they thought it was because Anquan didn't like females, so they gave up. I didn't expect that it wasn't really that he didn't like females. And besides, he didn't even pay attention to them. The entire Tribulion erupted once again. Sisen and Kanglin also learned their own news that the calf had marked a slash linked to its mate. Kanglin was excited and agitated. Really, thank the beast god for his protection. Her proudest calf, fortunately, likes the feminine. If not, she's really gonna die of tears. Sisen looked at her companion like that and smiled. Are you so excited? I'm just gonna bring something to the kids. And do you still dress so elegantly? I, as a mother, cannot go to see my calf's partner for the first time in any way. By the way, where did I leave that white bear skin? Hurry up to get it. I'll send it to Chixia later. Kanglan was in a very good mood. You like that white bear skin a lot. Are you sure you want to give it to her at her convenience? Sisen asked, somewhat surprised. He knows very well how much his partner loves this white bear skin. She likes it so much that she doesn't dare to turn it into clothes to wear. There's Manith. There are many beast skins at home. Just a bear skin. If you give it away, you give it away. Kanglin doesn't think much of it. Anshuani Qianxia, on the way back, still received a wave of glances. When I returned to the entrance of the cave, I saw that there was Suanqi waiting for me at the door. Somehow, Sanqi's figure suddenly looked melancholy to his eyes. This made Qianxia suddenly realize that Sanqi might feel sad about having a new partner. Seeing the golden lion mark on Qianxia's shoulder, Sanqi couldn't help but feel a little hurt in his heart. Suanqi, from now on, you won't be the only beast to take care of me. The previous days when you took care of me alone. Thank you for your effort. Qianxia came out of Anshun's embrace. She stood below smiling as she looked into Suanqi's eyes and said, now it's time to comfort my husband. Sanqi was looking at Qianxia, who was smiling sweetly at him. He couldn't help but laugh softly. I really lost to her. He lifted Qianxia up and then walked towards the cave. Anshuan followed close behind. Sulan, I wish you a lot of house when you go out to get married. Zano has taken care of me a lot. I should give him a prey as a thank you. I already sent it that the first spouse does indeed have a telepathic connection with me. Xuanzong, I want fried meat. I'm hungry again, Sanqi replied softly. Okay, that's how it was. Both beast husbands were completely enchanted by Qianxia. While Anqi prepared food for Qianxia, he and Encheng have already defined their respective roles, because Suanqi has spatial abilities. The food of the house is stored in the Swanky space. Then Wanky will take care of Qianxia's feeding more. At home, for now there is nothing. Especially places that need attention, so Kanchon can take care of that himself. As for food, it's all about going out hunting in turns. There must always be someone at home to accompany Qianxia. Most of the food Qianxia eats now comes from the flesh of beasts from the mist forest. If I go out or something, I'll give you the food in advance. Tomorrow morning, you'll take care of Qianxia's food, but I'll taste it before I give it to Qianxia. I want to see what your cooking skills are like. Oh, right. Qianxia likes meat a little fattier. Swanky fries the meat while giving instructions to Anshun. And besides, Qianxia wakes up first in the morning. First, you have to take it to be washed. She is used to using fragrant wood to clean her mouth. If something is missing at home, make sure to replace it. Swanky gave Anshun many instructions about the details of Qianxia's life. Every little detail counts. Qianxia listened to the side and felt a little excited. Swanky really is very good with her. All those little details of life. He noticed everyone. Swanky thought, having the food here, still a little uncomfortable. After all, now it's not just him who takes care of Qianxia. Anshan would also like to cook for Qianxia. But if he has to go out, this food would have to take it out of his spatial ability in advance. This way, the food won't be as fresh. Qianxia, of course, wants to eat fresh food. At that moment, Anshun felt a little jealous that he had spatial abilities. Qianxia listened to Swanky's concerns. His first reaction was to think about the refrigerator. She still doesn't know what Anshuan's ability is. Anshuan, what kind of circle is yours? Anshan replied with a laugh. I have lightning and wind powers. Qianxia understood? 2 powers of natural elements. It's really incredible. Qianxia turned to her Anki. I want to ask, will the ice blocks that create your ice power melt? If I inject some specific energy, it won't melt. Although Swanky didn't know why Qianxia was asking that, but he knew that Qianxia was definitely thinking of some good idea. Swanky's answer enlightened Qianxia. If so, then refrigerator. Wouldn't it have one? In the next instant, Qianxia expressed her idea of creating. The idea of the refrigerator has already been expressed. Swanky was also surprised. He had never thought that ice power could be used like this. Said and done, Swanky created a rectangular block of ice that sank in the middle, as Qianxia had described it. A rectangular block of ice was formed, with the center sunk. It was the same size as the large stone table at home. Qianxia only made a brief description to her Anki. It looked like those rectangular freezers found in modern convenience stores. And he created it directly. Anshuan beside him watched Qianxia excitedly. He remembered what Swankili had said at that time. When you are Qianxia's companion, you will know. Su Qianxia seemed to have a lot of secrets. This freezer really is very good. The air conditioning is also very effective. We should find some large leaves to put at the bottom. Then we place the meat inside. Otherwise, I'm worried that the meat will stick to the freezer. Just after Qianxia finished speaking, Anshun immediately went out to look for large leaves. It wasn't long before Angshan returned with several clean, oversized leaves. After putting the leaves inside, Swanky put in a small part of the cut energy beast meat. Both meat and common beast meat were placed in the freezer. He then created a slightly thinner layer of ice cubes as a freezer lid. That's how, using blocks of ice as a freezer lid, Swanky ended up with the refrigerator thing. Just as he was about to call Qianxia to eat meat, a sound came from the cave. Qianxia, is Anshun at home? Qianxia looked at Anchuan. Is this voice the voice of the boss? Anchoa smiled slightly at 15. It's me, Abby. I'll go out and see. It's me, Abby. I'll go out and see. Fanky also smiled and shouted, if you are, come and eat meat. Otherwise, it will be cold in a while. Hearing this, Qianxia sat up immediately. His Anquile immediately passed a bowl full of meat. I was eating. Qianxia saw Anshan enter together with Chief Sisan. An older woman entered. The boss still had several things in his hand. Anshan had a smile from ear to ear. See Caxia. My parents saw that I bonded. They sent us some things. Qianxia quickly put the bowl in her hand and stood up. The boss. How should I address you? Shinatsu didn't know that the Beast World Knot called each other's parents. They also shout, as they do today, grandmother, mother. She was a little overwhelmed. He just calls mom and dad like Anshan does. Kenglin smiled with a benevolent expression. Okay, dad and mom, Qianxia called them sweetly. These are a small gift from your mother and me. Take it as a congratulatory gift for Qiangxia and Anshun's bond, Sisun smiling said while he passed the things he had in his hand to Anshun. Anshun also received with a big smile. At this time, Kanglin looked at the refrigerator in front of her in confusion. Why do you have a big block of ice in your house, Qiangxia? Or this? You just have to put the food to freeze it and keep it fresh. It is used to store food. I like the weather now. From the sky, it's still a little hot. Almond meat is left like this. After a while, it will start to smell. But now we have a freezer. You just have to put the food inside to freeze it and preserve it. It can be stored for a long time without spoiling. It's very convenient, Qiangxia explained softly. Sisun and Kanglan were shocked by Qiangxia's words. So ice blocks can be used in this way. Qiangxia is really very smart. This freezer was made by my partner, Suanki. It's made using its ice power. Specifically, I'm also testing this effect. I'll see what it's like tomorrow morning. If the effect is as satisfying as I hoped, I'll ask Suanki to make one for you as well. Oh my god! No, you don't have to. How annoying this is. Kanglin waved his hand in denial. Okay, Mom. My partner is really awesome. He simply uses some supernatural powers. No problem, right, Swanzon? Yes, no problem. Later, I'll come back with you to make one. They only need every 2 or 3 days. Simply inject some energy into the freezer to ensure that this freezer can be maintained. I thank you very much. Thank you, Qiangxia. Thank you, Suanki. Cezanne was a little excited. This is a very good thing. With this freezer, a lot of food can be preserved, so they can eat fresh meat at any time. After an exchange of greetings, Cezanne and Kanglan said goodbye to Qiangxia. Qiangxia is a good female. Anchuan, you must take good care of and treat Qianxia well. Understood? Qianxia. Hand. If Chuan makes you unhappy, come tell mother. Mother scolded him. Kanglan gestured and spoke with authority. Qiangxia was very amused to see it. Fathers in the beastly world are quite similar to modern fathers. Thank you, mother. Anshun will be very good to me. How could he make me angry? If he made me angry, so let my first beast husband punish him. It is not necessary for a mother to intervene. Ha 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 ha. Mother Saya? Qiangxia? Why do they think that way about me? How can I make Qiangxia unhappy? Am I really such an immature beast? Anshun expressed his disagreement. He is a good beast, with virtue. At that moment, his Anqui muttered from the side. You also have that possibility. Get out, you dirty snake. You, dirty lion, have believed a lot, haven't you? After watching the pair of chiefs leave, Sun Qi looked at Anchuan, who wanted to speak but stopped. Then he turned and said to Qianxia, Xia, I'm gonna make the table. There are a few things you should also say to Anchuan. Qianxia was a little stunned for a moment. After reacting, he nodded. She understood what Sanki meant. Anko admired the figure of Sanki walking away. In his eyes was a surge of unfamiliar emotions. Suanki, it's actually pretty good too. He really thinks he's very good. Although this beast often has a rather sharp tongue. But he really cares about all aspects. This aspect does not refer only to Qiangxia. It also refers to him. Qiangxia and Anchuan were sitting opposite each other. Meanwhile, Anchuan, in front, was very nervous. Qiangxia put down the bowl in her hand. She looked at him solemnly. Anchuan, this secret I have may seem a little unbelievable. I hope you prepare yourself mentally first. Qianxia's sudden seriousness made Anchuan immediately solemn. Qianxia said it calmly. Can I accept it? Puff, haha. Anchuan, you are really very funny with your contrast. You are so adorable that Anxia is really going crazy because of how adorable Anchuan is. Sia, Anshun, is embarrassed and upset. Okay, I'm not kidding, you're so curious. Why do I know so many things that no one else does? Anchoian nodded. State of Samukaba. I'm not of this world. I am a soul that has crossed over from another space-time 0000. Actually, I didn't say anything wrong. The real Qiangxia really starved to death. And then I came into his body and was reborn. It's very incredible, isn't it? Qiangxia spoke very calmly, but Ankon is very surprised. He never thought it would be like this. Traveling of a soul? Incredible. At the same time, she finally understands why Qiangxia was so harsh on the attitude she had with Ina and Yue. Why did I have to make them kneel down and ask for forgiveness? Because Qiangxia really died, dead from her greed. He also understands that at that time his father was saying that. Why did Qiankexia suddenly seem to be soulless? Because I was sad. But he couldn't tell everyone. People say that Qiankexia really died. Everyone only saw that she was very much alive. Anshun looked at Qianxia, hesitated for a moment. Xiaxia, I'm going to hit Uyue. Qianxia was shocked, and then showed an expression of understanding. Ankoan wants to get even for her, is also taking it out on the original. I see that Anshan accepts this matter of time travel well. Qianxia began to actively talk about the modern world. Anshan listened carefully to what Qianxia was saying. At that moment, Yanxia felt like joking with him. She approached Anshun, looking mockingly into Anshun's eyes. Aren't you afraid of me? I am a soul who came from another world. Anshuan laughed at her. He simply picked Qianxia up and hugged her. I'm just surprised. How could I be afraid? What to be afraid of? You can't beat me. She is a soul, and he is not afraid. She can't beat him either. What to be afraid of, right? At that moment, Swanky's voice was heard at the entrance of the cave. Xiaxia, come and see how this table is. Is it the style you wanted? Come on, let's see what a good idea you have come up with. Anshan smiled as he hugged Qiankexia at the entrance of the cave. When Qianxia saw the table that Xuanzu had made, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. That's great! It really is amazing! Qian has thought for a moment. With the table, we need to have chairs. The table remains like this for now. First, we have to make the chairs. Having a chair makes it easier to decide on the height of the table. Suanqi and Anshun looked at each other. The two beasts were confused. Chair. And what is a chair? Therefore, Gyanxia explained to the two beasts how to make a chair. The two beasts immediately went to cut down trees to make a bench, looking at the darkening sky. Gyanxia asked to go with them. After all, the idea was in his head. With your guidance, they would surely be faster. They should be able to finish and return home before the sun fully set. So the three of them headed towards the water. Anshun and Zanqi chose a larger tree. Then, the two beasts began to work. Qianxia was next to him leading. Qianxia was looking at the surface of the water. I always felt that I had forgotten something. While Wanqi and Anshuan were being born on the bench, Qianxia, who was sitting, suddenly stood up. It's over. I said I would make a thorny monster for healthy. I forgot. Qianxia was frustrated. She said she had forgotten something. It's okay. We will do it again tomorrow. I think Sanu has forgotten about this too. That surprised him. Suanqi comforted her. Just now, Qianxia suddenly got up, gave her a fright, thought that something had happened. It turned out that it was because of this. With the guide of Chinatsu, the stools were quickly made. 6 stools are ready. And Kohanyan made 2 sets of bowls from the leftover wood. Then he quickly went to choose one. The large river stone is ready to make the stone pot. If you do you think this stone is used to make the stone pot? Anshan asked tenderly. This one works, of course. Anshun smiled slightly and prepared to begin. Suddenly, the melancholy voice of his Anqui to the side was heard. Forgot to make the stone pot today. I just remembered it. Look how he's in a hurry, it's almost dark. He intended to make the pot out of stone. And then I'll forget this. He only remembered it when he got to the water, right? He had clearly already chosen that stone. And he still had to ask Qianxia. What a beast that knows how to dissemble. He didn't give her that opportunity. There's no denying that. Suanqi got it. Anshuan shot Suanqi a look. Blame it on him. It was not he who insisted on fighting. Otherwise, how could I have forgotten this? Qianxia chuckled. This is clearly a fight for attention. It is okay. Who hasn't forgotten something at some point? Come on, do it soon. It is almost dark. Hearing that, Qianxia, I was hungry again. The two beasts immediately concealed their expressions. Suanqi quickly picked things up. Then he hugged Qianxia addictedly. Return quickly. At this moment, Suanqi's head is full of Qianxia's hungry. The calf is also hungry. We have to cook fast. Anshun was stunned by Swanky's flowing style. His movement left him stunned. He has not yet reacted. Swanky had already taken Qianxi for a short walk. Damn snake beast. After saying this, he immediately turned into beast form and quickly rushed towards them. Wait for me! When Qianxia returned home, she gave the floor. She was surprised. Hey, weren't we going to make the floor? Swanky was confused. No, Xiaxia. The floor will be done by Chuan tomorrow with Jim Feng. Qianxiache was speechless. Is it true that being pregnant makes memory so bad? These pregnancy hormones really are. She regained her composure. Jianxia said helplessly and speechlessly. I'm pregnant with the calf. My memory is getting worse. I was surprised to see the ground when I returned. I thought we were going to do the flooring. Suanqi and Anshan are organizing the cave. Anshan walked over and stroked Qianqixia's head. This type of situation also occurs with females who are expecting offspring in the tribe. Normal phenomenon. Qianqixia, you don't have to worry. Just eat well and sleep well. All the things at home are handled by me and Sunqi. After eating and drinking, night had also fallen completely. Qianxia is sitting by the side of the stove looking at Sunqi. Qianxia and Angsuan are organizing the cave. As she looked, she began to feel sleepy. Anki was arranging the pieces of meat from the freezer. He took a look at Qianxia and realized that she was already nodding off with sleep. A little cute, but it scared the beast. Her anti-Asar quickly put down what he had in his hands and walked quickly towards her to carry her. Then he headed towards the small hole. A little confused, she reacted. Sleep. Suani gently persuaded him. Then he places it on a soft nest of grass. Qianxia falls asleep instantly. Sonqi gently placed his hand on his abdomen, looking at the soundly sleeping person. Her ankila was seducing gently, only she is currently too thin. It doesn't seem very obvious. But now, when you touch it, it feels clearly bulkier. Tomorrow will be the 45th day of pregnancy. Anki withdraws her hand. He turned around and walked out through the small hole. He turns to Anshan and says, Tomorrow, get up early, go. Never mind, I'll make my breakfast tomorrow. You make the meal afterwards. We have already collected almost everything. Go accompany Qianqixia to sleep. Suanqi originally wanted to tell him to get up early to prepare food for Qianxia, but on second thought, he probably wouldn't know how to do it either. Qianxia will surely be very hungry in the morning, but there is no time to wait for him to do so slowly. When Qianxia finished eating, while they prepared their own food, let's teach him again. Hearing Swanky say that he will send him to accompany Qianxia to sleep, Anchuan looked quite surprised. He wasn't supposed to sleep with Qianxia. Seeing that Anshan wasn't moving at all, his tongue swung his head. What madness is he saying now? Not going yet? What do you want to do? And Koyan grimaced. No. I was a little surprised. Suanqi simply rolled her eyes. Does this beast have no head? It is their first day as a couple marked with Qianxia. Of course, he should accompany Qianxia to rest. The long night dragged on. Everyone had a nice dream. Qianqixia woke up from hunger while she was sleeping. I just felt very, very hungry. His hungry stomach gave him a slight pain. Suani, Anchuan, Qianxia said confusedly. She still felt very tired. Hearing Qianxia's call, Sun Qi quickly walked in. Arouse. Are you hungry? He didn't say anything. You're already awake. Sanqi quickly hugged her and walked out. I'm very hungry. My stomach hurts a little because I'm hungry. Qianxia, in Zanki's arms, closed his eyes and said in a low voice, He is really very sleepy, but he's also very hungry. Hearing that he said that his stomach hurt from hunger, Zanki felt nervous. He quickly hugged her, sat down, and sent energy to Zanki. Today is the 45th. Symptoms have started. He saw Qianxia dozing in his arms. Suanqi shouted towards the entrance of the cave. Anquan, come in quickly! He had already woken up early. Although Suanqi said yesterday that he would take care of the morning meal, make the meal afterwards. But he still got up early, even getting up before Suanqi. He has no experience caring for females. He also doesn't understand Qianxia's habits. Of course, you should learn more about Suanqi. In the morning, Sanqi prepared meat soup. Anshan learned step by step. Once the meat soup was cooking, he went next door. He sought out Jinfeng to teach him how to make the floor. At that moment, Anshan and Jinfeng were at the entrance of the cave. They planned to cut the large stones they had brought. Suddenly, they heard Suanqi call him in a slightly anxious tone. Anshan quickly ran inside the cave. You prepare the food to feed towards. The calf's reaction was too strong. I must provide energy towards it. Suani's face doesn't look very good. I didn't expect this reaction to be so intense. Qianxia is not tired. I'm about to faint. It has just transferred energy to its abdomen. The puppy's reactions were especially strong. They were continually consuming their energy. Who gently waved Qianqixia while calling out to her anxiously. Do not sleep if you eat something. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on. Wake up. Do not sleep, if so a xia. On the 45th day that Qianxia was pregnant with 3 snake eggs, The pregnancy reactions of the Songwon snake family began. At this moment, the three cubs were frantically devouring Swanky's energy. Swanky, as he swayed gently, was worried. He called the unconscious Xia. Anchuan, for his part, quickly prepared the meat soup. Xia was awakened by Swanky's movement. Opening his tired eyes, he saw Shan was about to give him meat soup. Xia heard Xuanzu's words. She knew that today was the 45th day. No wonder he was so hungry. He was already in pain from hunger. Anne took the bowl of soup and began to drink in large gulps. I want more. I'm very hungry. Anchuan quickly took the bowl and filled it again. He passed a bowl full of meat soup to Xia. Xia still ended up drinking tons and tons. He drank 3 large bowls filled with meat soup. After drinking the meat soup, Xia ate a bowl of beast meat. Then she began to feel tired. So his Ankila led him to sleep again. After Xia fell asleep, Swanky sensed the puppy's situation. Fortunately, it finally stabilized. Swanky's heart, which was worried, finally calmed down. It is truly a miracle of the beast god. Fortunately, Xia woke up on her own. If she didn't wake up, and the puppy was crazily absorbing energy inside her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swanky anticipated that Xia would be hungry when he woke up. But he did not imagine that a situation like this would be. In tradition, it is said that the baby of the king Sunian serpent is in him. On the 30th day, the beast father would sense the bloodline. Day 45 is the formation period and growth begins. That is why energy is absorbed to grow. On day 60, the sex of the calf can be detected. Before, King Suan's snakes only had 1 offspring at a time. But now, Kilian Xia is gestating 3. The energy needed has increased 3-fold. It was reckless of him, his mistake. When his Anki came out of the small hole, Anko wasn't waiting outside with an anxious expression. How is Cyaxia? The situation has stabilized. Start now. Cyaxia cannot stand alone. If there's something, wait for it to come back, or for you to come back. We can't let Zano help us take care of her anymore. Because of my racial characteristics, we might need to send energy to Cyaxia at any time. Swanky explained the situation to Anchuan. Anchuan frowned. It turns out that the situation was just that dangerous. When Xia woke up, it was already around noon. At that moment, the cave was filled with the aroma of meat. With that smell, I got hungry again. Xia took a breather. Being pregnant is truly a suffering. Xiaxia, have you slept well? Swanky, the moment she turned around, she saw Xianxia had already sat down from her nest. Did Xianxia feel? I'm hungry again. His Anchison laughed slightly. There was still hot broth in the pot. Do you want to eat? Or do you prefer to eat carne asada? I want to eat trademark. I want to eat broth and roast meat. Are there fruits at home? I want to eat too. Fruits? Now I'll call Anshan to bring you fruits. Xia, you eat the meat soup first. Now I'm going to grill the meat. Xia, wait a minute. Swanky was doing as much affection as she could at that moment. It wasn't long. Anshun returned with fruit in his arms. Xia. Look, you want to eat that? The rest must be stored in the freezer. Now, in Anshun's eyes, anything can be stored in the freezer. Xianxia smiled again. Angsuan has really captivated her. No need. Internally, he let out a disdainful chuckle. A thank you, my big lion, made Angsuan's little face blush. Thanks to my big lion for picking the fruit for me. The fruit can be left on the table. He lowered his head slightly, trying to keep Qianxian from seeing him. Meanwhile, Sanki, who was frying meat on the side, was looking at the table. Seeing Anshun like this, he inwardly laughed contemptuously. They have still spent little time together, remembering the past. He was like that too. Now he has stopped blushing. Suddenly, Sanu's voice was heard from the entrance. Qianxia, you've finally woken up. I've been thinking about you for a long time. As he spoke, Sanu was already in front of Qianxia. Hey, what's this? Zeno was staring at the freezer. His eyes were shining. Indeed, Qianxia is the most intelligent female. He can always do things that surprise beasts. Qianxia looked at Sano fondly and smiled. He explained the function of the freezer. Later I'll have his Anquite make one at your house. Ah, thank you, Qianxia. Sanu felt very happy inside. At that moment, I was thinking about how to thank Qianxia. Yesterday, Jin Feng came back and took out a large piece of energy beast meat. She said that her anchor had sent her home from a gigantic birth beast from the mist forest. I didn't know what was special about that meat. Later, Jim Fanks explained it to him. Then he realized how valuable the gift his Anquiles had sent was. Now it's also a freezer. In the next moment, Sano hugged Qianxia tightly. Bugugu. Qianxia, you're too good to me, I can't pay you back. I can't pay you in any way. Qianxia tapped Sanhu's forehead and said, What do you mean by paying? Who asks you to pay? What nonsense are you talking about? She wants to be nice to her. Who wants it back? Really, Coral deserves it, when she had nothing at the beginning. Only Zano showed him unreserved kindness. At that moment, Suanki arrived with a bowl of fried meat. And he put it in front of Qianxia. Xiaxia, eat first. I'm gonna make a freezer and come back. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Healthy. Last time I said I would make a spiny animal. And it turns out that I forgot until now. When we finish eating, we will go to catch the spiny animal, Qianxia said with some apology. Alas, I had forgotten that too. If you don't tell me. I already forgot about this. It is okay. So, we'll go later. Qianxia thought about where to catch the spiny animal while eating. Now the place where the tribe goes by the water. The source of this water is a waterfall that descends from the mountain. This waterfall is not small. This flow of water, down here, is probably also difficult to find fish. After thinking about it for a long time, Qianxia decided to go to the back mountain. Qianxia decided to go to the back mountain, decided to go to U Mountain. When Qianxia and his group reached the back mountain, Qianxia did indeed see in the stream several big fish swimming relaxed. Fast. There were 4 or 5 thorny beasts. Just finished. Almost the instant Qianxia finished speaking, Xuanxi and Yanshan also released their abilities directly. Suanki formed 5 ice needles and shot them, while Kensho An threw a Gragio directly. Qianxia shot Anquan a look of resignation. With this lightning, won't the fish cook? And slapped Anshan on the back of the head. Don't you have a problem, boy? Are you going to electrocute the thorny beasts with lightning? Anshan was planning to burst out on the way out, but when he raised his head, he saw Qianxia's expression of resignation. After a good while, they couldn't come to a conclusion. Nothing happens. My fault for not having explained it well. Qianxia was trying to comfort Anshan. Beside him, Sanu, Jinfeng, and Kuais were crestfallen. All 3 of them were shaking a little. Who understands it? The 3 of them can hardly contain their laughter. Wait a minute, the waters are calm. As expected, there were 5 fish floating in the water. Soon, Anchoa caught them all. Of the 5 fish, only 1 was slightly burned by lightning. The other 4 had no markings on the surface. Qianxia looked at Anshan and smiled as she said, Look, the other 4 can still be eaten, so we have succeeded. Anshan breathed a sigh of relief successfully. Fortunately, I didn't screw up. Look, these things on the body of the spiny creature are called fish scales. We don't eat this from the spiny creature. That's why you have to scrape it off. Qianxia begins teaching. First, remove the scales from this fish. Then, open it through the belly. Remove the insides. The gills of this fish must also be removed. This is how the thorny monster is processed. Have you understood it? Several animals nod obediently. So it's okay. There are just 3 fish left, thorny monsters. Jackson, Yan, and Aina. You try. Jackson has already followed in the footsteps taught by Qianxia Mui. He perfectly processed a fish. Ina also did it in an impeccable manner. What do we do with the remaining fish? Does Chiklian look at his Anquilanchuan? Who among you wants to try? Suanki, without thinking, points directly at Anshan. He is the new beast husband. That he learns more and does more. Anyway, I've already seen it. Following what QNCIA taught, Anshan also perfectly processed the thorny monster. They have all learned quite well. Haha, Qianxia gave a little compliment. They then headed out to find those beasts. They looked for small peppers and ginger around. They soon found enough. Once all the ingredients were ready, they returned home. After returning home, Qianxia first ate a bowl of fried meat to satisfy his hunger. She's a little hungry. The Coral family has arrived at Chinatsu Cave. Today is the first dinner for the 2 families. There are more people. This place wasn't enough, so Qianxia asked Anshan to take Jinfeng to make tables and chairs. The others helped. Qianxia organized the work. Everyone began to work, seeing everyone busy. Qianxia felt very fulfilled and happy. Perhaps this is what is called simple and happy. Chiangxia first instructed her Anki to boil the chestnuts. Once cooked, she rinsed them to take out the chestnuts. At this time, we started to cook the chestnut and meat soup. Just when the meat soup is ready, Anshun and Jimfeng have returned. Okay, they're all here. We're going to start teaching them how to make the thorny beast. Qianxia sat in front of 2 other stone pots, smiling at everyone, he said. Everyone rushed to surround Qianxia, with a set of actions of whom a pot of fish soup and a plate of fried fish came out of the kitchen shiny. At that moment, the aroma of fish soup has filled the entire cave. How delicious it smells. Is it really the taste of the thorny beast? I can't even imagine how delicious it will be. Wow! This soup is so delicious. At this point, the soup is ready. Then I add a little salt to taste. It can now be served. Qianxia wanted to serve the soup, but was stopped by Suanqi. Suanqi picked her up directly and walked to the table. Put it on the stool. The following things we will leave to you, to us males. Your teaching is over. Thank you for your effort, Xiaxi. Qianxia smiled sweetly. Qianxia especially warned him. Next comes those who will serve the soup, and those who will put the bowls. Before everyone started, Qianxia made a special reminder. Everyone should be careful when eating it. If you find thorns, just spit it out. The spines of this one are quite large. They can be easily felt. Everyone nodded, and then formally began. Wow, it's delicious. How to describe this flavor? Very fragrant and fresh. So he's so good. Let me try this meat. At this moment, Sanu took out a piece of fish meat from the soup. She's chewing carefully. Luckily, there were no thorns. Qianxia? This spiny animal is very delicious. This meat is so soft and tender, Sanu said excitedly. Then he tried again to grab a piece of fried fish. The skin is crispy. The meat inside is tender. It would be great if you were male. It's also very tasty. Sano turned around with an expression of regret towards Qianxia. Qianxia, if you were macho, it would be better. As soon as he finished speaking, Suanqi and Angquan looked at Sanu. And Sanu's beast husbands looked at her as well. The atmosphere became strange for a few seconds. Is that you just look at why it is cooked? Your beast husbands learned to do it for you. Isn't it the same that you eat? If I were male, then I wouldn't be able to find my mate. This really couldn't leave him. Qianxia was joking as she said it, lightened the strange atmosphere. I'm just saying it casually. How could Qianxia become a male? Hey, what looks are those between the two of you? Really? Sarno made a disapproving gesture with his lips. He finished sitting down, among all kinds of exclamations and praises. The first family reunion concluded successfully. After dinner, Qianxia felt sleepy. Anchuan hugged her and took her to sleep. Sanu was also taken home by Jim Feng. The others were picking up and organizing all the remaining things. When Qianxia woke up, it was already night. Su Anki was hugging her. Woke up. Now you want to eat something? Qianxia responded slowly. I want to eat. Suani got up first, then took her outside. At this time, Anshun was practicing grilling meat. Seeing that Qianxia was taken outside by Suanqi, he smiled slightly and said, Qianxia has slept well? I've grilled meat. Taste how my roast is. Qianxia also smiled slightly. It is okay. He barely sat down. Anshan put a bowl of roast beef in front of her. Qianxia quickly took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. It's very good. It just has the juicy, tender texture that I like. Thank you, Angxian. It's very tasty. Qianxia looked at Angxian with a smile and said, Angchuan, receiving praise, had a happy expression and was completely satisfied. Suwani, for her part, secretly looked at him with disdain. I don't know who it is either. I spent the whole afternoon cooking 3 cows' heads. Qianxia, while eating, looked at Angquan and asked, Angquan, what tribes are around our tribe? What Qianxia thought was, since the original was found near the Lion King's tribe, so there's any chance that his mother and siblings will also be nearby, right? The tribe closest to our tribe is the Black Wolves, the tribe of giant elephants and the tribe of foxes that I mentioned before. They're on the other side of the water where we're going. Anshun was confused. Why? Qianxia all of a sudden? He asked this. That's right, in the memories of the original body. My greatest desire is to find my family. I want to help the original fulfill this wish. Hearing this, Anchuan's expression became serious. I'm going to look into this. I will also ask about the tribe of giant elephants and foxes. Since it's something Qianxia wants to achieve, he'll definitely be able to do it. Qianxia thought for a moment and said, I'll go to you then, so it will be easier to find you. Look at me. His mother and his siblings can always recognize me. After Suanquil and Wide looked at each other, I think Chiangxia should take care of herself a little more. Better go when you've gained some weight. Siak waited for silence. It seems that what they say is not without reason. Also in his mind, he can no longer remember what his father and mother were like. She can only wait for them to recognize her. They talked for a while, back and forth. Then, it was time to sleep. Tonight, Zonky will accompany Siaxia to rest. Zonky barely lay down, hugging Siaxia. Insi sat down again. The movement was so abrupt that his heart skipped a beat. He sat down quickly too. Oh no! I can't go see them. I have forgotten what they are like. Not even if they were in front of me. I couldn't recognize them. At that time there will be problems. Chiangxia just thought of this problem suddenly. Anshun walked in with a confused face. I can't imagine. If such a situation really happened, how would we solve it then? After thinking for a moment, Sun Kui first expressed Qianxia's concerns to An Chun. Xiaxia, look like this. An Chun, come in. Call another family member first. Come in. And then we start discussing matters. An Chun entered with a confused expression. Weren't you sleeping? What do you call it for? Do 3 beasts sleep together? Suan Kui first told An Chun about Ingexia's concerns. Then he began to share his ideas. That's how I see it. Then Chun, you said that there are other beastmen from other tribes in ours. Then please ask them to return to the tribe to investigate. If there are foreign beastmen or beastmen who, like Xiaxia, were picked up. If you ask clearly what kind of beastman it is, where it comes from, you should make this clear. Give them an excuse to deal with the tribe members. We also won't let them investigate for no reason. We will give them a piece of meat from a large ox. Chiangxia, you just relax and get fat first. Then, we will go to those tribes to leave a message. Just say that in the Lion King's tribe, there is a female named Chiangxia who is looking for her home. If it's your relatives, Chiangxia, I think there will definitely be news. Or maybe they'll come straight to the tribe to get you. When Suan Qi finished speaking, he realized that the 2 people in front of him were looking at him stunned. Suan Qi didn't understand why. What happened? Why did they look at him like that? Suan Qi didn't understand why. He only saw that the 2 people gave him a thumbs up silently. At that moment, Qianxia only felt that her Anki was really incredibly handsome. Who understands it? My husband is handsome and intelligent, has a large body and high fighting ability. Anshan, I really admire. Suan Kui laughed softly. You two, you've really beaten me. At that moment, his heart felt inexplicably warm. Anchun smiled. Then he said to Qianxia, now you can rest easy, right? You, during this time, just have to eat and drink well. Take care. At that time, I will go and relay news to other tribes. Go to sleep. Chiangxia already smiled sweetly at Anchun and said, okay, you two, go to bed early. Ancho couldn't help but approach and stroke Chiangxia's head. Then he turned around and climbed out of the small hole. Let's take a break. Let's go to sleep. For the next 2 weeks, Chiangxia did nothing but eat and sleep. Just sleep and eat. He hadn't even gone out once. The time of pregnancy was getting longer and longer. The energy that the puppies absorbed was too great. Now she ate about 8 or 9 measures a day. It wasn't long after eating before he started to get sleepy. After I wake up, and besides, this is after Sun Kui and Yan Chun have given him quite a bit of energy every day. In those circumstances where they have given her a lot of energy, she praised her, saying that she was very beautiful. She didn't come out either. The only thing that made Insia feel very relieved is that, as I am now, I have thought about Insia's life. These days, Sun Kui and Yang Chun always look at her with a strange expression. She asked them what was going on. They just said it was nothing. Instead, it was SHNU, who came to look for her and was surprised. They always tell her that she is very pretty. That made her very happy. She really wants to look in the mirror and see what she looks like. How she looks now. Zuan Kui, today we are going to play near the water. I haven't been out for a long time. I want to go out and see the landscape, Yin Xia said tenderly. Well, when An Chun returns, we will leave. INSEA quickly added. Let's call SHNU. Let's all play together. I'll go tell you. Suan Kui finished speaking and turned around to go to SHNU's house. It wasn't long before Coral jumped in. Behind them came Suan Kui and her group of beast husbands. Qianxia, Today you look even more beautiful. Coral always looked at Qianxia with a twinkle in her eyes. Those who were supposed to spread animal skins did so. That Qianxia would also see after she had gained weight. With red lips and white teeth. With beautiful eyes, small and well-profiled nose. She looked so submissively delicate. Anshun saw that everyone was gathered. He shouted, "Then, let's go!" A group of people marched with great enthusiasm towards the water's edge. After reaching the water's edge, Qianxia looked at the natural landscape. She felt incredibly comfortable. Qianxia turned her head to look at everyone, smiled. "All, let's have a picnic." Everyone passed excitedly. So, a group of males began to spring into action. The little animal skin store. You have to prepare the food. A tall figure that came after the prey. A large round stone began to become a pot. Happy and beautiful atmosphere, looking at the surface of the glistening water. Insia got up and walked towards the water. Leaning on her pregnant belly, she sat up slowly. Put your feet in the water. How comfortable. Insia couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, on the other side of the small river, a pair of bright golden eyes stared at Insia. Insia was looking down at her feet in the water. When she looked up, she saw the other side carrying a tall figure who comes in search of prey. The two sides are not far apart. She could clearly see the other's appearance. This beast man, how handsome. What beautiful eyes. Insia admired in her heart. Those eyes reminded Inkisha of his childhood. The marbles that play. In his golden pupils was a small circle blurred with red. In the red center, there was a black pupil. Is it pretty? The corner of Fuyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Then he dropped the prey in his hand. I went into the water to wash the blood from my body. It's beautiful, Insia answered very honestly. Hearing her answer, Fuyu's smile deepened. This little female in front of him was really beautiful, although she looked a little silly. Actually, he hated others staring at him, but Insia stared at him. He didn't resist at all. Fuyu's smile deepened. She took a few steps towards Inkisha. Little female, what tribe are you from? Suddenly, he felt a spark of killing intent. A sense of oppression coming from the high ranks of the beastmen. He turned sharply to look. I only saw a beastman with black hair and green eyes slowly approaching. Fuyu was surprised inside. Since when there are beastmen of level 7 or higher in the forest? He had only heard of the Lion King tribe before. Anchun rose to be a level 7 beastman. But that feeling of pressure just felt was higher than that of level 7. Suan Kui had just prepared the meat soup. As he turned, he saw a male approaching Insia. His expression instantly darkened. He released his pressure directly. Sensing this unusual aura, SHNU's other husbands also stood up and walked over. What's going on? I wanted to say that. I saw a tall figure standing in the water. Fuyu, what are you doing here? Qianxie's words turned all eyes to him. No. Do you know him? Suan Kui spoke coldly. He's an orc from the fox tribe. It's that 8 golden-tailed fox. At that moment, besides Qianxia and Suani, the others were a little surprised. It turns out that this is the 8-tailed, red-gold fox. Qianxia looked at the other. He sighed in his heart. Turns out he's a /fox/beast. He saw Quiset. Fuyu let the tense nerves relax. Fuyu looked at Qianxia. After smiling slightly, he took a few steps back. Why am I here? Isn't that obvious? At that moment, everyone saw the beast on the other side. Suan didn't say anything else. I just brought back Chinatsu. The water is cold. Not now. Have some soup. Sankui's tenderness right now is the same as it was just now. Their previous coldness is like 2 different people. Is Qianxia female? Naturally, he can't feel Suani's pressure, but he clearly felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Thank you, great husband. That beastman didn't do anything to me before. He came dragging his prey, covered in blood. He came to take a shower. He only asked me what tribe I belonged to when he saw me. It's okay, Qianxia explained. At that moment, Sanu suddenly came out of a bush next door. He fell backwards. Sanu's appearance broke the strange atmosphere. At the same time, Anshun and Jinfeng also returned. Anshun was hardly going to say anything, but I saw a figure in the water. Red hair. Is it Fuyu? Hearing someone calling out to him, Fuyu slowly turned around via Anshun, standing opposite. In his hand, there were still several concentrated wind cuts. Almost in an instant, the wind cuts flew. Who's quickly released his powers. dim sound. Several wind cuts were crushed by Fuyo's hand. The other beastmen present looked at the scene without understanding. Sanu, sitting next to Chiangxia, asked in a low voice, "Who is this red-haired beastman? Why does Anshun want to hit him?" "I don't know either." At this time, Insia is also a little confused. What's going on here? The atmosphere of the weather is somewhat tense, but in the next instant, it breaks ice. Anchun smiles broadly. "Go!" Has leveled up from level 7. Fuyu shot him a look. He turned around and continued to bathe. Anzu 3, are you very close to him? Inbisia questioned. Hearing Insea's question, Anchun turned and replied with a smile. Very close. Yes, of course. After all, we've grown up together, but I haven't seen him for a long time. That's why, when I saw that red hair just now. At that time, Anchun was still a little doubtful. I didn't think it was really him. Insees felt and said no more. Then Anchun said in a somewhat plaintive tone, "I'm sorry, yes. We've been waiting for a long time and couldn't catch the thorny beast." To the side, Suani rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Didn't they catch prey and still feel sad?" Chiangxia smiled slightly, stretched out her hand and stroked Anquan's head. "What do you mean by apologies? If they didn't catch, then they didn't catch. It's not like we're short of food. Rather, you've worked hard. You've been crouching so long." At that moment, Anshun was extremely moved. Their mate is, in fact, the best female. It did not catch prey. Her partner did not blame her. That is enough. His partner even comforted him and told him that he had worked hard. He loves Chiangxia more than anything in the world. The conversation behind him reached Fuyu's ears. He was a little surprised. That beautiful little female. It turns out that he is Anchuan's partner. Now, Anchun has matured a lot. Maybe it's because you have a partner. Fuyo's gaze swept towards Suani. Then, he lowered his gaze. This beastman/animal diagonal. I'm afraid it's more level 8. Anchun suddenly looked back at Fuyu, who was still in the water. Then he looked at Inkexia and Suankui. His gaze was doubtful. Syaxia. Suankui, can I invite Fuyu to come with us for a picnic? He hasn't seen Fuyu for a long time. Insia's first reaction was to look at Suankui. Sunkui felt a little helpless, and laughed too because Yinxia and Yang Chun were looking at him. The former looked cautious. The latter looked at him carefully. That beastman/animal named Fuyu didn't do anything either. Another friend of Anchuan's. Just one meal, no problem. Anchun got up excitedly and hugged Sunkui by the shoulders. I knew you're a good beast/animal. Before Sunkui could look away contemptuously, he turned around and walked to the shore again. Fuyu, does she really invite you to join? Fuyu looks a little surprised. Anchun already turned around and walked back to the shore. Then he smiled with amusement. It is okay. So this dam will be a thank you gift. You'll have to catch it. When he finished speaking, Anchung's face also changed. It was only seen that Fuyu threw the prey directly from the other side. Anchun quickly got up and released the wind. His powers were wrapped in prey. Are you crazy, boy? What happens if I don't catch it? Anchun was somewhat frustrated. This guy just threw it after speaking. If you don't catch it, it will fall on other animals. If you didn't get it, that just means you're not that good. Fuyu spoke indifferently. Then he headed for the other bank. After Fuyu reached the shore, he first said thank you to Xuankui. Then he also said thank you to Yingxia. Xuanyi replied with a slight smile. Anquan began to make a fire to prepare food. Meanwhile, Fuyu beside him looked at him with a doubtful expression, towards the kitchen that was built behind. Do you want to sit around waiting for a meal? I'm kidding. You must make him work alongside him. Chiangkexia looked at the backs of the two. Then he looked at Suanyi beside him and smiled, saying, he is quite polite. Suankui replied with a faint smile. Anchung began to light the fire to prepare the food. Fuyu, who was there, watched his actions with a look of suspicion on his face. What do you plan to do? Looking at this stone that has been hollowed out in the middle. And it's also releasing little rays to ignite. Then he began to heat the stone. He was very confused. You don't understand this, do you? Kid, you're lucky to meet me. Today I'm going to tell you what is delicious in the world. Ankoman said proudly. It wasn't long before the aroma of Anchun's fried meat spread. Fuyu swallowed subconsciously. This is. Come, try. Anchun packed the fried meat and handed it to Fuyu, and taught him how to use chopsticks. Fuyu couldn't use those chopsticks for a long time. He finally managed to grab a piece of meat. Just as I brought it to my mouth, it fell back into the container after several attempts. Who threw his chopsticks in one go? What is this? I am tired. Then, directly with his hand, he took a piece of meat and tasted it. The moment it entered his mouth, he looked at An-chun in disbelief. And then, the meat bowl was empty. Seeing this, An-chun quickly protected the other bowl of meat on his chest. Fuyu was not satisfied. He looked at the bowl of meat that An-chun was protecting on his chest. I looked again, next to the stone pot. He said with sorrow, "I haven't eaten enough." "What do I care if you haven't eaten enough? Cook it for me. I promise you one thing." Hearing this, An-chun smiled maliciously. "Is anything okay?" "It's all right. So what do you say?" "You're no better than me. I'm no better than you." An-chun was completely stunned. On the question of who is inferior to whom, they have been fighting since they were little. Even when he beat him, this boy has never admitted to being better than him. Now for a bowl of meat, do you have no dignity anymore? Hey, it's really killing me with frustration. What have you eaten? An-chun was furious. He ate all the meat in the bowl in just a few bites. Fuyo watched him eat, swallowed. An-chun originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but saw his saliva-swallowing motion. All right. It's not a big deal to make a meal. How complicated is it? I'm tired of this. Go and process your prey. I will spoil you today. He barely finished speaking. Fuyu already got up quickly. He then dragged the dam he had thrown aside into the water. An-chun already understood. This boy used to steal things to eat from him when he was little. In addition to being a dog, she really is very hungry. And on the other hand, Snow was eating fried meat. From time to time, I drink some meat broth. Sometimes I would also eat a couple of bites of fruit. From now on, we should go out for picnics. Often, I love to have picnics. I can eat several bites of food. Snow thought picnics were great. While enjoying the beautiful view, eating delicious food, it's incredibly enjoyable. In the next few days, we could still go out. It won't work later. It's almost time to give birth. After the cubs are born, Zuan Kuminiev will have to incubate the eggs. I can't leave him alone to go out and play. Insia stroked her rounded belly and smiled as she said these words. Suan Kui was very moved. If you want to go, go. No problem, Siaxia. Suan Kui looked at her with eyes full of tenderness. That won't work. A family must be united. Shnu lit up her eyes. Yes, a family must be united. His house and that of Insia. Also, At this time, Jean Fng, beside him, spoke to Suan Kui while putting a hand on his shoulder. Suan Kui, the cubs will be delivered in a few days, right? There are 7 days left until the time to give birth to the puppies. Speaking of Siaxia and the cubs, Suan Kui always couldn't help but smile. There is not much time left. It seems that in the next few days, he will have to go out and hunt well. CX is very happy around here. At An-chun's house, everything is turned upside down. How long has it been since you ate? An-chun was cooking meat while getting very frustrated. He cooked a pot of fuyu and ate another pot. Her cooking speed couldn't match the speed with which Fuyu ate. Fuyu, not wanting to leave him, lightly sucked his finger. Anchor! What you made is delicious. The sincere compliment quickly calmed An-chun down. An-chun instantly calmed down. Then, he began to cook the meat quietly. He didn't say anything again. Some males watching couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time they had seen An-chun have a hard time. It was really funny. Ha 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 ha. Snow watched as the husbands of the two were surrounded in a circle. I was very curious. Who is it? What are they doing there? Insia was also curious. Let's see. When Insia's didn't get close, they only saw An-chun focused on cooking the meat, while Fuyo was focused on eating. Insia's did not look at each other with a confused face when they saw this scene. Almost all of the braised pork has been eaten. What's going on here? Insi sensed that there was a somewhat unusual atmosphere. By his side, Suan Kui gently hugged his waist. A soft, low voice sounded in his ears. What's going on here? It's that this fox beastman really enjoys the meat that An-chun makes. Insia looked at these two people and looked curiously at Suan Su. She doesn't believe it. Here, An-chun has just pulled out a pot of meat. Over here, Fuyu has already taken the meat and started to devour it quickly. Can't eat a little slower? Please give me some time to fry it. An-chun couldn't take it anymore. Her meat had barely been in the pot for 2 minutes. He has already eaten enough stewed meat. After eating, she would look at him anxiously as he fried the meat. He really couldn't take it anymore. An Chun turned around to pick up the chopsticks he had left behind. He said with a grim threat, "You have to eat with chopsticks. I don't need chopsticks, so don't eat." Fu Yu looked hesitantly at An Chun, who had a furrowed face. After taking the chopsticks, he went to the water to wash them well. Then he came back, sat down, and began trying to pick up meat with chopsticks. Seeing her appearance, An Chun let out a sigh. Learning how to use chopsticks will take a while. Finally, you will be able to grill the meat well. Inkaricha watched him as Fujio tried to grab a piece of meat. Then he fell back into the bowl. He tried again to pick up another piece of meat. Again it fell back into the bowl. After so much effort, he finally managed to get a piece of meat into his mouth. He made a noise as he fell. He fell to the ground. Fujio looked at the flesh on the ground, frowned. What a shame, that meat. But it's dirty, otherwise it should be washed. After hesitating for a long time, Fujio was about to pick up the meat to wash it. A soft voice sounded. If he falls, he goes away. There's still a lot of meat. I'll teach you how to use chopsticks, Insia thought. You may have a bit of an obsession with cleanliness. Just now, when Anchone passed the chopsticks he had picked up from the floor, she clearly saw the doubt and disdain on his face. And in the end, he also went to the water to wash the chopsticks before using them. Ingensia walked over, then took the chopsticks from his hand and began to show him how to use the chopsticks to lift the meat. Fuyu suddenly felt a shudder in her heart. He looked towards the person in front of him. At this moment, his heart was pounding. This distance is a little too close, right? Look, grab it just like me. Then he made a slight effort. This way you will be able to lift the food very well. Inkisia didn't plan to do anything, but saw that Fuyu couldn't get close. He came over and then fell. He finally managed to grab it with difficulty and, I'm ready to eat, but I've dropped it on the floor. It's really very sad. You have to follow what I teach you. Try to do it. Chiankexia passed the chopsticks to Fuyu. He took the chopsticks. He began to try to grab the meat as Qianjia taught him. After he dropped it 2 or 3 times, he finally managed to grab the meat. He put it in his mouth. Qian does without being relieved to see his success. He smiled and then turned to leave. Thank you. It was his figure to walk away. He thanked him gently and sincerely. Chiangxia was stunned. He turned slightly and smiled at him, saying, You are welcome. You are friends with Anquan, so you also count as a friend of our family. Anquan's abilities are pretty good. Try more. Then she turned around and said to Suanti, I'm a little sleepy. I want to go to bed for a while. How about we get home first? Suani asked with some concern. It's okay. Today we are all in a good mood to go out and play. If we leave now, we will ruin the atmosphere. And besides, Anshun is still here entertaining friends. Suddenly, I felt that the meat in my hands no longer tasted good. I'll just take a nap. I'll sleep well on the beast skin carpet. Today it is rare that everyone is so happy. If she left at this time, Shnu and her beast husband will surely follow her back as well. At that time, Anchun will be left alone here. After all, he still has to tend to his friends. I'll do what you say. Insea is about to sleep. Shn doesn't know what to do either. I'd better also go to sleep with Insea. The main one is, Inkisia does what she just does that. Fuyu watched everything. He looked at the meat in the bowl. Then he looked at Annex N. Suddenly, I felt that the meat in my hands no longer had flavor. This damn lion has such a good partner. He felt jealous. I won't eat anymore. Fuyu simply put down the bowl. Anshun, with a confused expression, looking at the last pot of meat in my hand, looked back at him. He laughed coldly. Then a large purple ray condensed in the palm of his hand. Looking at the last pot of meat in my hands, Anchun had a face full of questions. You decide. I wasn't kidding. It was really infuriating him. Before, the speed at which he cooked could not match the speed at which he ate. It made him anxious. Now it's cooked. Finished cooking. He said he wouldn't eat anymore. Fuyu is not necessary like this. Can't I eat? Angchun, how long have you been in a relationship? Fuyu's sudden question left Angchun a little stunned. It seems like more than a month, right? How did they meet? No, wait. Why do you ask that? You shouldn't be. I'm just curious. How did someone like you, so clumsy, find a partner? Fuyu explained himself quickly. Anchun looked at him suspiciously, looking here and there. I could only see that his expression was serene. We're going to trust you this time. Then Fuyu lowered his head and began to eat meat. No one saw the thoughts that crowded his eyes when Fuyu finished eating and put down the plate. In the next moment, the little fox, upon learning that his brother had such a good companion, felt jealous. So jealous that she couldn't even eat. In the next moment, she threw the plate hard. Then, with a grieved expression, she said to An Chun, "Can I go find you from the Lion King's clan from now on?" An Chun, hearing this, replied to Fuyu proudly, "Remember to carry several holds with you." At that moment, Insia also woke up, looking at the sunlight that was gradually turning yellow. "It's time to go back. Let's pick up. We should come back now." Well, they all said in unison. Fuyu looked at the crowd that was leaving. His expression was grim. So beautiful atmosphere, it really makes beasts envious. The next morning, Xuangqi got up early. He took inventory of the food he had. Then she decided that she was going to get married. A day has passed since yesterday. In 6 days, Inseed will give birth. He needs to store enough food to be able to get through the next 2 months. Today he went hunting. At home is An Chun. And if not, there is still the SHNU house. It should be okay to go out for a moment. If I am going to go hunting, An Chun will take care of you. I'll tell SHN and run home. If An Chun can't, call Jin FNG. Xuangqi stroked Inkaxia's cheek and said softly. Insise was just waking up at the time. Hearing Xuangqi's words, she simply felt randomly. Xuangqi looked at her, more and more beautiful, and smiled tenderly. He then turned around and walked out of the small cave to report to An Chun. After informing An Chun, he went to the house next door. At SHNU's house, he also gave him some instructions. SHNU has felt excited. He will be able to take care of Inse again. When Inse has rested enough in bed, An Chun had also prepared the food. Insia washed himself and then sat down at the table to enjoy the meal. Just while I was eating, PSHNWIJIN FNG came in. "Have you eaten yet, SHNU? Want to grab a bite to eat together?" Inse said, smiling. SHN shook his head quickly in rejection. Insia now sleeps a lot because she is expecting puppies. But she is not pregnant. She had woken up and eaten. As she ate, Insia remembered that SHNU had said yesterday that he wanted to have a picnic. Then he asked Zano, "Didn't you say you liked picnics a lot? Today we are going to go." Sanu first looked at Jinfeng, then looked at Anshuan. "I want to go, but today Suanyi is gone. Is this okay?" Now Suanyi is already the backbone of 2 families, as long as it is a collective activity of both families. Surely we have to look at Suanyi's attitude first. Yingxia was about to speak, but from the entrance of the cave came a voice. From the entrance of the cave a voice was heard. Ang Suan, are you home?" Anshuan felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. Before Anshuan could speak, Yangxia spoke first. "I'm home. Come in, please." Hearing the sweet female voice, Fuyo smiled slightly. He dropped the 2 prey he had in his hand at the entrance and entered. Fuyo was stunned for a second or two after entering the cave. He then showed an expression of disbelief. I had never seen such a beautiful and tidy cave. An Chun was surprised to see Fuyu's arrival. Does this guy really think about him that much? Have you come so quickly? Yesterday I said that I ate the prey I had for you. I feel guilty, so I couldn't wait, and came to bring them a prey as compensation. Fuyu explained his intention, but he furtively glanced at Yingxia. "Ben, Fuyu, sit down." Shinatsu pointed to the seat in front of her. Fujio walked over and sat down directly. An Chun got up to see the prey he had brought. "You're not so careless after all. But this dam must be treated soon. But these 2 prey must be captured as soon as possible. Keep it in the freezer to keep it fresh," An Chun said as he entered. Yu began to observe everything in the cave. Everything in the cave shocked him. Qianxia didn't miss any of Fuyu's expressions. He smiled and began to introduce him to Fuyu. "What is sitting now is called a chair. This thing in front of me is called a table. This is where we normally eat. What is beneath your feet is the ground. That big block of ice is the freezer. You can freeze food to keep it fresh." Fuyo was a little surprised that Keiki was eager to introduce him to these things. His face began to blush slightly. Didn't you just see him looking into the cave? Otherwise, why would I be presenting these things to him? An Chun approached Fuyu and put an arm around his shoulder. "How did you know I live here, boy?" By saying this, the 4 beasts present looked at him in unison. His expressions were hard to describe. Fuyo looked at him silently, and then said to Qianxia, "What did you see in this silly lion?" Qianxia holds her forehead. He may have had little contact with Anshun before. I didn't think Anshun was so foolish before. Anshun frowned. "Hey, what are you doing? You're bad-mouthing me in front of my partner. Do I need to say something bad about you? Don't you want to look at what you just said? I don't know where you live. Can't I ask about the beasts of your tribe?" Anshun was suddenly speechless. And that's true too. Anshun blushed and touched his nose. "Start changing the subject. Didn't you say we were going to have a picnic? Isn't this fair? Go on a picnic and take care of the 2 dams outside." "What you say makes sense. SHNUGINFNG. You guys go get ready. Let's have a picnic." Insea smiled slightly and said, SHNU was excited and about to applaud. Then he calmed down again. "But Suankui is not there. Is it really okay?" Qianxia smiled as she grabbed San's shoulder and said, "We're just going to the water. Anquan, Jinfeng, and Fuyu are also here, and there are also some of your beast husbands. What could happen? Don't worry. Go get ready fast. Let's see." So Sanu, happy, pulled Jinfen to get ready. Meanwhile, Fuyu looked at Qianxia in surprise. What did she say just now? He said that he is coming too. He goes too. Soon, the group was ready, preparing to leave. Qianxia, with Fuyu's help, climbed onto the back of Anquan's lion. Sanu climbed into Quaise's beast body. When Qianxia announced that they were leaving, Fuyu suddenly transformed. A fiery red 8-tailed fox appeared. For a moment, everyone stopped their steps suddenly. At that moment, everyone was amazed in their hearts by Fuyu's beast form. It really is beautiful. So this is the golden red fox. It really is too beautiful. But among the astonished crowd was not Anquan. After all, he had already seen and admired Fuyu's beastly form. At this time, Anquan had already taken a few steps. But he realized that there was no beast by his side. So as he spoke, he turned his head. When he turned around, he saw that other beasts were staring at Fuyu's beastly body in amazement. And Fuyu looked at them with a confused expression. "What's going on? They're looking at each other, right? Are we not going to continue advancing?" Anshan shouted angrily. For a moment, everyone finally regained their concentration. Then, they quickly followed in Anquan's footsteps. A group of males were stunned looking at another male. What kind of thing is this to say? Newly arrived at the water's edge, Jinfen began to take out all the things. Meanwhile, Anshun dragged Fuyu to manage the house. The others began to wash the pots and prepare the kitchen. SHN1 couldn't wait to get in the water and play. "Insia, it's so nice to be in the water. Sadly, you're expecting puppies now. Otherwise, it would be great to come swim together. In a few days, you will give birth to the puppies. Wait for her to give birth. Let's play in the water again." Insia smiled as she stroked her belly and said to SHNU, "I'm so excited. 3 males?" Speaking of which, Insi felt a little resigned. She really hoped to have a female. Who can resist a soft and tender girl? In the end, after 60 days, Suan Kui told him that the 3 cubs in his belly were males. Her fantasy of having a girl vanished like that. "I want to have a female. A soft, cuddly female would be so cute." It is okay. Next time, have one for ANSHNG. Maybe there are female cubs. Sanu said this with a mischievous smile. That makes Chinatsu a bit of fun. Soon, Kuais and the others prepared the meal. Qianxia saw Kuais. And Anchuan, he was walking towards me with a bowl in his hand. "Kuais, Anchuan, put the beast skins over here. You can all eat here together." Yesterday, everyone was in perfect harmony. They made Qianxia and Sanu spend time together, so they didn't eat together. So, today, let's eat together. At that moment, Fuyo was silent, standing a little further back. No one noticed. His gaze did not leave Qianxia. Qianxia looked at Anshuan and Kuai's occupied. He also observed the others. They were all there. Only her great husband was not there. At that moment, Qianxia suddenly felt regretful. How could Suante be missing? How could he be missing from this happiness and joy? At that moment, she didn't really think that much. She had planned to give birth. She was at home for 5 days waiting for delivery. Today is the 6th day before delivery. In addition, he had to wait for his Ankui to finish incubating the eggs before leaving. So today is the last day he can go out. When he came out yesterday, SHN said he wanted to go on a picnic. She remembered this phrase. At the same time, he only recalled that today is the last day he can go out to play. After all, he wouldn't have time later on, based on the fact that he had promised SHNU. At that point, he asked SHNU if he wanted to go to the picnic. Just then, Anchun said he was going to the water's edge to drive his house. So he went out. He recalled what he said yesterday about being a close-knit family. Today she did that herself. Insea suddenly felt like a deflated, drooping balloon. She feels very bad for her Ankui. GFNG received Suan Kui's instructions, so he is very worried about Engaisha's condition. Just as he looked away, he gave Engaisha's sudden weakness. SHNU, seeing Insisha, was also surprised. He quickly patted SHNU on the shoulder. When Coral saw Qianxia, she was also surprised. He immediately sat down next to Qianxia. Qianxia, what's wrong with you? Do you have any discomfort? I see that everyone is here, it's just not here. Yesterday I said that we were a united family. Today, the more Insea talks, the sadder he feels. At that moment, Xin Feng suddenly spoke. Qianxia? Don't be sad. Suan Su had already thought that you would go out. He asked me to tell you that if you want to go out, let me look at you some more. Besides, you didn't leave it either. It's just that he has things to do. I can't be by your side. Don't overthink. Jim Feng was relieved. Tang, I thought it was something serious. Suwani came home today and said to help them take care of Kilian Xia. Suwani had anticipated that Kilian Xia might want to go out. Yesterday, Sunu told Kilian Xia that she still wanted to go out on a picnic. He was right next door. He clearly remembers what Kilian Xia said at the time, that these days he can still go out. It cannot be done later. According to what he knows about Kilian Xia, he then has to incubate eggs for 2 months. Kilian Xia will definitely not leave him to go out and play. In addition, he promised Sanu that he could leave in these days. Unless Sanu doesn't want to go out on his own. Otherwise, Kilian Xia would probably still date Sanu. After so much time together, he naturally knows what Kilian Xia is like. Jim Frank looked at the confused Qianxia and explained. Suwani told me that he is going to the misty forest. These days it needs to accumulate food to get through the 2 months of incubation. And besides, she should return a few days before you give birth to puppies. Today is the best time to go hunting. He knew you would get out. But I had no choice. If it doesn't come out today, he fears that if it comes out later, something could happen. Lost time. I couldn't get there in time for it to give that light. He doesn't want plans to change. So he asked me to take care of you a little more. So, Qianxia, you don't need to be sad. After hearing Jim Feng's words, Qianxia felt even sadder. Suansu thought of everything. But while he was thinking about going on a picnic, he didn't think about Suansu. At the time, she naturally thought that he had his own things to do. So, let him do it right. She does her own thing. But when he came out, he saw that everyone was there. When you are so happy. Only Suani was not there. Suddenly, he felt that he was too selfish, seeing that Qianxia didn't show even a hint of joy. Coral is worried and bewildered. Why should you be sad? Each beast is free, he knows what he's doing. And besides, why should you be sad about this? There are many happy days to come. It's not that I miss this day. This is the truth. But Qianxia felt an inexplicable guilt in her heart. At this moment, Qianxia only felt that her emotions were a little mismatched. At this time, An Shuang was holding a bowl of meat soup. With the other hand, they carried roast meat. Yes! Let's eat! But when he came to Qianxia's side, he clearly felt that something was not right with Qianxia's mood. An Shuang quickly put down the food in his hand. He looked at Qianxia with concern. Has something happened? Why aren't you happy? Sanu told An Shuang directly what had happened. Yes, you're thinking too much. Males don't think so much. Suani has things to do. It's not like we're here having fun alone, leaving that beast alone at home. In addition, he was also originally going to go out to drive the dam. Isn't this fair? Don't think about it anymore. Let's eat. An Shuang knew that this was a symptom that Qianxia was pregnant. Today, Suanyi also warned him. She said that the time to give birth to the puppies was approaching. Emotions are more sensitive and prone to reflection. It was also like this. A while ago, Qianxia looked at the crescent moon in the sky and cried for half a day. Why is the moon not round? How can it not be round? He and Suanhei, the two beasts, were stunned. But I feel that I owe a lot to Suani, who already told Anshuan regretfully. Sia, Suani and I are macho. Males have their own responsibilities. Now, Suani is doing what is expected of a father, what she must do as a couple. Thinking about him in this way is enough to make him happy. My responsibility now is to take care of you, to make you happy. Since we have gone out to play, we must have fun. You said it yourself. In the next few days, you should stay at home, waiting to give birth. And also, after giving birth, you should go through the postpartum recovery period. That means you won't be able to go out for a long time. So today, we should have even more fun. Anshuang's words managed to comfort Qiangxia. At that moment, Suanji was heading towards the misty forest. There wasn't much energy beast meat left in space anymore. He has to prepare something for Qiangxia. After giving birth to puppies, she should recover. Naturally, the meat of this misty forest is needed. After all, meat with energy and meat without energy, they are completely different. The reason it's called the misty forest is because this area is covered year-round by a toxic grayish haze. If this mist is inhaled by a low-ranking beast, it will cause difficulty breathing. There will be spasms in hands and feet. If you don't take the orchid in time, you will die. Beasts of rank 8 and above, they will not be affected by this toxic haze. But rank 8 beasts are rare. Beyond rank 8, they are extremely rare. Therefore, the only orcs who can enter the misty forest are a few. Some orcs hunt in the misty forest, take the prey to the market to trade, therefore making a lot of money. After all, most people can't enter the misty forest. They have a channel to obtain energy beast meat. Those who have conditions go crazy about it. When the golden light of the sun turns yellow, Sony finally arrived in the misty forest, and Qiangxia and her group's picnic is also in this yellowish light. Concluding and returning. After picking up the things, everyone started to go back. Anchuan hadn't walked more than 2 steps, and he felt that something was wrong. He looked back twice but saw nothing strange. Finally, after looking back for the 3rd time, he finally realized that it was wrong. Anchuan stopped his step. He turned his head to look at Fu Yu, who was behind him, very confused. It's not, why don't you go home and follow me? He hasn't come back yet. Anchuan was confused. Each one returns home. Why does he still follow me? Listening to Anchuan's words, Fu Yu stiffened. Hey, what a mess, he forgot. Fu Yu tried to act calmly and said, I just wanted to accompany them for a stretch. Thank you for your hospitality today. I only saw that Anshun turned his head, raised his feet, and moved on. He said something and left. You don't need to accompany me. Don't forget what I told you. Go back to your tribe. Anchuan and his group left. Only Fu Yu remained still in his place. Fu Yu looked at the figures of the people who were moving away. There was a lot of sadness in his eyes. When Qiangxia returned home, he found that Suani had not yet returned. She didn't know why, but she felt uneasy. Anchuan, Suanyi said how long he was going to stay. The sun is about to set. He hasn't come back yet. He said how long he was going to be out, but if he doesn't come back tonight, on the 2nd day I should be back. It wasn't like that before too. So, if I did, don't worry. In addition, he is a rank 9 orc. Even though Anshun says that, Qiangxia is still a little worried. His heart is pounding. Seeing Qiangxia's worried expression, Anchuan comforted her. Suani will surely be fine. With how powerful he is, what could happen to him? Xia, do you want to sleep for a while? Qiangxia never doubts Suani's strength. But, forget it. Thinking so much will only increase the sadness. Qiangxia nods. Then he went to bed. Anshun went out only after seeing that Qin Xia had fallen asleep. Then I tidied things up a bit at home. He also lay down in the grass nest in the big cave. At that moment, Suani was fighting this fierce battle in the misty forest. He was being completely overpowered by his opponent. I was very confused. When did a rank 8 beast appear here? The black snake, Suani, went on the adventure so that Qiangxia could, to be able to eat beast meat with energy to replenish itself. In fact, he went to the misty forest alone. However, he encountered a beast of equal rank 8. He fell in a fierce battle. He was completely dominated by his opponent. He looked with great confusion at the huge black dragon flying in the sky. This turns out to be a beast dragon. In the next moment, the black dragon in the sky suddenly opened its mouth and released a flame at him. Seeing this, Suani released her ice power to extinguish the flames, to prevent the fire from spreading and burning the entire forest. But he didn't think that. Suani had already sealed the flames with ice. But the flames were still burning within its ice. After a while, his ice melted from the fire. Then, this fire began to burn nearby plants. What? This fire is not extinguished. Watching the flames that were beginning to burn, Sony also put everything aside at that time. Suwani adjusted her forehead and said again, "Put out this rapid fire. Do you want to burn the whole forest?" Seeing that the black dragon was unfazed, Suwani floated her forehead and said again, "I apologize, I didn't really mean it. I can explain it to you. Put out the fire first." He barely finished speaking. The black dragon landed in front of the flame and he became an orc. He raised his hand and waved. The flames that were burning immediately were extinguished when he saw that the other calmed down. Suwani asked cautiously, "Are you from the dragon tribe of the Western continent?" Chiquan didn't expect a beast to know about the dragon tribe. He couldn't help but stare at the beast in front of him, but he didn't respond to the other party. Suwani saw that the other person was just looking at him, but he didn't answer her. So first he showed up. Suwani, low-ranking beast of King Suen's serpent from the southern continent. "I want to apologize to you. I accidentally erected you while chasing my prey. Speaking of which, it is really absurd." Sony started hunting after entering the misty forest. And then, while chasing a giant of about rank 8, he entered the inner circle of the misty forest. After he followed that giant beast into the inner circle, he then saw a black shadow in the mist. He thought it was the great beast. Then I thought of delivering a fatal blow. He launched a rocket directly. Then he heard a terrifying roar. At that time, he was still a little confused. Was this the sound that a rank 8 giant makes? The next thing he saw was that suddenly, something attacked from the fog. A group of fireballs was fired at him. Then, the situation became. In the mist in front of him appeared a dragon's head. Suwani looked confused. Where is the giant beast of a ram that was promised? Suwani explained everything that had happened to the other person. And besides, he sincerely apologized. Only a slight snort was heard from the other, as if he had no intention of forgiving. Suwani thought for a moment. Then he pulled a large handful out of the space. He handed the other person the spirit stones. This was the only sincere way he could think of. After all, there is energy beast meat everywhere here. But spirit stones are not guaranteed. Chihuan, seeing that pile of spirit stones, I was surprised. Curse! This snake being is really rich. Then, slowly, he asked, "Do you give me?" This is because Suwani looked at the other person's surprised expression and nodded. "Do you like this dragon? Do you like spirit stones?" Chihuan, happy, took the spirit stones. He left behind some purple spirit stones and 2 red spirit stones. The rest he put in his mouth and crushed them. Ready? An intense energy began to fill his body. He quickly changed into his beast form. The surface of its huge dragon body was now covered with a faint blue light. The wound that was ambushed by Suwani as well was slowly repaired by this blue light. After completely absorbing the energy, he said to Suwani with an arrogant expression, "Since you mean so well, I will forgive you for your offense towards me." At that moment, Suwani suddenly felt that her dying appearance, as she has the same smell as the stinky lion at home. Chihuan took out some spirit stones he had left behind and swung them in his hand, fiddling with them. It was the first time he had seen red spirit stones. This snake man directly gave him 2. To be rich is really to be very rich. It came from the western continent to the central continent, passed through 1 or 2 tribes. In the tribe he wanted to exchange with them something like beast skins in exchange for goods. But they all turned him down. They said they only accepted spirit stones. At first, he was a little confused, because in the western continent, almost everyone exchanged goods. So when he arrived at the central continent, he thought the same thing. Who knew that in this central continent, they traded in spirit stones? Chihuan looked at Suwani in front of him. A flash of bright light crossed his eyes. "This friend can be helpful." "You're not right. I'm a dragon from the western continent. My name is Chua." Suwani felt then you were asleep and why Suwani would ask that this has to do with the question of blood. What are orcs? They are beasts that, through evolution, have taken human form. Although they have evolved into human form, they still retain their beast abilities and habits. For example, him. Its speed is very fast. And as soon as winter comes, you will feel fatigued. It will go into hibernation. This is his ability and basic habit as a snake beast. On lineages. The Snake King is the king of snakes, basically, where he appears. Snakes within a 100-mile radius will automatically avoid you. This is blood suppression and lineage pressure among orcs. only in attack. To put it in simple terms, Suwani is an earth orc. The main body is a snake, in conditions of the same level, if your opponent is an orco-eagle. If it doesn't change shape, then it will be a struggle of force. But if it fights in its original form, then Suwani will be directly suppressed, because in the food chain, the snake has the eagle as its natural enemy. Also, earth orcs cannot attack flying beasts, even if they manage to attack. Flying beasts simply raise their distance and can evade perfectly. So earlier, Suwon Dranki faced the flying dragon Chihuan. That was why he fought so hard. But if the difference in power is very large, the blood pressure is not good either, and the dragon race is undoubtedly one of high blood nobility. It can be said that blood pressure nullifies 99% of beasts. Swami chasing his prey reached the inner circle. However, the other party did not react immediately due to all this. Swami could only think that the other party had transformed and was there sleeping in his original form. Moreover, he was fast asleep. Due to the blood suppression, his original form was also very large. He had nothing to worry about a beast attack. Chihuan felt some discomfort. I'm full sooner. He felt tired. So he went to sleep. I'm very curious. You, a dragon from the western continent, why have you come to this misty forest? The dragons, they have almost become a legend among orcs. Now he has truly encountered a real dragon. The dragon race is naturally proud. They also don't have a good opinion of common beasts. That is why they hardly appear in the world. They only live in their territory. Hey. Others told me that the dams here have spirit stones, so I came. Chihuan passed through 2 tribes who said there was trade in spirit stones. That's why he thought of looking for spirit stones. So he simply stopped a male and asked, "Where can you catch beasts with spirit stones?" The other person pointed him to this place, so he came here. I just didn't expect that. He's still as unlucky as ever. Despite having eaten so many beasts, surprisingly not, none of them have stones. Suwani looked at the person in front of him. He wasn't sure if this beast was really naive. Or, it's simply because I haven't seen the world. But there's one thing you can probably confirm. This beast has been deceived. Why did he come to this conclusion? Because from the beginning until now, he has never released pressure from his aura. When Suwani hurt him by mistake, he didn't react by releasing his pressure from a rank 9 beast to warn Suwani. He simply came out with a stunned expression. Why is it said that he came out stunned? Because after he injured him by mistake, a huge roar echoed in the dense fog. After that roar, a dragon's head suddenly appeared in the mist, and his body under his head was completely covered by the mist. And during all this time, he made no other sound. That feeling was as if, let me see who it is. To verify the conjecture, Suwani asked again, have you talked to other beasts about your rank? Or have you shown your skill? Chihuan shook his head. Why bother with that? So aren't there other beasts that know your skill level? And in the event that beast didn't ask about your rank, I'll inform you that the prey of the misty forest have spirit stones in their bodies, right? So, do you know the nature of the misty forest? Chihuan felt and then shook his head. His face was confused. Is there a problem? Suwani, somewhat speechless, put his hand to his forehead. Thank goodness he's very strong. If he doesn't have much power, he probably would have already found the beast god. That orc, not knowing his rank, and without asking him about his rank, recklessly informed him to come to the misty forest to hunt. So, that orc has bad intentions. The misty forest can only be entered by orcs of rank 8 or higher. Only high-ranking orcs can enter, because this fog is poisonous. Low-ranking orcs cannot enter. He will basically go to meet the beast god. Suwani explained everything about the misty forest, only to see that in the next second, Chihuan said, "Ouch! I should have asked well." Suwani was silent upon hearing that. Is this it? Then, Suwani raised her head and looked at the gradually darkening sky. His eyes were full of melancholy. He didn't understand why he always encountered these clumsy beasts. Suddenly, he thought of Anchuan. Anchuan behaved totally normal before he was with Qianxia, but after he got engaged. Then, I recently found a slut. This fox, hasn't had much contact, so it's hard to assess. But he gets along well with Anshan. It also looks a little clumsy. I don't think it's easy to say. Now he finds himself with this. Should I say that he is innocent? Or that he is clumsy? Why did you come to this continent? The race of dragons. Dragons. It's been a long, long time since they've come to light, right? Sony asked tentatively. Is not this continent contiguous to the Western continent? I wanted to come, and here I am. Suwanhani heard this answer. He blushed and touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. So, you came looking for spirit stones to level up or to trade for commercial purposes. Chi-Huan listened to what he said. After answering, he himself recounted all his experience on the road. In the end, he sighed in his heart. Finally, there was a beast that could hear their complaints. Suwani looked at him with a complicated expression. There is some stupidity. But it is also true that he has not seen much of the world. Suwani has never been to the Western continent. I'm not sure about the situation on the Western continent. But he said that everything is exchanged for goods there. That's right. On our continent, tribes have a class system. What you went through should be a super tribe. The orcs of the super tribe are stronger than those of the normal tribes. The orcs of the tribes have a little more strength. Therefore, they have no need for prey skins or anything like that. Because they can hunt themselves. They only seek power. That is why. In the super tribe, the spirit stones. It became the main trading currency. If you only go through other small tribes, bartering is fine. Well, the small tribes. Food is the most important thing, Suwani was explaining. Chi-Huan was somewhat surprised. It turns out that the outside world is also divided into large and small tribes. So the tribe you live in is super. Is it a large or small tribe? Chi-Huan looked at him curiously. He, like me, is a rank 9 beast. We should all be living in big tribes. In large tribes like these, the tribe I live in should belong to the central tribe. It is a tribe that is not very large but not very small either. Hearing this, Chi-Huan was interested. What? In addition to the large and small tribes, there is also an intermediate tribe. I want to go. Hey, can I accompany you to your mid-range tribe? Chi-Huan said this with her eyes shining. At that moment, Suwani looked at the beast in front of him in confusion. Why do you want to go back to the tribe with me? I haven't seen the central tribe. I'm curious. Suwani was speechless when she heard that. This guy is too dumb, isn't he? You haven't said yet. Why did you come here? What I mean is, why don't you stay with the good people of your dragon race? He came here from far away. Oh, this. My parents forced me to marry. I don't want to pair up, so I ran off. Chi-Huan said it in a very nonchalant way. In his eyes, what's so good about pairing? Every day is just circling around the females. He likes freedom. He definitely doesn't want to get married. Force you to pair up. Suwani was quite surprised. Parents tend to take more care of their young. Sometimes, there may be pressure for the hatchlings to mate. But it will force the hatchlings to mate. This is the first time I've seen it. Is your father the boss? And why do they force you to pair up? Who is a tribal chief? He is the one whom everyone follows. Yes, my father is the patriarch. Why am I being forced to pair up? Because I'm amazing. Because you're amazing, you have to be forced to pair up. I say, I, with such a powerful bloodline, must have a legacy. Suwanteni, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. He will definitely never treat his children like this in the future, even if your children are exceptionally talented. Nightfall. Suanyi and Chi-Huan were sitting around the campfire chatting. To tell the truth, it was only after arriving at the central continent that I discovered. The outside world is so beautiful. Chi-Huan, looking at the darkness around him, said wistfully, in the Dragon Clan, since his grandfather's generation, speaking of how terrible the outside world is, the blood of the orcs outside is so common and ordinary, putting the low-ranking beast of the tribe outside. In that world, they were already the strongest of the strong. Before he came out, he really thought so. But after he got out, what he saw were mountains and rivers full of green trees. Suwani has a confused expression. They are all rumors. Fertile soil. There are many beasts. The food is very plentiful, and the coexistence between the orcs is very warm and friendly. All these are the rivers and streams of crystal clear waters. As for the tribe, it is always said that the outside orcs are very weak. That is totally wrong. It is not like that. He encounters orcs who are as strong as he is, and he is the strongest warrior among the dragons. Who was the ancestor who said that outside orcs are weak? They're all rumors. They're all rumors. After Chi-Huan regained his concentration, he looked expectantly at Suwani. Can I go with you to your tribe? When do we return? Suwani has a confused expression. What does that mean when we return? Did he promise that he could go with him? Why do you want to go back to me? Isn't it better to look for a clan to live in? He was curious again. There are many tribes that want to hold you back. When Qihuan heard this, he got up and sat down beside him. With very clear and clean eyes, she looked at him and said, "There are many who want your tribe to stay. On this path, she only knows the name of one orc, Suansi." Suanwani was speechless. Can this also be a reason? Come back with me. The most I can do is ask the boss. I'll give you a cave to live in. I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to play with you. Suani subtly refused. Busy with that. Right now, he's curious again. My partner will give the puppies in a few days. After the puppies are born, I will have to incubate eggs for 2 months. My clan, you cannot leave the eggs during incubation. What's so good about forming a couple? Why does everyone want to form a couple? I don't have any freedom, but you're my first friend. When you hatch eggs, I can go out hunting and bring you food. Swami, no need. I came here originally to marry. Besides, who wants him to bring the prey? They would think if this went out of their mouths. Suani shot him a look, knowing he doesn't understand anything. That is why it was difficult to say anything to him. Oh, okay. So at that point, you take care of your own incubation. I play my own. When are we going to return? Qihuan has already taken it for granted that he will follow the other person back to the tribe. Suani looked at Qihuan's honest and clear expression. All right. So, let's take him back. Having a rank 9 orc in the Lion King's tribe is also a good thing. Suani smiled slightly at the sight of the honest orc in front of him. Marry. When we have married enough, we can return. Isn't this free labor? Tilly Wan felt, and then flew into the sky. Then, Suan Yi and Chua began to search for prey in the misty forest. Very soon. In the forest, the wailing does not stop. The firelight flashes intermittently. Under the joint effort of the two to hunt, it wasn't long before Suani's skill space was filled with prey. Then, after verifying that there was no fire, they began to leave satisfied. Qihuan followed closely. After leaving the forest, Suani gave Chua a brief summary. Let's go to the water's edge to take care of the dam first. Once we finish, we will immediately return to the tribe. Qihuan felt, and then flew to the sky. It was a snake dragon that began its journey in the dark. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Qianxia suddenly woke up. Usually he used to sleep soundly, but, for some reason, today he seemed to have a gut feeling. That's why he woke up suddenly. Qianxia looked at her belly and called out to Anchuan. Anshun heard Qianxia call to him and walked in immediately. How did Qianxia wake up at this hour? To prevent other members of the tribe from seeing them. I just woke up suddenly. I always have the feeling that, is Swan gonna come back? Suani led Qihuan back to the tribe. When they arrived, it was already midnight. Find the boss to fix a cave for Qihuan. The situation will have to wait until tomorrow morning. When they were close to the tribe, Suan Yi asked Qihuan to quickly return to his human form to prevent others in the tribe from seeing it. After all, the dragon race hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. The sudden appearance of a dragon beastman. And in addition to rank 9, if they see them, the next day, the whole tribe will surely be in an uproar. When Suani arrived at the entrance of her cave, she realized that her cave still had firelight. Has Aintia not slept yet? It shouldn't be. These days, he never wakes up at midnight. Swanzo quickly entered the cave. He hugged Qianxia. At that time, Xia originally wanted to tell Anshun that he wanted to eat something else. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Suani enter from outside the cave. Behind him came a tall orc. That orc's eyes are actually red. I don't know why. Qianxia's first reaction was to think of Western vampires. Hey, Suanzu, you're back. In the next moment, Suani took a quick step forward and hugged tightly. He hugged Qianxia. I'm back. Qianxia hugged Suani for a while and then withdrew from her arms. She took Suani's hands and looked him up and down. His face was filled with worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? In the afternoon, all of a sudden, I cared a lot about you. I felt very anxious. In the afternoon, Suan Yi felt a shudder in her heart. Isn't that the time when he and Qishua were fighting? Qi and Xia surprisingly felt it. I'm not hurt. How could your great husband be hurt so easily? While Suani and Qianxia were caramelized. Looking at him, he asked. Taking a step, he stood directly next to Qihuan. Anshun looked at Qihuan, who was standing on the side. In great confusion. Who are you? Qihuan flashed a friendly smile. Hello, my name is Qihuan. I come to join the tribe. Anshun looked Qihuan up and down. The other person has long gray hair, red eyes, a muscular body, and a height similar to hers. What kind of beast are you? Why do you want to join the tribe? Before Qinghuan could answer, Suani spoke first. Anchuan was looking at Qinghuan, who was standing on the side, in great confusion. Come, sit down. Anchuan, you sit down too, have something to tell you. Then, Suani said while taking Qiangxia's hand. Before talking about this matter, everyone must be mentally prepared. Qianxia and Anquan looked at each other. They both saw doubts in each other's eyes. You say, what's going on? Anshun was impatient. Could it be that they suddenly announced that this beast is Qian Kexia's third husband, right? No. As he thought about this, Anchuan's face was already starting to turn ugly. However, the next second, his grimace of disgust instantly turned to amazement and fear. His name is Chua. He is the Dragon Clan, Black Dragon, rank 9 beast. He wants to join the tribe's life. Anchuan stood up in shocked state. He looked incredulously beside him, towards Qihua. Dragons. The legendary dragon race. At that moment, Anchuan was looking at Qihuan's expression. It was like a palette of Rivada's colors. Of all colors. Let's better leave the dragons aside. And on top of that, he's a rank 9 beast. Isn't it said that rank 8 beasts are equivalent to legends? Saskinu's house next door was suddenly awakened by this tremor. At least at home there was a legend. How did this legend bring with it a legend of legends? Qilin Xia, after all, is not of this world. So at first, I was just surprised. This world, in fact, has the existence of dragons. He doesn't know what status the dragon race has in this world. What does your dragon body look like? Qianxia is very curious. I don't know if the dragons of the beast world are any different from modern ones. They are the same type as the commonly known dragon. Do you want to see it? Wait a moment, Sueni exclaimed in fear. But before she could finish, Qihua had already taken a few steps out. He transformed into a dragon figure. There was a loud bang. The place was full of smoke and dust. Once the smoke cleared, only a huge dragon body could be seen that completely blocked the entrance to the cave. Even the stone ceiling of the cave was pierced by the dragon's horns. The floor was covered with loose stones. Sanu's house next door was suddenly awakened by the tremor. What? What? Was there an earthquake? Sanu, with sleepy eyes, was sitting on the grass nest. Jin Feng and Kui Se, beside him, were also looking around cautiously. After a while, they realized that there was no more noise. He continued to cradle Sanu to keep him sleeping. Meanwhile, Anshun was about to explode with rage. By the sky, my cave, which I've worked so hard to fix. Suani floated her forehead with a bit of a headache. Repentant. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him back. Qihua was uncomfortably trapped in this cave. Finally, he looked down at Qianxia and said, This is my beast body. After saying that, he quickly transformed back into a human, looking at everything he had caused. Then, smiling uncomfortably, he said, Can I compensate them with their prey? Don't you know how big your own beast body is? Can't you turn into a smaller beast body? Now, Sunny didn't even bother to blame him. Really? In reality, if orcs change to their beast form in a cave, if it is an especially large beast body, they can control their beast form to shrink. For example, Suani, or, in other words, if their beast form can be completely accommodated in the cave, then they don't need to strive to reduce their size. For example, Anquan. His beastly body doesn't need to be intentionally reduced. The cave can accommodate it completely. But curiously, Qihua does not have that concept. He has lived like this all his life. In addition, he is used to sleeping in his dressed form. Right now, one is frustrated, and the other is as apathetic as dead water. Only Anxia is amazed and fascinated. She can see living beings with her own eyes. Dragon, which is very joyful and satisfying. Qilin Xia watches Qihua, who is at a loss. And he can't help laughing. He just couldn't hold on. Qihua now looks like those college students who go out to work during summer vacation. There is a clear stupidity in the eyes. It's late at night. We will pick up the house quickly. My big snakes and lions are going to work hard again. Qihua, this is something that you have caused. Then you'll have to do a little more. Qihua felt uncomfortably. Then he said in a stifled voice, The night is very late. At that moment, Yanxia was already a little tired. After giving some instructions, she let Suan Yi take her back to sleep. Soon, those few beasts cleaned up the cave. After cleaning the last stone, An Chuan turned to Chi Huan and muttered, "I hate the beast." At this moment, what Chi Huan thinks is weak and innocent, but he is not afraid. Suan Yi looked at An Chuan and then Chi Huan, thinking again and again, "It seems that only this can be done." So, An Chuan felt dejected. "Chi Huan will sleep with you tonight." "I don't want to. Why should I? Why don't you sleep with him?" "I consider myself to be the first beast husband because I have returned. I will accompany CIA to sleep. Besides, I can still sleep with CIA for a few more days. In a few days I will start incubating eggs. By then, I won't even be able to sleep with CIA. The way Suan Yi handles An Chuan, it's too obvious." When An Chuan listened, it seemed that he was right, considering that he is about to incubate eggs for 2 months. Never mind, don't fight him. Then he turned around and looked at Chi Huan, letting out a snort. The bottom of the large cave was covered by them. It became a large nest of grass. Sleeping 3 or 4 beasts was not a problem. After a moment of chaos and confusion, all of the beasts began to enter the dream world. At dawn on the second day, the first to wake up was, surprisingly, Chi Huan. Chi Huan looked at the other end of the nest towards An Chuan. He was still fast asleep. He sat quietly, without saying a word. He rarely slept in the form of a beast. Therefore, his sleep was a little restless. Chi Huan began to look at everything in the cave. Everything in the cave seemed very novel to him. While Chi Huan was still watching the cave, An Chuan also woke up. An Chuan turned around and saw that he was already awake. His eyes showed a slight surprise. Then, he quickly returned to his usual expression. He rubbed his eyes and stood up. At the same time, Sunny also came right out of the small cave. The two looked at each other and then began. "Go to the entrance of the cave to wash up." Meanwhile, within the fox tribe, Fuyo also woke up early. "I was so excited, I couldn't sleep from so much excitement." Why was he excited? Because at the last meeting, An Chuan had instructed him to go back to the tribe to see if there were any relatives of Qiangxia, and Fuyu returned to the first place of the tribe. It was looking for the boss. He learned from the chief that there were several new members of the tribe, and among them, there was one who was a rabbit man. Hearing this, Fuyu quickly grabbed the boss's arm, asking him to take him to see the new members. This rabbit man could be a relative of Xian Shaha, and this new rabbit man was really Qiangxia's sister. Today she can go to the Lion King tribe, tell Qiangxia this good news. Thinking of this, Fuyu decided not to sleep anymore. He directly ran to the Lion King clan to look for Qianxia. Meanwhile, Suan Yi and the others washed up quickly. They began to divide the tasks of preparing breakfast. Suan Yi first took several pieces of meat out of the freezer. They thawed a piece of meat in water. Chuan began to wash the pots and also the dishes. Fill the pot with water and put it back on the heat. Qinghuan also got up. He also followed Suan and Yan Chuan's cleaning method. Washing was also carried out properly. It was the first time he had chewed fragrant wood, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Rinse your mouth with water after chewing. His mouth was clean and smelled good. My God, what things was he wearing when he was in the dragon tribe? Then, Chihua watched curiously as the flesh was wide. And what is that big stone? The meat that is made this way. How delicious it smells. When Qianxia was half asleep, I smelled the aroma of food. I woke up hungry after smelling this. Just smelling this, I woke up hungry. The UK. Hearing Qianxia's scream, Suan and Anchuan looked at each other. Then, Suan gestured to Anchuan to take care of Qianxia. Anchuan smiled broadly and ran happily towards her. Did you sleep well, CIA? Today the fried pork and meat broth are ready. Want a little more sweet potato leaves? As he said this, Anchuan helped CIA up. To eat. Love me one of roasted sweet potato. Well, Angsuan picked her up and went out with Qianxia. As he passed Suan Yi, he told her to roast a sweet potato. Then he continued to take Qianxia to wash. Suan Yi silently pulled one out of space. Then, they threw the sweet potato into the bonfire. Qihuan observes the two people in front of him. I always felt that something was not right. Clearly, these two beasts also revolved around the female. Why does he feel so different from those beasts of the dragon family? The feeling is just different. When Qianxia washed and sat down in front of the table, Suwani had already prepared the meat soup and steaks and brought them in. Qianxia ate a piece of fried meat and then a leaf of boniato. Then, he would take a sip of the meat soup. Just not too delicious. Once Qianxia was satisfied, Suanyi and Anquan began to clean the table. It is the turn of the males to eat. When do we go hunting? I'm already hungry. Suanyi and Anshan exchanged glances with Chihuan. The first seemed indifferent. The second one just rolled his eyes. We're not eating raw meat now. Chihuan is a little confused. If you don't eat raw meat, what do you eat? Eat like you did before? But with so little food, it is not even enough to fill your teeth. That the Lion King's tribe began cooking with stone pots. There are no more beastmen who eat in beast form. The difference between eating in the form of a human and in the form of a beast lies in the food needed to feed in the form of a beast. It is much less than what is needed in the form of a beast, but one gets hungrier faster. If you eat in animal form, you need to consume much more prey. Also, after eating, it takes a little time to digest in beast form. Afterwards, even when transforming into a human, you can go a long time without hunger. Before Qianxia made the stone pots, the males preferred to eat in the form of a beast. Now that there are delicious food recipes, everyone of course prefers to eat in the form of a human. If you don't eat raw meat, do you eat this? There's just this little thing. How could one be filled like this? Chihuan protested. I protest. Suani didn't even look at him. Instead, he headed straight to the freezer to check the number of pieces of meat in the freezer. There were only a few pieces of common beast meat, and those energy beasts from the cloud forest left. Meat is reserved for Qianxia. Suani reflected on Fanxian's decision. After breakfast, he went out to marry some ordinary animal meat to satisfy what he and Anshuan eat daily. Suankani really wanted Anshuan to go hunting, but Anshuan has no spatial skills. Even if he hunted, everything is resolved. The most I could bring home would be a dam. And besides, I could only dismember it at home. At home now there are only 2 animal husbands. Naturally, it is not possible for the 2 animals to go out together at the same time. Suddenly, Suani had an idea that did. An idea that not even he himself understands. Suddenly, she felt that if she had another beast husband, it would be more convenient. A beast husband would stay at home taking care of Qianxia. The other could go out and marry him. This way, he could marry whatever he wanted. Because it would have space. Or perhaps, find another beast husband who has space. Chiquan looked at Suanyi on this large block of ice. She was stunned and didn't respond to his words, so he walked over and moved in front of Suanyi. Suanyi, what are you thinking? Chihuan's sudden voice brought Suanyi back to reality. Suanyi shook her head sharply. What was he thinking about right now? Was she really thinking about getting a beast husband for her partner? Forget Anshuan. How can this be now? But what he thought seems not to be meaningless either. Then Suanyi took a look at Chihuan. Just wait patiently to eat. You talk too much. In the next moment, Suanyi took out the last pieces of beast meat left in the freezer. He took out a few pieces of normal beast meat. He prepared to start making breakfast for the 3 of them with Anshuan. Anyway, this guy is only going to eat at home once. I'll just take it as if I'm processing food. In addition, they will have to go and look for fresh meat afterwards. After Qianxia ate enough, she sat on a bench. She looked at her 2 husbands who were busy. And Xihua, like a little boy. He looked here and there. He explored everywhere. It's funny. At that moment, the sound of the coral outside the cave was heard. Chilian, if you have already woken up, I'm going in, Qianxia quickly shouted. I woke up. Get in fast! Chikowa looked curiously towards the entrance of the cave and then at Qianxia. Is there someone who comes to visit so early yet? When Coral and Silver Wind arrived, I saw the existence of Chihuan. After exchanging a glance, Sanu walked quickly towards Qianxia. Jin Feng, on the other hand, quickly approached Suanyi. Qianxia? Qianxia? Have you found a new beast companion? Hey, Suani, did your Qianxia find a new beast companion? The 2 said in unison. What more can be said? We are not from the same family. We do not enter through the same door. At the same time, Qianxia and Suani's reaction was also the same. They both had the same look of confusion. What nonsense are you saying? Coral and Theodore Wentfork looked at each other. Then they looked beside Chihuan. Then they turned their heads and began to ask questions. Who is he? This male is. Qianxia felt speechless inside. So the human essence is simply to be a spectator, thinking that Chi Huan will join the Lion King's tribe. Sooner or later, he will also have to meet the beasts of the tribe. It is better that they get to know each other first. Let me introduce you. He is a friend of Suan Hani's. I'm here to join the Lion King's tribe. Last night I came back very late. That's why I spent the night in our house. Don't imagine weird things. Chi Huan. Let me introduce you. This is Coral. That's her first beast husband, Jim Feng. He lives in the cave next door. You'll join the tribe anyway. Let's get to know each other first. Chi Huan smiled and said, hello, my name is Chi Huan, I come from. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Suan Yi. Chi Huan. Wait, I'll take you to meet the boss. Chi Huan was about to say that she came from the Dragon Clan, but Suani interrupted her. He looked at him in confusion. Seeing the serious expression on Suani's face, he exclaimed, oh. Jin Cheng squinted at the interaction between Suan Yi and Chi Hua. He understood that between these two companions there was some unspeakable secret. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with excitement. Why do I feel a little excited? Chiang Kexia looked at Chi Huan with a confused expression. A lion who doesn't know what to do. She struggles to hold back her laughter, but inside, she almost dies of laughter. Mainly because such a face combines with this expression. I was sitting in the same place as last night. A bit boring. It has a really striking contrast. Chi Huan, come and sit down. In a moment, Anshuan and Suan Yi will finish the meal. Just wait a moment longer. Chi Hua looked at Chiangxia, nodded, and then walked to sit down. I was in the same place as last night. Anshuan looked at everyone. Then he shot a disapproving look at Jim Feng. He made a small snort and continued to cook his meat, thinking to himself, that evil Jim Feng, what nonsense is being said? Compared to Theodore Wen, Coral didn't realize something was wrong. Would you like to join the tribe? Of course you have to go find the boss. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded again in the cave. Anchuan, is Chiangxia at home? Anchuan was stunned. Isn't this Fuyu's voice? Fuyu just spoke to me last time I talked to him about looking for the family. Perhaps it already has some results. I'm gonna go out and see. Sanu, hearing this, looked at Chiangxia with a confused expression. Find family? Which family? Qianxi didn't actually plan to talk to Sanu about this, but he suddenly remembered that Sanu had a third. The beastly husband Inchuan is a beastly black wolf man. Maybe I still need your help. So Chiangxia explained the situation. I told Coral about it. Ah, so that's it. Then, I'll let Lin Chuang go back to the Black Wolf clan to ask. As they spoke, Anchuan walked in accompanied by Fuyu. Anchuan showed a faint joy on his face. Chiangxia? Fuyu spoke to me just now. There is an orc rabbit in the fox tribe. She is your sister. Really? That's great. Qianxi was very happy. Although I only found one. But at least it's a good result. Fuyu stepped forward and spoke. His voice was very soft and pleasant. I have already asked this clearly. This female is called Sia. She was also separated from her family. He met the orcs of our tribe in the forest, and then he returned to them. Now he is in a relationship with 2 foxes from our tribe. As for your parents' situation, she doesn't know either. Also, I told him about your current situation. Your sister asked me to tell you. He said he's glad to hear you're okay. But he won't come to see you for now. A few days ago, he accidentally fell. Stomach pain. After seeing the shaman, she discovered that she was pregnant. But the baby is fine, no problem. But the shaman advised him to take good care of himself. Hearing that my sister was pregnant and had fallen, Chiang Kexia suddenly got up. Then he turned to Anquan. Take some pieces of energy beast meat and take them to Fuyu for my sister. Then give Fuyu a piece. Fuyu was just going to refuse his part. Suddenly he was offered several pieces of fresh meat. And then he gave Fuyu a piece as well. It was that high-ranking orc, Suani. 1 piece is yours. The rest belongs to sister Cia. I look at those pieces of meat. Wanting to talk but not daring. In the end, he accepted the meat. Thank you. You are welcome. It's what I should do. Rather, I should thank you. Thank you, Fuyu. Jianxia smiled slightly. That soft and tender voice. Thank you, Fuyu. It completely fell into Fuyu's heart. No one knows how strong his heart beats now with meat in hand, because it does not return quickly. What are you still doing here? Anchuan didn't look, looking like he had no intention of leaving. He said something very unhappy. Fuyu, at this moment, shot a sideways glance at Anchuan, speechless. It's really about what shouldn't be said. Talking a lot about what it shouldn't. I just wanted to tell you something. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar face sitting on the edge of the table. He didn't even realize that there was a strange beast. Fuyu's heart tightened. He looked discreetly at the expressions of those present. He noticed that everyone was very calm. It seemed that there was no surprise by the existence of that best man. At that moment, Fuyu's heart felt as if it had suddenly been broken. How long has it been since you came? Qianxia, surprisingly, already had a new beast husband. Only, if it's about having a new beast husband, then why can't it be him? Is he that bad? Fuyo felt very discouraged, and at the same time very sad. I'm leaving. After muttering this sentence in a low voice, he transformed into a beast. After grabbing the flesh from the ground, he ran straight out of the cave. This previous situation and the figure who quickly left, Anshuan had a confused expression. What madness has he given this boy now? Today he didn't even care that the meat was on the ground and just grabbed it. Qianxia also had a confused face. He didn't understand how Fuyu could go from being animated, full of energy, to be suddenly down. This previous situation, no one said anything to him, right? Suddenly, Qihuan's voice sounded faintly. When can we eat? I am hungry. Qianxia and Sanu turned at the same time towards Qihuan. They saw that his expression was awkward and cautious. There is a pitiful feeling in Sanu, upon learning that Qianxia was looking for her family. Qianxia, I'm going to go back to Lin Chuan first. He left first. Xi Jinfeng left. Return home. Without waiting for Qianxia to speak, Coral has come out of the cave quickly. During the process, he didn't forget to help Jinfeng. Qianxia watched Sanhu's figure walk away, and then turned to Suanyuan. That one, is the food ready? He looks like he's very hungry. It was only an instant when Suani put a bowl of roast meat in front of Qihuan. Qihuan, very curious, took them by hand. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? With chopsticks. Qianxia reacted instinctively. Then, he quickly asked Suani to bring him another pair of chopsticks to teach Qihuan to use. For Anchuan, this breakfast was very unpleasant, because most of the food he cooked was eaten by this dragon. I was very unhappy. Suani, however, did not give much importance to Chiwako looking so much. After all, he used to be like that too. Afterwards, he became accustomed to living in the form of a beast. It finally slowly transformed into what it is now. And Qihuan, no matter how hard she tries, she can't learn how to use chopsticks. In the end, he just ate it with his hands. And this meat soup, he emptied it completely. Although I felt that it was not completely full yet, but it was fine. It must be said that food made this way, the taste is really good. After eating, Suani asked Anshun to go find the boss. After Anshuan left, Suanyi spoke to Qihuan with a very serious tone. You have to join the Lion King's tribe. Then you'll have to get used to living in beast form. Qihuan was very confused and did not understand why he was required to live in the form of a beast. Their dragon race hasn't appeared in a long time. Once you show off your beastly body and skills, you will definitely attract many beasts to the tribe. And its goal is to get you to join their tribo and provide protection for their tribo. It might even make you go conquer other tribes. At the same time, they offer you corresponding conditions. It does not change its beast form. Then, as I do, won't I starve? I can't change the beast body. Qihuan was very reluctant. Food you ate today. Think you've eaten enough? Suani looked at him and asked. I wasn't completely satisfied, but that's okay actually. I still wanted to eat. If you hadn't seen Anshun looking at you with a slightly expression, eyes full of killing intent, forget it. Now he's at someone else's house. He must be polite. And at this time, Qianxia also found out from Suanyi's words. The identity of Qihuan is of great importance to this world, complex for the orcs of this world. In addition, he is a level 9 orc, and once his existence is known, all the great forces will want to lure him to join their tribe, in order to strengthen the strength of the tribe and even invade others. Revealed those beautiful fox eyes. He does not have a clear self-awareness. He doesn't know how ridiculous his own existence is. The other side. After Fuyu returned to the tribe, she first handed over the meat to Qianxia's sister. Then it returned to its nest. Then he curled up in his nest. At that moment, the chief of the fox tribe, Ulu, suddenly walked in, seeing that his calf was using his tail. Cover up! His whole body emanated an atmosphere of decay. Suddenly, he realized that something was not right. Son, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Talk to Dad for a moment. What happened? Fox asked cautiously. Listening to the father's voice, Fuyo's tail slightly raised, showing those beautiful fox eyes. Dad, how did you persecute Mom at the time? The fox fell and listened. With one hand on my chin, I began to remember. Suddenly, he looked sharply at his son. Does this guy have a female he likes? Ulu immediately squatted in front of Fuyu. His tone was enthusiastic. Son, quick, tell Dad, do you have a female you like? Fuyo nodded. If you like it, go get it. If you don't pursue, how will you stand a chance? I tell you, at the time, I also persecuted your mother. Every day I brought food and flowers to your mom. Wherever your mom wanted to go, I accompanied her. Then, once I accompanied your mother, we found some Morlocks. He wanted to steal your mom. At the time, he was willing to take a risk. The idea of saving his life fought inside him. In the end, they made him flee. I'm hurt too, but your mother fell in love with me from then on. And during his coming-of-age ceremony, he chose me as his first partner. Fuyu listened carefully. In his heart, he remembered him in silence. Court, bring food. He left, covering himself. Accompany her wherever she wants to go. Protect each other. At that moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. A figure with long, black hair. Its tail, which was erect, fell again. He went and covered for himself. The time, Fax was a little confused. This was fine just now. How come it suddenly became so closed? Peak, what's wrong with you now? Has that female already rejected you? Fuyu replied with discouragement. He hasn't made his move yet. Where does the rejection come from? That didn't turn you down? What's wrong with you now? Fox is confused. It's only been a day or two since we've seen each other. She has a beastly new husband. And also, his first companion. Oh, it turns out that the calf already has a mate. But the mate is stronger than him. What? Stronger than the calf? Fox fell to the ground and began to think. In this forest. For now. In this forest, there are only a few stronger than cubs. There are only Chan of the Lion King tribe. What? Anchuan? Uluo turned his head quickly to his calf. His eyes were full of surprise, but he quickly came to. When did Anchuan get paired? So he asked cautiously. Krylia, you're not interested in the women of Anshan, are you? Fuyo didn't say anything. Only the protruding fox eyes blink. Hey, so it's true. Anshuan really paired up, huh? Her partner now has several companions. But some of those teammates shouldn't be stronger than you. You are also 7th level. He only ascended a little later than Anshuan. Hearing this, Fuyu became even more annoyed. He shouted angrily. Salt! Also, the rules of the beast world. He hadn't finished speaking when he kicked him out. Don't have a good relationship with Anshuan? You're on the same level as him. Is he worried that you're stronger than him? So, and also, the rules of the beast world. Bestial husbands cannot interfere with others. In the search for their mates by males, if the partner rejects this male, and if this male insists on chasing her, beastly husbands can handle it directly. Fuyu was speechless at this moment. Anshun is not the first beast husband. The first beast husband is a snake beastman. In fact, it could be more than the 8th level. Anshun is not the #1 beast husband. So, he's even more. Huh? What? More than the 8th level? Ulu was even more stunned. Since when has the Lion King's tribe been more than beasts that make it past the 7th level? Haven't you been confused? More than 8 levels? Is it 9 levels? The 9-level orcs are just like in the legends. Absolutely impossible. Uluo simply waved his hand, denying what his calf was saying. But he was soon contradicted again by his breeding. Father, don't forget. My talent is greater than yours. Could I be wrong in my feelings? Fox is a little embarrassed. What the baby says also makes sense. Alas. Anyway,